Opening the era of black technology. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 251, really painstaking. Everything is going on the right track. Supingen is now in a hotel in Austria, thinking about the Golden Grass project. The protagonist can completely transform the golden grass, but Supingen feels that now is not a good time for the golden grass to come out, and he must wait a little longer. After discussing with Pippin, the golden grass project was temporarily hidden. Pippin talked to Tang En again, but Tang En didn't care. Anyway, the cultivation of rattan grass is not mature now, so he took his time and had no objection. On the balcony of the hotel, next to the swimming pool, Supingen and Pippin were drinking tea. So, Guangming No. 1 can conduct human experiments next month, Supingen asked. Yes, we have obtained enough data on animals. Kyle has negotiated with Iceland. Next month, 30 volunteers will be recruited in Iceland to start human experiments. If everything goes well in a few months, these 30 people will completely take off their glasses. This is a blessing for mankind, Pippin said seriously. When will the other two projects start large-scale experiments? Supingen asked. According to General Manager Kyle's plan, we will launch a new product every year, slowly and steadily, Pippin said with a smile. Supingen also smiled. Kyle is really cunning, maximizing profits. That's fine, slowly, anyway we have plenty of time, Supingen said with a smile. Boss, I plan to add biological cell research projects. Do you think it's feasible? Pippin said solemnly. Have you considered safety? Supingen asked directly. Boss, I have considered it. We can build a separate building for isolation. In fact, the best way is to do it on a small island, which is the safest, Pippin said directly. Innsbruck will not approve us to conduct biological cell project research. The risk is too great. There are too many uncertain factors. Once an accident occurs, it will be a disaster. Swiss pharmaceutical companies put laboratories in Africa for this reason, because there are too many uncontrollable factors, Supingen said slowly. Pippin picked up the teacup and took a sip. Pippin was hesitant about this matter and asked Supingen. Supingen looked at Pippin and asked, what made you make this decision suddenly? 2 of my Canadian classmates have a research project like this and came to me for funding. I came up with this idea after reading the information, Pippin told the truth, while Supingen frowned. What is the project? Supingen asked. Tumor cell research requires a large investment. There has been a significant breakthrough so far, but I have not agreed to it because it is quite dangerous, Pippin said directly, feeling a little uneasy about the project. Just refuse it. We don't conduct this kind of research. We only conduct research on harmless dietary supplements. If you are embarrassed to refuse, just push it to me. Do you understand? Supingen said directly, and Pippin nodded. Boss, is there something wrong here? Pippin asked. Is there no one in Canada who knows what's good? Is there a lack of islands in Canada? Why don't other people come to you? You know, we have an agreement with Austria that we will not conduct this kind of research. This is no secret. I think they should know it very well. Now they come to you with semi-finished products. Haha, they are really painstaking. Give me the information of these 2 people, and I will arrange someone to investigate. It's better if they don't have any bad intentions, otherwise, I will make them pay the price, Supingen said with an unhappy face. Pippin was stunned for a moment and keenly grasped the reason for his uneasiness. I will send someone to deliver the information to the hotel later, Pippin said directly. Be careful, some people can't do anything to me at present, so they start to think of other ways to set you up. We must be cautious, go back, increase observation of researchers, and immediately notify Buck for review if anything is wrong, Supingen reminded Pippin and Pippin nodded seriously. The two discussed for more than an hour, and Pippin said goodbye. More than half an hour later, Pippin's assistant brought a file bag, and Supingen handed it directly to the captain of the guard, Blacka. Send it to Buck and examine these 2 people carefully. If there's any problem, just delete them directly. Supingen looked at Blacka and said something. Blacka nodded and went out with a file. After resting for 2 days in Innsbruck, when he was about to leave, Darina came in with a laptop and said, Boss, there's a big news outside, and it has been flooded with messages. Oh, what news is it that makes you so serious? Is it related to me? Supingen said with a smile. Look, It really has something to do with you, Darina said with a smile on her face. Sue Pingan was stunned for a moment and began to look at the computer. Luck can be copied. A report caught his eye, and Sue Pingan began to look at it himself. Sue Pingan's luck is well known to the world, and it is believed that it cannot be copied, because people like Dr. Luck are not easy to find. An Australian rich second generation named Jack perfectly copied Sue Pingan's start. Jack funded an old Professor Pattis to conduct research on cerebral palsy in children. After 2 years of funding, Professor Pattis made a decisive breakthrough, extracting an element from a special jellyfish in the waters near Australia. This element has a very obvious therapeutic effect on the underdeveloped brain of young children. Once the results were released, they caused a sensation in the international scientific and medical communities. Jack did not plan to invest in building a factory to operate this product himself, but sold the results to Pfizer Pharmaceuticals in the United States for $2 billion. Jack said in his own words that he just wanted to prove that Sue Pingan's luck could be replicated. He was not interested in doing business and cared more about enjoying life, so he decided to sell the results. His speech completely swept the screen. Professor Pattis, who studied this project, received a reward of $20 million. This sum of money was enough for Professor Pattis to support his retirement. Sue Pingan flipped through it. All major media were reporting on this matter. He had to admit that Jack was really a lucky man. Sue Pingan thought about it, asked Darina to bring his laptop, opened it, and used the Twitter authentication account to write a paragraph praising Jack, and also congratulated Professor Pattis, congratulating him on his results for solving a big problem for mankind. Okay, get ready, we're going to Germany tomorrow, Sue Pingan said with a smile. Darina nodded and left with her notebook. Soon, Sue Pingan's words were forwarded, and Jack gave Sue Pingan a thumbs up. The internet began to discuss this matter again, and Sue Pingan and Jack, the parties involved, were silent. Sue Pingan was busy with other things and had no time to care about it, while Jack was busy having fun. Both of them were rich and had no mood to talk nonsense with the media. Their own affairs were the most important. This time, Sue Pingan did not live in Dresden when he arrived in Germany, but in Berlin. Before leaving, he called Fitch and told him about his flight. After Sue Pingan got off the plane, got in the car and checked into the hotel, Fitch called each of Fei Meng. The two sides talked politely and agreed to have dinner together in the evening. They agreed happily. This time, they were not eating alone, but with a female companion. Fei Meng attended with his wife, and Sue Pingan took Darina with him. When they met in the evening, both sides were very friendly. Femin was also a talkative person. Both sides talked and laughed. The meal was quite enjoyable. Darina could never imagine the other meaning in the words between Sue Pingan and Femin. It was agreed that Sue Pingan would be invited to Femin's manor for dinner 3 days later and introduce a few friends to Sue Pingan. Sue Pingan also implicitly suggested that Alman could come with him. Femin was even happier. The two of them clinked their glasses and took a big sip. Next year is the German general election. Local forces are a very strong force. Alman's actions were not small. After cleaning up the police station, he immediately announced a reform with a very high public support rate. Taking advantage of this high support rate, he began to clean up the original group members. Those who follow me will prosper and those who go against me will perish. He showed it vividly. The new group he led was very aggressive. He successfully killed more than a dozen people and firmly controlled the parliament. To be honest, these actions of Alman really surprised Sue Pingan. The butt determines the head. Alman, who sat in the position of mayor, became more sophisticated in doing things. He balanced internal interests, attracted some people and suppressed some people. He did a very good job. Although some people complained about Alman's actions, they had no power to fight back when Alman issued a new policy. The support rate did not drop. This was very difficult. If the group wants to grow and develop, someone must move to a higher position. The next goal of Alman is the Berlin Congress. If Alman succeeds, everyone will benefit. The position of the mayor will be vacant, and other people in the group can also move up. Alman received a call from Sue Pingan and was very happy. He made it clear that he would arrive in Berlin on time in 2 days. After connecting with the big group, there will be more resources. Both sides will get what they need, and the pattern of the next step in the future will be opened. 3 days later, Sue Pingan and Alman went to Femin's house for dinner. Femin also invited several people from the group to come. The conversation between the two sides was very pleasant and laughter continued. Alman and Femin talked alone for a while, Su Pinggan's side was simple, donating to several funds. Both sides got what they needed. The next day, Su Pinggan left Berlin for Dresden, and Alman stayed one more day. Cooperation between groups is complicated, and all aspects must be negotiated. At Habib Manor, after Blacka led people to check, Su Pinggan officially moved in. The two assistants were in a villa next to it, right next to Su Pinggan. Blacka and his team arranged rooms in a hotel not far away as usual. Tomorrow is the weekend. Please support. Chapter 252, Queen of Finance. After a rest in the afternoon, the next morning, Su Pinggan had just finished breakfast when Barry and Naren came. Su Pinggan made a pot of tea and talked with them in the living room. Barry first reported the situation of the institute in detail. How is the progress? Su Pinggan asked. Everything is going very smoothly. Samples can be made at any time, Naren said very calmly, with a little excitement. How is the patent application going? Su Pinggan asked. Boss, the patent application has been submitted. The Chinese site accounts for 37%, and the rest is applied by me. It is expected that all will be approved this month. I communicated with lawyer Bruce about this matter and got an accurate reply. I also communicated with Chen Fansheng. The patents on the Chinese side have all been approved. At the beginning of next month, we can announce it at any time, Barry said with a smile. He is very clear about the efficiency of the new solar energy. This is a truly epic-making product. Very good. When we announce it next month, just announce that the cost is 70 times that of the current single silicon solar energy. I will immediately arrange for the construction of the factory in China. Once the factory is completed, we can directly announce mass production and directly start the global clean energy revolution. Naren, your name is destined to be written into the history of human technological development, and you will be admired by future generations. Dresden University must erect a statue for you, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Thank you, boss. I belong to the Apocalypse group in this life, Naren said excitedly, and Su Pinggan nodded with a smile. Boss, when will the new carbon nano battery be available? Do we need to cooperate with the new solar panels? Barry asked. The two are obviously matching products. No, we will do it step by step. There are not many manufacturers investing in new battery research at present, and they are not fat enough. If we increase a little bit, we will completely subvert them at that time. You two should start saving money. When you operate the photovoltaic market, give the money to me. It is not a problem to double it. Keep the idea confidential, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Thank you, boss. Barry and Naren's eyes lit up. They knew how much profit there was. Su Pinggan said this, clearly to let them make money. Barry, this is your territory, you make the arrangements, let's have a good drink at noon, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Glad to help, Barry also said with a smile, and the three of them laughed together. In the distance, Liu Wenjin and Darina looked at each other and pouted. It was obvious that Su Pinggan had received some good news. At noon, Su Pinggan, Barry, Naren, Liu Wenjin, and Darina had lunch together, talking and laughing. Bruce was not in Germany, but in Finland. He could not come back until the day after tomorrow. It was a pity. Su Pinggan rested in Dresden for 2 days. He was not idle during these 2 days. Instead, he called Jizu Ai to negotiate with Jinchi about the investment preferential conditions for the next piece of industrial land of no less than 200 mu. If the conditions are not suitable, go directly to the Magic City and other port cities for inspection. In short, you must get preferential conditions that are not lower than those in J City. Jizu Ai was very surprised. When he asked Su Pinggan what investment and what project, Su Pinggan did not say. Bruce came back without resting. He went directly to Su Pinggan and reported to him about the negotiations with Nokia. Nokia has one part of the millimeter wave patent, and Shianki Technology Company has one part. Only when the two are combined can a monopoly be formed. Years ago, the two sides began to contact and negotiate the purchase of Nokia's millimeter wave patents. It has not been until now that there is a result. 4 billion euros. Nokia will sell the millimeter wave patents and team members in a package. Bruce went to Finland to sign a contract. Millimeter waves are not that simple. Although the value is not low now, the true value of millimeter waves has not been realized. Without the right path and large-scale investment, it is difficult to develop Huangda. The price of 4 billion euros is definitely a good deal. In the future, this transaction will bring 40 billion or even 400 billion in profits. At that time, I don't know if Nokia will be so angry that it will vomit blood. Boss, Nokia hopes to postpone the announcement for 1 month. In addition, I have communicated with the people in the millimeter wave group. They will go to Paris, France in the near future and merge into the French Apocalypse technology company. Coaster has already started to make room and purchase the latest equipment. Once the millimeter wave group arrives, they can start research immediately, Bruce reported briefly. Why do they ask for the announcement next month? Su Pingyan asked curiously. Boss, I analyzed it and it may be related to current acquisition of Nokia. It has reached a critical moment and the result will be obtained this month. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, they asked for the announcement next month, Bruce said seriously. No matter what, we have acquired the millimeter wave patents and technical team from Nokia. We are the absolute authority in this regard and have formed sufficient patent barriers. In the future, they will find that what they lose is the future, Su Pingyan said with a smile. Boss, is millimeter wave really that important? This technology is only useful on small base stations. Large base stations do not have a great demand for this, Bruce said with doubt. Millimeter wave is not that simple. It involves 6G wireless technology transmission. At present, 5G technology is basically mature, and the patents have basically been divided up by other companies. It is difficult for us to intervene. When 5G is thoroughly rolled out and all companies begin to research 6G technology, they will find out that it's over. 6G has been monopolized by the Apocalypse Group. Ha 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 ha, Su Pingyan laughed triumphantly. Boss, by then no other countries will participate, and our 6G will not be rolled out. Bruce was even more confused. Don't worry, you will know when the time comes. Like many industries, the existing general selection basic modules will be eliminated, and a new generation of technology will debut. They can't resist it. This is a general trend, a big change. There is no other way to go except to compromise with me and buy my products. Subversion, the emergence of a new generation of technology, subverting the old industry, this is an unstoppable trend, unless they are willing to fall behind. Of course, this cannot be done in a short period of time. Take your time. Just like the research projects in various research institutes at present, focus on the future. Only by mastering the technology of subverting the industry can you have the right to speak. You know Bitcoin, the 6G era is the spring of digital currency, and even more so the spring of the internet. Connecting the world is really a matter of a moment. The video communication between the North and South Poles is very smooth, Su Pingyan said with a smile. So scary, Bruce said with a look of surprise. Of course, you can definitely see it in your lifetime. This is a great world that determines the future direction of mankind, Su Pingyan said slowly while looking at the distance. Bruce returned home with amazement to rest. He could take a good rest after so many days on business trip. He planned to take his family on vacation to relax. Negotiations are very energy-consuming. After meeting with Alman, Su Pingyan left Germany and headed for the last stop, the United Kingdom. After inspecting the British Institute of Renewable Resources, he would return to China. Many cities in the Celestial Empire have been restless recently. Jizui's negotiation with Jin City was not very smooth. Jin City believed that Jizui was too greedy. J City had already given Shaanxi Group many preferential conditions, but he still wanted better conditions than J City. It was really greedy. Another thing was that he didn't say what project he was going to carry out, but just said that it was an enterprise that complied with national environmental protection regulations, and it also needed 200 acres of land. His appetite was really not small. Jin City was not J City, and there was no need to spoil Shaanxi Group. After the initial contact was not smooth, Jizui did not wait and directly began to inspect other cities with ports. The wind had already spread that Shaanxi Group was going to carry out a large project in the port city, but no one knew what the project was. It was still continuing to inspect. Quite a few cities were tempted and began to move. They used their connections to start asking around. The result was very disappointing. No one knew, including Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan in J City. They didn't know that Shaanxi Group was going to carry out a large project. Brother Wang, I really don't know. Only Jizui knows about this. No one else knows, Wu Sikei explained, and then hung up the phone. It was more than a dozen times, and it was really uncomfortable to explain one by one. Ho Minghe was also worried. Someone called Ho Minghe, but Ho Minghe didn't know. All the senior executives of Shaanxi Group in Xianchao did not escape. They all received inquiries from their friends, and none of them could figure out what was going on. In Hangzhou, Qiao Lian King's office. Zhang Jianbin and Qiao Lian King were also discussing this matter. What kind of project will Su Pinggan carry out? It's so confidential. Zhang Jianbin took a sip of tea and said, this project will not be small. It actually requires 200 acres of land. It can be seen that this is a big project. I heard that Jizu Ai has already arrived in Motu and is discussing with Motu. The lion's mouth is so big that many people have complaints and think that Shianki Group is too greedy, Qiao Lian King said with a smile. No courage at all. If Su Pinggan dares to settle the project in Hangzhou, I dare to give him a better discount than J City, Zhang Jianbin said unhappily. He was very dissatisfied that Su Pinggan did not choose to settle the project in Hangzhou this time. Qiao Lian King smiled and said, don't be angry. From Jizu Ai's choice this time, it can be seen that this project faces the global market. If Jizu Ai does not have a good result, I am worried that Su Pinggan will settle this project abroad. Don't worry, as far as I know, the people in Fuzhou have already taken action, and Lao Xiao has personally gone to the Magic City, Zhang Jianbin said with a sigh. No way, Lao Xiao will do it himself. He is not worried that Jizu Ai will turn around and leave. Qiao Lian King was very surprised. Lao Xiao refers to Xiao Jianguo, a senior official in Fuzhou. Jizu Ai was once Xiao Jianguo's daughter-in-law. Jizu Ai's family background is not simple. It was after Jizu Ai's divorce that she became disgusted with staying in the big city and joined the Shianki Group in a small city. But who knew that the Apocalypse Group was completely unstoppable, sweeping all the way to become an international giant? Jizu Ai's wealth rose rapidly, and she controlled the Apocalypse Investment Company. With billions of funds in hand, she was called the Queen of Finance in the domestic financial circle. Even the CEOs of those large listed companies were polite when they saw Jizu Ai talking. You are not afraid of billions of funds, but there are tens of billions of funds from the Apocalypse Group behind you. With Jizu Ai's position in the Apocalypse Group, she can kill you with money in a minute. Moreover, Jizu Ai's funds are quickly repaid. The contract is signed in the morning and the account is repaid in the afternoon. The loan period is up to 3 months. It is a short-term loan with high interest and high returns. The risk is not very high, and the profit is very considerable. Chapter 253 Jizu Ai's toughness. You don't know what kind of person Lao Xiao is. He is a practical man. As long as the people benefit, he doesn't care about his face at all. He is very courageous. This time, he is probably prepared to bow his head. I am not as courageous as him. Zhang Jianbin shook his head and said, admiring Xiao Jianguo's courage to act. Lao Xiao missed a good daughter-in-law, Qiao Lian King said with emotion. That's not true. If Jizu Ai hadn't divorced, she probably wouldn't have gone to a small city, let alone joined the Apocalypse Group. Who can tell the difference? Sometimes I really envy Su Pinggan. He has so many powerful generals under his command, each of whom is capable of doing things on his own. Let's not talk about others, just Jizu Ai. He only sees Jizu Ai a few times a year, but he dares to hand over so much money to Jizu Ai for control. He is really reassuring. I heard a rumor that Su Pinggan intended to let Jizu Ai take charge of 10 billion yuan of funds, but Jizu Ai thought she was not capable enough, so it became about 5 billion yuan. But Jizu Ai is still running around all year round, working so hard, and his enthusiasm for this job is stronger than those bosses. Su Pinggan's use of people makes you have to admit it. Zhang Jianbin was quite emotional. Both Zhang Jianbin and Qiao Lian King have read the information of the senior executives of the Apocalypse Group and know these people very well. Tell me, does Su Pinggan know Jizu Ai's background? Qiao Lian King said directly, and Zhang Jianbin was stunned. Tell me. Zhang Jianbin looked at Qiao Lian King meaningfully, and Qiao Lian King nodded seriously. Zhang Jianbin frowned and thought for a while. Su Pinggan must know, but I analyzed that Su Pinggan has no intention of taking advantage of Jizu Ai's family background. Although Su Pinggan has an expression of disapproval all day long, he is very proud in his heart. Sometimes, I don't know where his pride comes from. In Chen Qingshan's words, it is stubbornness in his bones, but he is very smooth in doing things. Look at what he does, tough but smooth. Therefore, he will not and does not need to go through Jizu Ai's background. So far, things that require cooperation from above are all using other means, and there is no intention of borrowing Jizu Ai's background at all, Zhang Jianbin said directly. I hope I think too much and can't see through this kid, Qiao Lian King said with a sigh. While the two were talking, Jizu Ai was also distressed. Her father Ji's Hongsing called Jizu Ai and told her that Xiao Jianguo was coming to Shanghai to see her. He told Jizu Ai not to do anything reckless. According to Jizu Ai's original intention, she would never meet Xiao Jianguo. But now that her father had spoken, she had to meet him. Jizu Ai was very distressed. According to Jizu Ai's plan, she would skip Fujian province and go to Guangdong. Now she could only meet Xiao Jianguo. She could not avoid this hurdle after hiding. Jizu Ai traveled all over the country. You can see from Jizu Ai's plane tickets and itinerary that she has not set foot in Fujian since she joined the Apocalypse group. This shows how tough Jizu Ai is. Xiao Jianguo, who has settled in Shanghai, was drinking tea and was in a daze. He felt a different feeling in his heart. He never dreamed that he would bow to Jizu Ai one day. He had been biased in the past, but it hurt Jizu Ai a lot. Jizu Ai married Xiao Shuwen, the son of Xiao Jianguo, but she had not gotten pregnant for several years. They both went for a checkup, but no problems were found. Xiao Shuwen was also very depressed and annoyed by the old man Xiao Jianguo. One time, he was in a bad mood and met a girl while drinking outside. They got along well after a while. As a result, Jizu Ai found out and Jizu Ai got angry. She took a few sisters to beat the girl Xiao Shuwen met and seriously injured her and admitted her to the hospital. As a result, when the hospital treated and examined her, it was found that the girl was pregnant. Xiao Jianguo, who wanted to have a grandson, immediately changed the force field after getting the news and arranged for someone to send the girl to another hospital for treatment and protection. Xiao Wenshu also had a big fight with Jizu Ai, and the two even fought. The relationship between the couple for many years was directly broken. The two divorced directly, very neatly. Xiao Shuwen left all the house savings to Jizu Ai and left the house with nothing. Jizu Ai was even more decisive. He sold all his property in Fuzhou and left directly, returning to his hometown in Jinshi. The two families never had any contact since then. Xiao Jianguo and Jizu Ai's father Ji's Hongsing have been friends for many years, otherwise they would not have been brought together. Xiao Jianguo called Ji's Hongsing. This was the only call in the past few years. Xiao Jianguo has always felt guilty towards his old friend. This time he had no choice but to call. Jizu Ai's father Ji's Hongsing understood Xiao Jianguo and promised to call Jizu Ai. Private matters should not delay business, which made Xiao Jianguo feel even more guilty. He could only apologize to his elder brother in person later. Fuzhou is a city that took the lead in reform and development. Today, it has reached a bottleneck. If it wants to go to a higher level, it must transform to high-tech. Science and technology are the primary productive forces. This sentence must be implemented. However, real high-tech enterprises are not so easy to find. Smaller high-tech enterprises are easy to find, but they cannot form an influence. It must be a large technology company that produces high-tech products to play a leading role. Xiao Jianguo has carefully studied the information of Shanghai Group. Every product that comes out is disruptive. Super fish oil, super paint, smart search, smartphones, and annual research and development investment of up to tens of billions of Xianchao coins are truly high-tech giants. Jizu Ai asked for land and preferential policies everywhere, and refused to say what the project was. Xiao Jianguo and his partner Liu Shuheng discussed and analyzed the matter together, and finally concluded that in order to keep it confidential, Shanghai Group must have made a breakthrough in a certain research, and now it has begun to lay out. Dare to ask for such high conditions, this breakthrough must be not small. Isn't this exactly the large-scale high-tech enterprise that is needed at present? People all over the world recognize that Shanghai Group is a high-tech enterprise. With a leading role of Shanghai Group's new project, it is entirely possible to adjust the scale of the industry and move towards a more scientific and advanced direction. However, the biggest problem that hinders the settlement of this project now lies with Xiao Jianguo. After careful consideration, Xiao Jianguo made up his mind that the overall situation is important, and personal gains and losses are nothing. He should bow his head when he should. Besides, he was also responsible for what happened back then. Slowly coming back to his senses, he sighed deeply. The world is unpredictable. Who could have thought that Jizu Ai, who used to be so straightforward, would have such a talent for finance? He also joined the Apocalypse Group and was trusted by Su Penggan. He managed billions of funds and became a senior executive of the Apocalypse Group. Although his son was also quite good, he was still a little behind Jizuai, and his opportunities were even worse than Jizuai's. Zhao Jiangguo let out a long breath, and suddenly a feeling of old age came over him. Perhaps he really needed to retire, his body was not as good as before. After a night, Zhao Jiangguo washed up and had breakfast. He was full of energy and went straight to the hotel where Jizuai was staying with his secretary. After so many years, Jizuai couldn't do anything too ugly, not to mention that his father had called him specially. He made a cup of tea for Zhao Jiangguo and brought it over. He sat in front of Zhao Jiangguo calmly. The atmosphere was dull for a while. Zhao Jiangguo couldn't say anything more. Uncle Zhao, the matter is over, there is no need to mention it again. Here are our conditions. Take a look. Jizuai took out a document and handed it to Zhao Jiangguo with both hands. Zhao Jiangguo restrained his emotions and nodded. He took the document and looked at it. Sure enough, he really asked for a lot of money. Zhao, although the conditions are harsh, we can still afford it. I just want to ask one thing, is this project a world-class project? Zhao Jiangguo looked into Jizuai's eyes and said, Uncle Zhao, I don't know what the project is, but our President Su said that if we want to do it, we must make products that subvert the entire industry. Ordinary high-tech products, our Shianki group will not bother to do it. Jizuai's words were also a nod to Zhao Jiangguo. Jizuai could more or less guess what Su Pingyan was thinking. He had already made such a large layout in the photovoltaic industry in the early stage. This project must be related to photovoltaic companies. Su Pingyan likes to eat alone and must intend to completely subvert the current photovoltaic industry. Okay, Su Pingyan is bold. Zhao Jiangguo keenly grasped the meaning of Jizuai's words. Zhuai, on behalf of FZ, I formally invite you to come over for inspection. All conditions can be negotiated. Zhao Jiangguo immediately expressed his meaning. As long as the project can be settled, nothing else matters. Uncle Zhao, take a day off. I'll give you news in the evening. I need to ask for instructions, Jizuai said directly. Okay, I'll wait for your news, Zhao Jiangguo said directly, and Jizuai nodded. Zhao Jiangguo wanted to say something else, but in the end he didn't say it. He sighed and stood up to say goodbye. Jizuai saw Zhao Jiangguo out of the room. The two shook hands before returning. He sat down and let out a long sigh. After thinking for a while, he took out a satellite phone from his bag and made a call. Important matters should be contacted by satellite phone. This was Su Pingyan's special instruction after the new year. The call was connected soon. Zhuai, what happened? Su Pingyan's confused voice came. Something happened, nothing else. I just reported the current progress, Jizuai said directly. Look at what time it is now, my beautiful Ji, Su Pingyan said unhappily. Jizuai slapped her head. She was really dizzy and forgot about the time difference. Sorry, something happened, Jizuai said directly. Tell me quickly, Su Pingyan said directly. Zhao Jiangguo from FZ found me. He is the most likely city to agree to our conditions. When the time comes, they will definitely ask what the project is. How should I answer this? Jizuai quickly reported the matter. Chapter 254. He already suspects you. You can tell them this way. First, this is a project that will revolutionize the industry. Second, this is a project that is the world's #1 in environmental protection technology in the industry. Third, this is a large project that will require thousands of workers. Fourth, the customer base for this project is the global market. Fifth, this is a product that will revolutionize the direction of human technology. You only need to tell them these 5 points. If they agree, they can investigate carefully. FZ is near the sea and there are many typhoons. You must choose a place with higher terrain, not a low-lying area, Su Pingyan said directly. Boss Su, is it a photovoltaic project? Jizuai asked. Miss Ji, you are really beautiful and intelligent. Yes, it is a photovoltaic project. I plan to make a layout. You should start to slowly concentrate funds. There are many photovoltaic companies listed on the market. When the time comes, we will make a good supplement, Su Pingyan said with a smile. Jizuai also smiled and was very pleased with Su Pingyan's praise. Okay, I know what to do. I will set off to investigate there tomorrow. After confirming, I will return and slowly recover funds. By the way, let Wu Sike go over to be in charge of the negotiations. This is his strong point. It's a pity not to have him go, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Jizu Ai also smiled after hearing what Su Pinggan said. Wu Sike was very experienced in negotiating with cities and prefectures. I'll call him right away and ask him to fly directly to FZ, Jizu Ai said directly. That's it. I'm going to sleep, Su Pinggan said directly. He couldn't stand the sleepiness anymore. After hanging up the phone, Jizu Ai smiled. Jizu Ai cherished Su Ping's trust very much. If she changed to another unit, she would definitely not get this kind of trust. Jizu Ai had to work hard to live up to this trust. She picked up her phone and directly dialed Wu Sike's number. She smiled and said a few words before hanging up the phone. Wu Sike would make some preparations today and fly directly to FZ to meet up with Jizu Ai tomorrow. In the afternoon, Jizu Ai called Xiao Jiangguo and told him to fly directly to FZ tomorrow morning. Both parties booked their own tickets. Xiao Jiangguo did not persuade her, knowing that Jizu Ai was angry. He just told Jizu Ai to report the flight so that they could arrange for someone to receive her. Jizu Ai agreed. In the UK, Su Pinggan woke up, washed up and went to exercise. He had met with Gilbert yesterday to speed up the progress of metal waste and plastic waste recycling technology, and to combine it with the Chinese side. The two projects will be officially launched tomorrow. Today, Su Pinggan will go back to the UK branch of VP Bank. After breakfast, Su Pinggan took a car and left. After more than 40 minutes, he arrived at the UK branch of VP Bank and reported the name of Sarah, the vice president of VP Bank, and his own name, and was directly released. The vehicle entered well. As soon as Su Pinggan got off the car, Sarah's secretary came to greet him and shook hands with Su Pinggan. The two walked towards the office building together. In the small conference room, Su Pinggan shook hands with Sarah and sat down together. Su, if you had called a little later yesterday, I would have asked someone to book a flight back to the headquarters today, Sarah said with a smile, and Su Pinggan also smiled. It was a coincidence. It seems that I am lucky, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Of course, you are the one favored by the goddess of luck, Sarah also said with a smile. The atmosphere between the two sides was very friendly. At this time, Sarah's secretary came in with 2 cups of coffee. Sarah frowned and said, "Change to tea," Sarah said directly. Su Pinggan's love for tea was basically known. Forget it, let's talk about business. It's not bad to change the taste occasionally, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Sarah nodded, waved, and the secretary left and closed the door of the small conference room. Su, you said on the phone that you need a big leverage. Can I know your goal? Sarah asked. Yes, but you also know the rules. My goal is this Brexit referendum, Su Pinggan said calmly. It's about the same as I expected. Recently, many people in the financial industry have joined the ranks of betting on Brexit, because this is the most impossible bet to cheat, Sarah said with a smile. Yes, I think so too. You know, the tax rate I need to pay is not low. It's hard to maintain such high research expenses without trying to make some money. Su Pinggan made a helpless gesture, and Sarah nodded to show her understanding. Su Pinggan of Apocalypse Group attaches great importance to scientific research, which is very famous all over the world. Every year, he invests billions of euros in research expenses. Even if there are any results, it is very normal. The project leaders are elites from all walks of life. They have been engaged in project research for decades and have accumulated a very strong foundation. With the funds of Apocalypse Group, the chance of breakthrough is very high. Mrs. Bach contacted Su Pinggan. Someone offered a high price to buy the experimental data of Apocalypse Laboratory. Su Pinggan directly refused. Just kidding, these data are the basis for the advent of high technology. Selling them to create opponents, they will only sell them if they are brain dead. How much money do you plan to invest and how much leverage do you need? Sarah looked at Su Pinggan and asked. Sarah, I hope we can sign a confidentiality agreement in advance. If the secret is leaked, your bank will have to compensate for my losses. Tax evasion is subject to very high fines. I don't want to take this risk, Su Pinggan looked at Sarah calmly and said. Sarah rubbed her head. These financial robbers are more shrewd than each other. The profit is yours, and the risk is our bank's. There is no such good thing. Fortunately, the bank has been prepared. Su, this matter can be solved perfectly. However, this time the commission will double. We must get equal profits for the risk we pay, Sarah said directly. VP Bank's plan is very simple. It will take risks and make a fortune at the same time. Otherwise, it will never sign such an agreement with customers. If it does not sign such an agreement, I am afraid that no customer will feel at ease. This is also a compromise. Can you tell me how you plan to deal with this matter? Su Pinggan did not agree immediately. He first listened to VP Bank's plan. If it is suitable, he will do it. If it is not suitable, it is not a big problem to change banks. Sarah whispered to Su Pinggan for a while. Su Pinggan thought about it, nodded, and approved VP Bank's plan. 10 billion euros, I need 50 times leverage. Su Pinggan said this number calmly. This opportunity is rare, and he must play it well. No, at most 30 times, Su. I'm not lying to you, all customers of your level have 30 times leverage, which is the top level. The amount of funds is too large, and we must control the risk. To date, you are the 76th person who talked to me about this matter. There are too many people joining the gambling this time. None of the top 10 international banks in the world can stay out of it. The funds involved are at the level of nuclear bombs. Even if you lose, you can slowly repay the money. The 30 times leverage is calculated in this way. This time, super customers of your level can only have 30 times leverage. All banks are unified. If you don't believe it, you can investigate it, Sarah said seriously. I will increase the funds, Su Pinggan said calmly. No, 10 billion euros is the upper limit, Su. Your Apocalypse Group is good. If you agree to go public, we can increase your funds to 20 billion euros. Otherwise, this amount will not change, Sarah said, staring into Su Pinggan's eyes. Su Pinggan narrowed his eyes. He didn't even think about going public. He looked at Sarah deeply. Sarah, if Apocalypse Group is really listed, can governments be at ease? That's not a small amount of money, Su Pinggan said slowly. Su, no one who dares to become a shareholder of Apocalypse Group is simple. You underestimate the power of capital. The President of the United States is very powerful, but if he blocks the road of capital, he will still be destroyed. The most powerful weapon on this planet is not a nuclear bomb, but capital, Sarah said meaningfully. Forget it, just 10 billion. My intuition tells me that if I agree to you, there will be a force that will force me to lose. Su Pinggan looked at Sarah meaningfully. Sarah smiled and didn't say anything. Although Sarah hid the surprise in her eyes very well, Su Pinggan still caught it. He must investigate this vice president carefully, or rather, VP Bank needs to investigate carefully. This is the best, and our risk is also smaller, Sarah said with a smile. Su Pinggan smiled, took a sip of coffee. The bitter taste was really hard to get used to. Su, it's better to add some sugar when you drink coffee for the first time, so it will taste much better, and slowly you will fall in love with this drink, Sarah said. Su Pinggan smiled and shook his head. It's not so easy to change a habit of many years. I'm used to drinking tea. I feel like something is missing if I don't drink it for a day. Yes, there was a time when I planned to try drinking tea. As a result, only 2 days later, I returned to the embrace of coffee. Habits are sometimes really hard to change, Sarah said with emotion. Sarah, my lawyer will go to sign the contract with you tomorrow, and the funds will be deposited into the account tomorrow, Su Pinggan said, looking at Sarah. No problem, I'll go back to the headquarters after handling your affairs, Sarah agreed directly. In order to keep it confidential, this matter can only be handled by Sarah in person. After a few polite words, Su Pinggan said goodbye and left. Sarah sent Su Pinggan to the car and then returned. There was an old man in the small conference room. Sarah turned and looked at the secretary. Don't let anyone disturb our conversation. The secretary nodded and turned to leave, closing the door behind him. Sarah went to the door and locked it, then sat down in front of the old man. Olier, you should have seen his performance. How do you feel? Sarah asked. A very smart man with a very scary intuition. His success is definitely not just luck. He already suspects you. Olier looked at Sarah calmly and said, and Sarah was stunned for a moment. Chapter 255, In this world, you can never make enough money. How is this possible? I didn't reveal any flaws. Sarah couldn't believe O'Leary's judgment. I just said that his intuition is terrible. What happened last year made him start to doubt everything. Now he has become cautious. You raised the issue of listing, which is the biggest flaw. The situation in the Damanhul region of Somalia has changed. Moreover, a cargo ship of the French Ground Weapons Group sent a batch of powerful weapons to a small base. I analyzed that the secret dispatch of the United States was most likely killed by him. The Chinese people said that the first move is the strongest. The threat of Balamamu was eliminated in one fell swoop, and the safety of the small base has increased a lot, O'Leary said with a smile. How is it possible? Where does he get such courage? Sarah was shocked. Sarah, don't underestimate him. The American said that Su Pinggan has the appearance of a Chinese, but the soul of an American rogue. He is not soft-hearted when it comes to rogue tactics, that's just one of the reasons. Second, Gavin, the head of the base over there, has disappeared for 3 days. No one knows where he went, even our people didn't find out. It can be seen that he has a sense of crisis and has begun to make other arrangements. He is a smart man. If nothing unexpected happens, the Apocalypse Group will definitely become a real international giant in his hands, O'Leary said with a smile. What should we do? Should we continue to talk to him about listing? Sarah asked. No, he has insisted on not dividing the shares until now, which shows that he doesn't intend to let anyone interfere in his industry. Cancel the plan and maintain a good relationship. No one can predict what will happen in the future, maybe there will be opportunities for cooperation. No one in this world can leave the bank, and our bank has a unique advantage. O'Leary made a decision. He has seen a lot and knows very well what to do. In this world, money can never be earned. Su Pinggan came out and got in the car. He closed his eyes and thought for a while. Suddenly, he said, please ask Hunter from Target Law Firm to come and see me. He didn't open his eyes. Liu Wenjin picked up the phone and immediately started to contact Hunter. Soon the call was connected. After a few words, Liu Wenjin covered the phone and said, Hunter is on vacation and not on the UK. Stone will answer the phone. It's okay to ask her to come over, Su Pinggan said. Liu Wenjin began to communicate with Stone. After talking for a while, he hung up the phone. Stone will leave immediately and will arrive at the hotel soon, Liu Wenjin reported, and Su Pinggan nodded. There was no conversation along the way. The car quickly returned to the hotel. Stone was already waiting for Su Pinggan in the lobby. Su Pinggan hugged Stone and said with a smile, I didn't expect you to come so soon. Stone shrugged and said, you are a big customer. We must provide quality service. Su Pinggan smiled after listening, and walked into the elevator together. The two were old friends and talked more relaxedly. You guys go and have a rest. I'll talk to Stone about a little thing, Su Pinggan told Liu Wenjin and Darina, and took Stone back to the room. Liu Wenjin and Darina looked at each other and returned to their rooms together. Su Pinggan skillfully boiled water and made tea. The two talked while drinking. How have you been recently? Ruth now has plenty of time to accompany you every day, Su Pinggan said with a smile. It's really good recently. Ruth came to pick me up directly after get off work. We plan to get engaged at the end of this year, Stone said with a sweet smile. Really? Bless you, and I will give you a gift when the time comes, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Thank you for your help. I heard Ruth said that they wanted him to stay at the headquarters, but he refused. Stone looked at Su Pinggan and said. Indeed, General Manager Buck of the security company admires Ruth's ability very much. He told me that if Ruth was at the headquarters, he could spare 30% of his energy and strongly asked me to come forward to let Ruth stay, Su Pinggan said with a smile, and Stone also smiled, still recognizing her boyfriend's ability. Su Pinggan nodded, made a gesture for tea, and while drinking tea, he told the story of himself and VP Bank. Stone, the signing of this agreement must be kept confidential. Even if it is your lover, don't let him know. I understand, I will arrange it. If anyone asks, I will say that I will help you review an agreement. Stone understood Su Pinggan's meaning. The more confidential this matter is, the better. Use the excuse that it has been arranged over there to review a financial management agreement, Su Pinggan said with a smile, and Stone nodded. Stone, what do you think of the upcoming Brexit referendum? Su Pinggan began to ask about this matter. It is necessary to understand the British people's ideas. To be honest, I support Brexit. We have to pay billions of euros in fees every year. Many domestic companies are restricted by the rules of the European Union. We will be freer after leaving the European Union, and companies will have greater development, Stone said indifferently. Are there many people who think like you? Su Pinggan asked. Boss, do you care about this matter? Stone asked curiously. I care about this matter very much. It is related to the strategy of the Apocalypse Group towards the UK, Su Pinggan said this very seriously. There are many people who think like me, and there are also many who oppose it. Suppose, if the UK really leaves the EU, what will Apocalypse Group do? Stone asked curiously. Stone, no international company wants to see the UK leave the EU. That will cause great trouble, and the personnel and transportation costs will increase. I am dissatisfied with you. If the UK really decides to leave the EU in this referendum, Apocalypse Group will suspend the next investment in the UK and must wait until the situation stabilizes before making an assessment. I don't want to take risks. I don't know what impact Brexit will have. The best way is to observe for a while. Sue Pingan told the truth. You're doing this is the best way. I have also discussed this with several entrepreneurs. Their business is very good. They originally planned to expand, but now they have all stopped. They want to see the results first. They think the same as you. If the UK really leaves the EU, they must wait until the UK really leaves the EU before making an assessment. There are too many uncertainties here. Stone also said what he knew. Sue Pingan nodded. Sure enough, now everyone is more cautious. Even the British themselves are a little confused. It is hard to say what the result of this referendum will be. However, considering the British pride, Brexit is more likely. After chatting with Stone for a while, Stone said goodbye. As a lawyer, he still has a lot of things to do. Sue Pingan sent Stone into the elevator and then returned. He began to think about the British Brexit bet. This time, there is no need to worry about not having an opponent. The global financial elites have already set their sights on the UK. The international capital market has begun to surge, waiting for the voting results at the end of next month. By then, some people will make a lot of money, and some people will lose at least decades. The next day, Stone went to VP Bank to sign the agreement with Sarah. He was busy for a whole morning before he finished his work. He did not stop and went straight back home. Ruth was resting today and made a big meal. I didn't know that Ruth, a muscular man, had such a side. Stone was very satisfied. He went to the bathroom to tidy himself up, and had dinner with Rut. He drank a few glasses of red wine, and after dinner, he made some black tea and drank them together. They sat on the sofa, both holding a cigarette. Stone, what documents did you go to the bank to deal with today? Why did it take so long? I thought you would come back early so that we could go shopping together, Rut asked calmly. Stone spit out the smoke in his mouth, and Rut waved his hand, not seeing the worry in Stone's eyes. I didn't expect it to be so troublesome. I have to review a large financial contract word by word. There won't be anything wrong with the boss recently, Rut asked. It's okay. What do you mean by asking that? Stone asked. It's very simple. I haven't taken my vacation this year. If you are not busy, how about we go on vacation? Rut said with a smile. It will take a few more days. Hunter and Wilson haven't come back from vacation yet. I have to wait for them to come back before I can get away. Stone turned his body to the side and raised his hand to put out the cigarette. Let's go to the movies, and then we'll go to the St. Mary's restaurant for dinner. Yesterday, Gilbert from the Institute gave me 2 couples packages, so we can have a candlelight dinner, Rut said to Stone. Really? I haven't been to St. Mary's for a long time. Thank you, Rut. Stone moved forward and gave Rut a kiss. The two changed their clothes and went out directly. They didn't come back until the evening. After going crazy for a while, they released the remaining energy in their bodies, took a shower and went to rest. Rut didn't know that Stone's madness was due to stress. Who would be the first to ask what he was going to do at the bank today? Stone really didn't want Rut to be the first one to ask about this. In the end, Rut was the first one to ask about this. Rut definitely had a problem. Stone was now very sure of this. He had pressure in his heart and had to vent it out, otherwise, he would do things upside down. Stone was particularly crazy today. In the middle of the night, while Stone was asleep, Ruth looked at Stone's face with a darker look in his eyes. He slowly got up, went outside to open Stone's briefcase and began to look through it. Stone turned his head to look at Ruth, tears appeared, and he closed his eyes and turned his head away. In Stone's briefcase was a financial contract worth billions of euros. The confidentiality contract signed with VP Bank had been handed over to Darian halfway. This agreement was used to cover up the truth. After Ruth finished reading it, he packed the documents in order and put them in place. He went directly to the bathroom. It took a long time before he came out. When he returned, he hugged Stone and continued to rest. He didn't know that Stone had discovered his abnormality. Apocalypse Group dug out so many insiders last year and prosecuted so many people. Hunter said that Su Pingyan had no intention of letting these people go out of prison. Big companies have big companies' tempers. Why did Ruth do this? Stone didn't know how to solve this matter. He was really stressed. Chapter 256, very in line with the boss's needs. In the Celestial Empire, Wu Sike has signed an agreement with the FZ municipal government. The land he purchased is located on a small hill in the northern suburbs. The land is 240 acres and the terrain is definitely high enough. If it is flooded, I am afraid that more than half of the city will be submerged in water. Although Jizu Ai did not specify what the project was, the conditions Jizu Ai mentioned were already very attractive. Originally, I was worried about environmental protection issues, but now I am relieved. This morning, the land purchase money has entered the designated account. The efficiency of the Shianki group is really high. After the news spread, many people in many places were beating their feet and stamping their chests, thinking that the Shianki group was greedy and no city would agree to the harsh conditions of the Shianki group. Who knew that FZ actually accepted it and gave better conditions than the Shianki group required? How could Zhao be so bold that he dared to do this without even knowing what the project was? Wasn't he afraid of being cheated? The senior management highly affirmed Zhao approach. He deserved to be called a practical man. This courage was really unmatched by others. It was a pity that Zhao was getting old, otherwise, it would not be difficult for him to move up a level in the future. In the afternoon, Wu Sike signed a contract with a local #1 construction company, prepaid 30% of the project fee, and started construction immediately. The next day, various construction equipment began to gather towards the land that Shianki Group said it had purchased. J-City, Shianki Regeneration Technology Research Institute, Chen Fansheng began to tilt resources after the Chinese New Year, and increased the intensity of photovoltaic-related projects. If you can see the database of the institute, you can find it. The various experimental data of these projects have increased rapidly, more than twice as fast as last year. These data are all exchanged for money. If they are stored, they will always be useful in the future. They are a very valuable asset. The data at the research institutes in Germany, the United Kingdom, Italy, and Austria in Europe are connected with this place. Strictly speaking, this place cannot be called a renewable resources research institute, but a comprehensive research institute. There are as many as 6 super large databases and a commercial supercomputer. The division of personnel authority is very strict. Zhu Hongyan came here in person to complete the program installation and setting, and the protection is very strict. There are as many as 270 security personnel in the entire institute, and various monitoring equipment is also very complete. There are people patrolling everywhere 24 hours a day. Technology is the foundation, and we must be careful. Darlina, inform Tina that I need talents familiar with the photovoltaic industry. The work location is in China. I need a general manager, a deputy general manager, and a sales director. Su Pingyan looked at Darlina and said directly. I will handle it immediately, Darlina said and went to handle it directly. Su Pingyan had just drunk 2 cups of tea when the satellite phone rang. He took the phone and walked to the window. Hello, Su Pingyan said. The communication security of the satellite phone is really good. The only bad thing is that there is no caller ID. It's me. I have arranged the personnel. The weapons are American, Russian, and European guns and ammunition purchased from a Greek company. I gave them funds, but I don't know whether they can develop. I haven't met them. I have found a place to resettle the families of these people. It is very secretive. I don't worry about them playing tricks. Gavin reported the matter again. Okay, from now on, you will be responsible for contacting them through a single line. This is just a backup measure. I hope that when the day comes that it is not activated, you will return to Somalia secretly. There are 2 lines tracking your whereabouts, Su Pingyan said calmly. Don't you plan to eliminate them? Gavin asked. No, I want to see who is behind them so that I can repay them in the future, Su Pingyan said directly. Gavin smiled and understood very well what Su Pingyan meant by the repayment. Okay, I'll be back soon, Gavin said, and after discussing some things with Su Pingyan, he hung up the phone directly. Su Pingyan also let out a long sigh, hoping that there would be no day when these backup plans would be activated. It was time for dinner. Su Pingyan, Liu Wenjin, and Darina had dinner together. I've been a little bored recently. Do you know where there are fun places? Su Pingyan asked. Boss, there will be a new fashion show in Paris in a few days, Liu Wenjin said. I heard that there will also be a new clothing show in Milan, Darina also said, and the two began to chatter about clothing and cosmetics. A black line appeared on Su Pinggan's head. Stop, give me some suggestions that meet men's needs. Okay, I'm not interested in clothing and cosmetics, Su Pinggan said directly. Boss, I think this is in line with men's needs. Every time there is a new clothing event, there will be many beauties. Men are looking forward to holding fashion weeks every day, Liu Wenjin said to Su Pinggan. It's the same in Milan. There will be many supermodels, all with hot bodies, which is very in line with boss's needs, Darina said, and Su Pinggan slapped his head. I found that you two are itchy, do you want to be punished? Su Pinggan said with a dark face, and Liu Wenjin and Darina's enthusiasm disappeared instantly, and they were very disappointed. Boss, there will be a space exhibition in Lisbon, Portugal in a few days. You can go and see it, Darina said with disappointment. Arrange it and go there tomorrow. Su Pinggan decided directly to go to Portugal to see the space exhibition. Satellites are an indispensable relief for the Apocalypse Group in the future. Now some large international companies have launched their own satellites, and they provide internal services for enterprises through satellite networks, which is very convenient. The Apocalypse Group will also have to launch its own satellites in the future. That night, Darina had arranged a hotel in Lisbon, the Hilton Hotel, and booked a car through the internet. What's so interesting about the space exhibition? It's better to go to Paris to watch fashion shows, Liu Wenjin said with a bored look, sitting aside in pajamas. He's taking revenge for not informing her in advance about Isabella, Darina said as she turned off the computer and rubbed her head. Why blame us? Isabella was so young, but he really had the heart to do it. Now he blames us, Liu Wenjin was very upset. We did something wrong about this. He is a man, a normal man. We all know what Isabella means. We failed to inform him in advance, but I didn't expect him to react so strongly. From this point of view, Isabella's identity is not simple. The boss must have known something, so he is angry with us, Darina said with a thoughtful expression. Isabella is a little weird. I asked her several times what her family does, but she changed the subject. What do you think? Should we check it out? Liu Wenjin became alert and looked at Darina with his eyes. If you want to be fired, just do it. Don't implicate me. The ancients in your celestial empire said that knowing too much is good. Think about it carefully. I'm going to take a shower. Darina turned to the bathroom after saying that. Liu Wenjin began to think. The next morning, after breakfast, they checked out directly. Su Pinggan and his group went straight to the airport and boarded the plane to Lisbon, Portugal. Business jets are comfortable. Su Pinggan had the idea of buying one again. Finally, after thinking about it, he gave up. Although there are private jets in China, the procedures are very troublesome. Another thing is that Su Pinggan doesn't like this kind of plane now. The technological content can't satisfy Su Pinggan. Customizing one specifically, but worried about technology leaks, after thinking about it, I gave up temporarily. I'll buy an aircraft company and produce one specifically. After getting off the plane and walking out of the corridor, I met the people sent by Hilton Hotel to pick me up. The group got in the car and went straight to the hotel. Everything was still the same. After Blacka and his people checked the room, Su Pinggan moved in. Liu Wenjin completed the formalities with the hotel and booked 5 cars for the group to use, so that they could travel conveniently. After drinking tea in the room, he went to rest directly. Flying is really annoying. After getting up in the afternoon, he found Liu Wenjin sitting in the living room reading a magazine. Su Pinggan went to wash up and said with a smile, "Let's go out for some fresh air." "Glad to help," Liu Wenjin said directly. The two went downstairs and left the hotel directly. The bodyguard followed not far away. The location of the aerospace exhibition is not far from the hotel. Now it is not long before the start. Promotional signs can be seen everywhere. This is a small air show. There are no aircraft fighters or the like, only various satellite aerospace equipment, and various strange aircraft. There are many participating companies, including some university teams. It is a relatively special air show. Along the way, the two received several leaflets. Su Pinggan looked at them with interest. The two walked around the venue for a few laps. Su Pinggan's brain was a little big. Zingling gave a brief picture, which allowed Su Pinggan to know very clearly what aerospace is. In his mind, a picture of a space shuttle began to have many branches, which were decomposed in circles. Su Pinggan felt a little dizzy when he saw it so densely. Then he realized that he had thought things too simply. This is a very complex and cumbersome system engineering that involves many industries. Small countries can't afford it at all. The technology content is too high, and private enterprises may not be able to afford it. Rubbing his head and letting out a long breath, Liu Wenjin saw Su Ping'an's performance and asked, "Boss, are you going to get involved in the aerospace industry? I have this idea. What suggestions do you have?" Su Ping'an asked. Although Liu Wenjin and Darina are beautiful girls, they are also top students with several degrees and very smart. As assistants, sometimes helping to analyze problems is also a necessary quality. "Boss, I advise you to give up this industry, because this industry is notoriously expensive and it takes very, very long to achieve results. Looking at countries around the world, only big countries can build aerospace systems. Small countries simply can't afford this. Not only do you need money, you also need talent. Moreover, this system involves tens of thousands of industries. Judging from the current progress of various countries, segmentation is becoming more and more obvious. Cooperation is an inevitable trend. It is difficult for private companies to participate in it. Even if you participate, it's just a few projects, and the profit is not much. This is also the fundamental reason why private companies have not entered the aerospace industry on a large scale. At present, the United States is temporarily at the forefront of the world because it encourages private enterprises to participate, and national departments are considering integrating these technologies. Other countries have not yet let go. Liu Wenjin gave Su Ping'an a brief introduction. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257, Apocalypse Group cannot afford aerospace technology. If private enterprises participate in this matter, will there be a big obstacle? Su Ping'an asked with a frown. Very big. No country will approve the acquisition of such enterprises or institutions. This involves the competitiveness between countries and will not allow technology to leak out. The United States will definitely be rejected if it wants to buy European aerospace companies. This is not negotiable. If an individual wants to buy such enterprises, there is no chance at all, Liu Wenjin said very confidently. Su Ping'an nodded seriously. Liu Wenjin was talking about the actual situation. This project is not only expensive, but also requires strong support to flourish. With the current small arms and legs of the Apocalypse Group, there is no possibility at all. Don't look at the fact that the Apocalypse Group is developing very well now and making terrible profits. That's because the Apocalypse Group is not involved in sensitive industries. Once it enters sensitive industries, it will definitely not be the relaxed environment it is now. The monitoring and obstruction it faces will definitely increase by dozens of times. Some countries will sanction the Apocalypse Group, even if they are facing a shortage of super fish oil. These are core interests and will never let foreign companies get involved. If you acquire some research groups to do research yourself, will there be any restrictions? Su Ping'an asked. No, the research results of enterprises will eventually be sold to the country. There is no market except for the country's purchase, so countries have not set up obstacles in this regard. It is precisely because those large enterprises have seen this that they have not intervened in this industry. The gains do not outweigh the losses, Liu Wenjin said seriously. Wenjin, when an enterprise develops to a certain extent, it needs to have its own satellite to ensure safety. Xianqi Group is no exception. Database data exchange is currently regulated by various countries. If you want to avoid this kind of regulation, you must have our own satellite. We design our own satellite. Is this a big obstacle? Su Ping'an continued to ask. Boss, you have to think carefully about launching our own satellite. The investment is not small. If you want to avoid regulation, the investment is even greater. You must have your own satellite control console. I don't know the specific procedures. This requires professionals to answer for the boss. Liu Wenjin shrugged after speaking, and Su Ping'an nodded. When we go back, notify Wu Sike and ask him to check the rules of domestic private satellites. Also notify Bruce and ask Bruce to check the rules in Europe. We don't have the strength to break the rules now. We can only move around within the rules, Su Ping'an said with a bit of depression. Okay, Liu Wenjin agreed. The two of them wandered around for about half an hour before they started to return. They went back to the hotel and asked Darina to have dinner together. After dinner, They went to their respective rooms to rest. The next day, Su Pinggan started to play. Lisbon is also a tourist city. There are many people who come here to travel every year, and there are many delicious foods. The two assistants were also given a holiday to travel by themselves. Men and women have different interests, and it is more comfortable to be free and easy alone. They played until dark and came back. It was very enjoyable. Su Pinggan was relaxed, but Wu Sike started to get busy. He started to look for information and ask people from relevant departments and consult relevant policies. He was very busy. Bruce was still on vacation, leaving things to his assistant, or calling some friends to consult during the vacation, slowly perfecting his report, and when his vacation was over, he would organize the collected information, and it was not busy at all. 6 days passed, and the Aerospace Technology Exhibition officially opened. Su Pinggan had already bought tickets in advance and began to enter the venue and browse slowly. In just half a day, Su Pinggan was recognized. This news was also broken by the media at the first time. Su Pinggan, president of Scienki Group, visited the Aerospace Technology Exhibition in Lisbon, Portugal. News about Su Pinggan always spread very quickly. Portugal reported in the evening, and the news spread throughout Europe the next day, followed by Asia and America. Reporters speculated that Scienki Group had the intention of entering the aerospace industry, and the Lisbon Aerospace Technology Exhibition also became famous. The Lisbon Aerospace Technology Exhibition was hosted by several universities and the Lisbon government, aiming to exchange aerospace technology and seek financial support from the consortium. After Su Pinggan was exposed, the organizing committee immediately contacted Su Pinggan. There was no way to hide. Su Pinggan invited several bigwigs from the organizing committee to have a meal together. He made it clear that he was just here to take a look. Apocalypse Group could not afford to play with aerospace technology. His attitude was very sincere, and the bigwigs also expressed their understanding. However, it was good to meet and make friends. They were very happy to talk and laugh. Dagger, the deputy mayor of Lisbon, talked a lot with Su Pinggan, and Su Pinggan also talked about his considerations of not intervening in the aerospace industry. All countries have very strict control over this area. Unless Su Pinggan has a piece of land where he can make the decision and is not controlled by the governments of various countries, he will not intervene in this area. If this condition is not met, even if Su Pinggan invests in this project, the harvest will not belong to Su Pinggan in the end. Su Pinggan will definitely not do things that make wedding clothes for others, so Su Pinggan said that he will not intervene in this area. No country will sell its sovereignty. This is an insurmountable hurdle, so this time he came just to have fun, without any other considerations. They all expressed their understanding, so the topic was not brought up again. The dinner was a great success for both the host and the guests. The next day, the organizing committee gave Su Pinggan more than a dozen passes. With these passes, he could freely visit the exhibition without any obstacles. After returning from the day's tour, Darina found Su Pinggan and said, "Boss, Tina has responded. The candidates have been prepared and the information has been sent. Please ask when the interview can be held, print out the information for me to see. I'll get back to you tomorrow," Su Pinggan said directly, and Darina nodded. "Wenjin, please organize the information you have collected in the past few days and create a document for backup." Su Pinggan turned around and reminded Liu Wenjin again. The two of them went to work. Su Pinggan boiled water to make tea and drank a few cups of tea. Darina then brought the information to Su Pinggan, and Su Pinggan began to browse. There were a total of 9 documents, all of which were international senior talents. Su Pinggan went to take a shower and rest after reading all the information. He was really tired after running all day. The next day, before going to the exhibition, he informed Darina, "Inform Tina that I will be interviewing in France the day after tomorrow. Book a flight to France tomorrow." After that, Su Pinggan left. Today was the last day of the tour. Even if the exhibition was not over, Su Pinggan would leave. When Su Pinggan came back in the evening, he brought back a lot of information. He gave it to Liu Wenjin to sort out and store it, and then went to rest directly. The next day, Su Pinggan flew from Lisbon, Portugal to Paris, France early in the morning and settled in his own manor. He could have a good rest for a few days. The next day, Tina brought 9 people to Su Pinggan's manor. Su Pinggan began to interview photovoltaic company managers. He could not finish the interviews in one morning. He invited several people to have lunch at home at noon and continued in the afternoon. It was not until dinner time that Su Pinggan made a decision. Burson, the former president of the European photovoltaic giant German Kinergy, was only one step away from bankruptcy last year. It was not because Burson was incompetent, but because of technical problems. The board of directors had terminated the research and development of photovoltaic products 2 years ago. Under this situation, Burson led the company to improve its performance year by year, but the intervention of the board of directors caused the funds to be occupied by other companies. Burson was powerless and submitted his resignation. The board of directors of Cangnang was reluctant to let Burson leave. After all, Burson's management was still very good. If it could invest huge sums of money to support Burson's reform, Cangnang would not have reached the point it is today. But Burson was determined to leave, and the two sides had a good breakup. Cangnang also began to gradually sell some assets for transformation. Power generation is profitable, but production and research and development are losing money. The board of directors has no patience for the increase in labor costs and operating costs. Burson rested at home for a while before coming out to work. Tina contacted Burson directly after seeing Burson refresh his resume. When she heard that Shyankey Group was the recruiter, Burson keenly grasped that Shyankey Group was going to intervene in the photovoltaic industry. With a strong capital of Shyankey Group intervening in the photovoltaic industry, it will definitely cause a reshuffle in the industry. Burson agreed directly and went directly to France to meet Tina after receiving the interview notice. I talked to Su Pingan today. He was shocked by Su Pingan's words that Shyankey Group's products are known for subverting the industry. Burson had a very strong intuition in his heart that Shyankey Group's laboratory had made a great breakthrough in photovoltaics, and he must join. Carol, the former vice president of the American photovoltaic giant Sun Edison, resigned last year. Sun Edison's ambitions are too big. It has invested a lot in solar cell module production, distributed photovoltaic power generation, large-scale photovoltaic power generation, energy storage, and wind energy. It has even entered relatively emerging businesses such as microgrids, and is obviously trying to take it all. Generally, companies only focus on a certain link in the renewable energy industry chain, but Sun Edison wants to cover every piece of land in the renewable energy field, build the world's largest garden, and enclose a wall, and then charge at the gate. The plan is good, but this plan requires a huge amount of capital investment. With overcapacity, Sun Edison's funds began to become tight, and the company has already planned to file for bankruptcy. Carol was a little discouraged and resigned directly. After a half-year break, he just started looking for a job. Most companies would definitely not look down upon talent like Carol. But when she heard Tina say that Apocalypse Group was the recruiter, she immediately agreed. Apocalypse Group was famous for its strong financial resources. Perhaps, her dream could be realized in Apocalypse Group. Chapter 258 Lobbying Contract. Wang Guangshan, the deputy sales director of Trina Solar, has made remarkable achievements. This time, he failed in the competition for the position of sales director and resigned directly. If the failure was due to performance reasons, Wang Guangshan could accept it, but this failure was not due to war. Aoki Hitomi, a Japanese, is the director of the production department of Sharp Solar in Japan. In recent years, Sharp Solar's competitiveness has been declining. Aoki Hitomi has been ordered to cut costs, but the current situation is already unbearable. There is only one way to further reduce costs, which is to completely replace the production line. However, a set of the latest fully automatic production line requires more than $40 million. The board of directors is unwilling to pay this money, so they can only start from other aspects. Aoki Hitomi was forced to be unbearable, so he resigned directly and was directly poached by Tina. When the name of Apocalypse Group was revealed, Aoki Hitomi had no objection. Su Pingan is famous for pursuing the latest technology. Looking at the production lines of several products of the Apocalypse Group, all of them are the most advanced models in the world. Take the Poseidon factory as an example. A factory with about 200 people can create such a huge output. If I go there, I will definitely be like a fish in water. I directly agreed to Tina and flew to Paris. Su Pingan told Tina his decision. Tina announced the result. Su Pingan was very generous. Those who were not selected could play in Paris for 3 days. The cost of food and accommodation would be counted as the cost of the Apocalypse Group. It was considered as compensation for everyone's trip. I hope there will be opportunities for cooperation in the future. Su Pingan's approach made those who were not selected feel a lot. He is worthy of being the president of the Apocalypse Group. This courage is really unmatched. In the past, he just sent them away with a sentence. You can go back to where you came from. Now Su Pinggan gave a certain amount of compensation. It was very considerate. The next day, the French cooperative law firm sent personnel to come and signed a contract with Bolson, Carol, Wang Guangshan, and Aoki Hitomi, and officially joined the Apocalypse Group. Bolson was appointed as the general manager of Apocalypse Solar Energy, Carol was appointed as the deputy general manager, Wang Guangshan was appointed as the sales director of Apocalypse Solar Energy, and Hitomi Aoki was appointed as the production director of Apocalypse Solar Energy. After all the formalities were completed and the lawyer was sent away, Su Pinggan called the four people to the study and disclosed the photovoltaic plan of Apocalypse Group. Bolson, Carol, Wang Guangshan, Hitomi Aoki, the four people were completely dumbfounded. They never dreamed that Apocalypse Group would make such a big breakthrough. This breakthrough was completely epoch-making and completely subverted the global clean energy market. Bolson was completely excited. His guess was right. Apocalypse Research Institute had indeed made an epoch-making breakthrough. The future belonged to Apocalypse Group. Bolson was full of confidence at this moment. Boss, we can fully implement the garden plan of Sun Edison, and bring solar cell module production, distributed photovoltaic power generation, large-scale photovoltaic power generation, energy storage, wind energy, and microgrids into our arms. In the future, we will only collect tickets and it will bring us profits like the Pacific Ocean. Carol was completely excited. The passion after formulating this plan that year once again filled his body. Su Pinggan also smiled. He wanted Carol's ambition. Carol, you have to cooperate with Bolson, Wang Guangshan, and Aoki Hitomi. I said that no matter which industry our Apocalypse Group intervenes in, the industry must be reshuffled in the global ranking. There is only one leader, that is our Apocalypse Group. Either we don't do it, or we do it. We are the world's number one, Su Pinggan said proudly. Boss, don't worry, we will definitely build a garden. This is the profit of our Apocalypse Group, and no one can take it away, Bolson said directly, excited all over. You are carefully selected by me. I believe you can do it. When can you start work? Su Pinggan asked. I need 7 days, no, 5 days to arrange things at home and go to Xianchao to start work, Bolson said directly. Boss, I will definitely complete the arrangements at home within 5 days. I can't wait to start work now, Carol said excitedly. 5 days is no problem for me, Aoki Hitomi said directly. Boss, just give me 3 days, Wang Guangshan also expressed his opinion. His home is in China, which is much more convenient. Gentlemen, don't worry. We have to follow the plan. Do you understand? This is a big game. Only by playing this big game well can we have enough funds to proceed, Su Pinggan said to the four excited people. Bolson and others took a few deep breaths and slowly calmed down. They had heard that the boss was going to play a big game. We will proceed according to the boss's strategic plan, Bolson expressed his opinion. Su Pinggan nodded and was very satisfied with Bolson's attitude. I'll give you 8 days to arrange your family affairs. You will gather at the Xianchao FZ factory in 8 days to carry out the first task, which is to purchase equipment. I will send you the catalog at that time. The style of our Xianqi group must be the most advanced equipment in the world, and it must be reasonably priced. We don't want to be a sucker. When the production factory is established, the new environmental protection factory will also be started at the same time. The environmental protection factory involves another major strategic layout of the group. You must complete it seriously. The equipment provided by the equipment supplier must be strictly inspected. Do you understand? Su Pinggan looked at the four people seriously. Hey, boss, please rest assured, I will use the most stringent standards to judge the quality of the equipment and ensure that it is high quality and reasonably priced equipment. Aoki Hitomi took the lead in expressing her opinion. Aoki Hitomi is famous for her strictness in equipment procurement. I will arrange a comprehensive inspection after the department minister has passed the inspection to maximize the quality of the purchased equipment, Bolson said directly, and Su Pinggan nodded. This is the safest solution. Very good, let's discuss the plan now, Su Pinggan said directly. The 5 people discussed for a whole morning, and then 4 of them left. They rested for an afternoon and returned the next day. 8 days later, they started working at Xianchao FZ. Su Pinggan, who was in a good mood, also drank a few more cups at noon and made a few jokes with Liu Wenjin and Darina. Darina was very good at finding opportunities. Taking advantage of Su Pinggan's good mood, she proposed to go to the fashion new product launch with Liu Wenjin. Su Pinggan agreed directly. The two excitedly gave Su Pinggan a kiss and left with laughter. Su Pinggan smiled and went to rest. His head was already misty, and a good sleep was the best choice. The next day, Su Pinggan inspected the game company that Jaeger was in charge of. After a round, Su Pinggan was very satisfied. Jaeger's management was in place. The short-term and long-term plans were very detailed and had already been implemented. When Hubert handed over to Jaeger, he explained in detail all aspects of the company. The discipline had been rectified by Hubert. After Jaeger took over, he upgraded it and proposed the reward principle. There are rewards and punishments, which greatly mobilize the enthusiasm of each project team. Now there is no longer the unique lazy atmosphere in France, which makes Su Pinggan most satisfied. In addition, Jaeger talked to Yu Chenglin and started to cooperate. The agency rights of the large-scale online terminal games in China were given to the French Shianqi Game Company. Jaeger has arranged people to report to the relevant departments of the European Union. Once approved, the operation can be confirmed, and a lobbying company has been hired to start operations. This lobbying company is a lobbying company on the dark web of the Venus Housekeeping Group. The price is not low. As a 5-star customer, Su Pinggan must spend money. After Jaeger asked Su Pinggan by phone, Su Pinggan placed an order directly on the internet. For the Venus Group, lobbying income is much more than escort income. Originally, they were a little dissatisfied with Su Pinggan for not continuing to order escort services, but now they are not dissatisfied at all. One lobbying contract earns more than Su Pinggan's 10 escort orders. Jaeger is very good at spending money. If he wants to implement a plan, it is not enough to rely on the current income. Su Pinggan waved his pen and allocated 200 million euros. As long as you let Su Pinggan see the value, there will be no problem with the investment. At noon, Su Pinggan invited the company's senior executives to dinner. This is Su Pinggan's characteristic and is very popular with the company's staff. Su Pinggan's guests are all high-end ingredients that are expensive. Now he can enjoy them to his heart's content. Su Pinggan took a rest directly in the afternoon. The next day was the market Coaster's technology company. After Coaster handed over to Hubert, he adjusted all projects and implemented great assessment, eliminating more than 60 people in one fell swoop. After the elimination, they began to recruit people. As long as they could pass the assessment, they would be directly admitted and added to various project teams. The overall strength of the technology company has been greatly improved. This is not all. Coaster communicated with Qiao Yichin. The research directions of 19 project teams have been changed one after another. Combined with Xianchao Technology Company, the two parties work together to make it easier to achieve results. The communication of information has indeed played a very important role, and more than 10 breakthroughs have been achieved one after another. These more than 10 patents are only from the French technology company. The Chinese technology company has obtained more than 20 patents, which is a remarkable achievement. Su Pinggan is satisfied. The more patents, the better, and the deeper the moat of the patent barrier. Similarly, the Zhaoshan search engine has been introduced, and the French version is already in production. It is expected to be submitted for review in a while. After the review is passed, it can be directly listed, which will generate more income. China's Zhaoshan search is charged, and foreign countries are no exception. Intelligent search is unique in the world. It would be a shame not to charge. The fee is not high, 10 euros a year. Coaster made a detailed report to Su Pinggan. Su Pinggan was very satisfied with Coaster's management and directly gave Coaster Hall's contact information. If he encountered difficulties, he could directly find Hall, and Hall would settle everything. Hall and Su Pinggan really had a deep connection. Chapter 259 I must be able to defend myself. In addition to providing Hall's contact information, Su Pinggan also allocated 300 million yuan to the technology company. After all, the income of technology companies is very small now. Only 7 or 8 patents can receive money, and the headquarters needs continuous blood transfusions. However, this phenomenon is gradually improving. Nokia's millimeter wave patent technology has been acquired by the team. After a period of announcement, it can be authorized to the outside world. Communication equipment needs this technology very much, which will bring a lot of income. Similarly, Su Pinggan had a drink with the team members, and then happily returned to his manor. Darina boiled water to make tea, and Su Pinggan was rubbing his head on the sofa. He couldn't stand drinking too much for 2 days. Darina made tea and came directly to Su Pinggan, raised her hand and began to rub Su Pinggan's head, bringing Su Pinggan waves of comfort. He opened his eyes and looked at Darina, and Darina's face was red. "Darina, where did you learn your massage technique?" "My head feels much better," Su Pinggan looked at Darina and asked. "I learned it from my grandma at home. When the farm was harvesting, my grandpa would have a headache because his body couldn't stand it. My grandma would give him a massage. When I was a child, I learned it from my grandma. Later, my grandma passed away. I gave my grandpa a massage, and he said that I massaged more comfortably than my grandma," Darina said with a smile. Darina knew very well that her skills were not as good as her grandma's. Grandpa praised her to make herself happy. In her grandpa's heart, grandma was the best in the world. "Did you live with your grandparents when you were a child?" Su Pinggan asked. "Yes, my parents were at work and had no time to take care of me, so I spent my childhood with my grandparents." Darina opened the conversation and talked about a lot of things when she was a child. Su Pinggan was stunned and listened carefully, and asked Darina to sit down and talk. Su Pinggan occasionally interrupted Darina, making Darina talk more. Su Pinggan looked at Darina, who kept talking, and laughed. Darina also realized that she had lost her composure and her face turned red. Beep, beep, beep. The phone on the table rang. The harsh ringtone immediately brought back the two people's rationality. Darina immediately left Su Pinggan's arms and went to the side to tidy herself up, her face flushed. Looking at the phone, a surge of the desire to smash it surged in my heart. Took a deep breath, picked up the phone that Su Pinggan said directly. "Boss, this is Gilbert. We have made a major breakthrough here." Gilbert's voice came out. "What project?" Su Pinggan asked. "Marine corrosive bacteria," Gilbert said directly. Su Pinggan was stunned. "Is there anything wrong? How could this project have a breakthrough?" "Did you get it?" Su Pinggan asked immediately. "No, boss, I didn't have any guidance at all. The researchers communicated with the researchers in the Celestial Empire and proposed several new cultivation methods. As a result, we broke through here first. According to the estimated results of the experiment just conducted, this kind of bacteria can survive in seawater for 3 months, and can increase the corrosion degree of seawater within the coverage area by 3 times, that is, it can increase the degradation time of marine garbage by 3 times. I have just ordered a complete blockade of this technology." Gilbert briefly recounted the matter. "You did the right thing. Contact Buck immediately and ask him to send someone over to implement the Level 2 emergency plan. This matter is classified as top secret. I will inform you after I think about what to do. By the way, have you done any tests in the sea?" Su Pinggan said immediately. "Not yet. We only used seawater for the test. The next step is to conduct actual tests in the sea. At present, all the tests in the laboratory have been completed and the relevant data have been improved," Gilbert said directly. "I will issue the bonus according to the regulations. I will solve the problem of ships or buy a small island for actual tests. Let the researchers rest for a month. Tell them the consequences of leaking secrets. Contact Hunter and apply for a patent immediately. It is a global patent and it should be expedited," Su Pinggan said directly. "I will handle it right away," Gilbert replied immediately. Su Pinggan gave a few more instructions before hanging up the phone. Beside him, Darina had already sorted herself out. The atmosphere was gone. She could only look for another opportunity next time. She blushed and glanced at Su Pinggan and left directly. Su Pinggan did not stop her. It was the best way to separate for a while. After thinking for a while, Su Pinggan stood up and took a shower to clear his mind. He ordered a pot of tea and drank it while thinking slowly. Increasing the corrosiveness of seawater and removing garbage from the sea at a fixed point is a big market. Basically, coastal countries need it. However, field experiments should be carried out. If the side effects are too large, the research should be further deepened. A marine research ship is indispensable, or buying an island. Both are needed. Marine research is one aspect, and research on the island is also necessary. Moreover, this is a study on bacteria, and I am afraid that the island is not so easy to find. Sleep. Don't think about it. Your head is dizzy. Think about it after you wake up. Raise your hand to drink the tea in the cup. Get up and go to the bedroom to rest. Today, Su Pinggan's sleepiness is very strong. He got up in the middle of the night, ate something, and went to sleep again. He slept until 6 in the morning, then got up to wash and started running. When he came back from exercise, Darina and Liu Wenjin also went downstairs to have breakfast. Su Pinggan had a big appetite today, more than Liu Wenjin and Darina combined, which made the two of them stunned. After eating and drinking, he looked at the time and then went to the living room to make a phone call. He used a satellite phone. "Hello," Buck's voice came over. "Buck, it's me. Do you have any retired Marine personnel over there?" Su Pingyan asked. "Yes, but not many." "What happened?" Buck asked. "No big deal. The research institute needs to conduct experiments at sea, which requires scientific research ships and maritime escorts. You know, the sea seems safe now, but there are still many pirates. It must be escorted by suitable personnel," Su Pingyan said slowly. "Boss means that the ship must have a certain degree of protection," Buck said directly. "Not bad," Su Pingyan confirmed this. "Boss, there are only ships of this kind, but they are all produced at designated locations. The test ships at sea are different from ordinary ships. The internal transformation is very troublesome. Only the newly produced special ships can keep the internal laboratory stable. After all, the sea waves are not small. Small shipyards cannot produce this kind of ships. Only large shipyards can produce them, and they must be registered with the government. The procedures are very cumbersome. If possible, it is best to find a large shipyard to produce them," Buck said what he knew directly. "Buck, how do you know this?" Su Pingyan said with a smile. "In the past, our mercenary group considered building a sea base. I specifically learned about this. In the end, the project was stopped because of the excessive cost of funds. My opinion is, boss should have some connections in the Celestial Empire. It is best to produce in the Celestial Empire. The progress is at least a few months faster than in Europe. The shipyards in Europe are terribly slow," Buck said very impolitely, and he didn't have a good impression of the shipyards in Europe. "How many people are needed to guard a ship to ensure its safety?" Su Pingyan asked. "Boss, if we are dealing with pirates, as long as the weapons are powerful, there are about 50 guards, and if we count the ship operators, there will be more than 100 people, so the ship really can't be small," Buck said very confidently. "I'll think about it, you wait for my call," Su Pingyan said directly. "This matter is really not that simple." "Okay," Buck said, and soon heard the sound of the phone hanging up. After hanging up the phone, Su Pingyan began to think. Chen Fansheng in the Celestial Empire also has a project that needs to be tested at sea. The two can be combined. In addition, it is necessary to buy a small island to build a laboratory. "Bring my phone over here." Su Pingyan turned his head and looked at Liu Wenjin and said. Liu Wenjin stood up and went upstairs directly. Su Pingyan's phone was in the bedroom, so he had to go to the bedroom. It didn't take long for Liu Wenjin to come over with a phone. Su Pingyan dialed Wei Dongshuo's phone and dialed it directly. Soon the call was connected. "Pingyan, you are such a rare guest. Why did you think of calling me?" Wei Dongshuo's teasing voice came out. "I miss you, senior official. I miss you so much that I can't wait to see you and get your instructions," Su Pingyan said jokingly. "Don't give me that. You must be calling for something big. Tell me." Wei Dongshuo knew that Su Pa was cunning. He knew that it was a big deal that he found me. He was prepared. "Senior official, I need to build a large scientific research vessel. Do you have any connections?" Su Pingyan said directly. "Don't fool me. Tell me in detail." "It's definitely not an ordinary scientific research vessel." Wei Dongshuo was not fooled. He could contact the shipyard directly for ordinary scientific research vessels. Domestic shipyards have the production capacity. Definitely not. This is a high-standard scientific research vessel. It can be said to be a blank in China. I can provide the drawings. However, this scientific research vessel must be equipped with some protective weapons. You know, the international waters are not quiet. There are many pirates. I must have the ability to defend myself, Su Pingyan stated his purpose. Wei Dongshuo took a breath. He knew it would be difficult for Su Pingyan to find him, but he didn't expect it to be so difficult. It is simply not feasible to equip private ships with weapons in the Celestial Empire. "Pingyan, you should be very clear about the laws of the country," Wei Dongshuo said directly, with no smile on his face. "I know that it can be produced in Europe, but I don't want to leak the technology. If it can't be produced domestically, I can only produce it in Europe. Large-scale advanced experimental ships are a blank for China. I don't need to say more about the benefits here," Su Pingyan said with a serious face. "Pingyan, wait for my call. I will reply to you within 3 days, and I will give you a definite news whether it works or not," Wei Dongshuo said very affirmatively. "Now it is time to go directly to the superior to solve the problem." Chapter 260, Even if you don't die, you will lose some skin. Okay, I'll wait for the call from the senior official, Su Pinggan said directly, and hung up the phone after a few polite words. Wenjin, follow me, Su Pinggan said, and went upstairs directly, with Liu Wenjin following behind. When they arrived at the study, Su Pinggan entered his fingerprint and said a word, and the door opened automatically. The two walked in, and Su Pinggan stopped at the world map. Wenjin, contact the island countries in this area and buy a small island. Su Pinggan directly drew a circle on the map, and the entire South Pacific countries were included. Liu Wenjin was surprised. Boss, there are constant earthquakes and bad weather here. According to the latest news reports, the population of Tonga has been reduced by 60%, and other countries have also lost a lot of people. I strongly suggest changing to another place and buying a small island in this place. Once an earthquake or tsunami occurs, our investment will be over. Please consider it carefully, boss, Liu Wenjin said with a serious face. I know this. The small island countries in the South Pacific have suffered huge losses. Those who are rich and capable are emigrating to other countries. The rest are basically poor. It's not that they don't want to leave this place, but they don't have money. The governments of these countries are also very anxious. If they can sell us a small island, they can exchange for a sum of money to leave. This is our chance. Let's see if there is a chance to get the sovereignty of a small island. You also heard that our British Renewable Resources Research Institute has a major breakthrough. If there is an island that we can completely decide, we can invest boldly and build a safe fortress there for research, so as to keep it confidential to the maximum extent. Of course, if they don't agree, it doesn't matter. Just give it a try. If you have it, it's better. If you don't, there's no loss. Just find another place. There are also small islands for sale in other areas. You can choose freely, Su Pinggan said his plan. Liu Wenjin thought deeply about it. Su Pinggan's proposal might really succeed. After all, the island countries in the South Pacific are all focused on immigration. As long as they can get money, there is nothing they dare not sell, but there are no buyers now. Just buying a small island for research will not cost much. Buying an island where you can make all the decisions will make it easier to do many things. No one has jurisdiction. The Apocalypse Group has the final say. It can conduct some special scientific research experiments. The boss's calculation is really smart. Boss, I'm afraid I need to go there in person to do this, Liu Wenjin said seriously. I'll leave this to you. You can first understand the situation and then contact these countries. The more difficult the country is, the more likely it is to agree to our conditions. Let them form competition, which is very good for us. At that time, your chance of success will be very high, Su Pinggan said directly. I understand, I will put pressure on them, Liu Wenjin said directly. Okay, this matter is left to you. I hope you will bring me good news, Su Pinggan said with a smile, and Liu Wenjin nodded seriously. After discussing the details, the two left the study. Liu Wenjin returned to his room on the second floor to prepare for this matter, while Su Pinggan went downstairs to take a walk in the garden. Su Pinggan did not take this matter seriously. Su Pinggan had no intention of buying an island to establish a country. According to reports from several international relations research institutes, the international community is entering a stage of great power competition, and small countries caught in the middle must live with their tails between their legs. Countries must abide by the rules and follow existing legal procedures with enterprises, but countries can use any means against other countries without so many scruples. Once Su Pinggan takes that step, the United States will definitely deal with him once and for all. They will make him threaten with super fish oil and sell super paint to Russia. They will definitely make Su Pinggan suffer a lot, and if he doesn't die, he will lose a few layers of skin. Su Pinggan is very comfortable in the Celestial Empire now. If the sky falls, there are tall people to support it. If there are restrictions in the country, he will invest in countries without restrictions. Su Pinggan will never change such a comfortable environment. After Wei Dongshuo finished talking to Su Pinggan on the phone, he began to ponder. He turned on the computer, wrote a report seriously, checked it several times, and sent it directly to his superiors. Then he called again to report everything, emphasizing that the report had been sent to the mailbox. After listening to the report, the boss frowned. He opened his mailbox and read Wei Dongshuo's report. After thinking for a while, he sent it directly to his superiors. This matter is too big, and a higher-level boss must make a decision. The next day, The report was placed on the desk of the senior management. He called Wei Dongshuo again to ask in detail and began to think about it. After thinking for a while, he called some experts to ask. This kind of high-tech scientific research ship is indeed a blank. It involves internal balance, decompression and other issues. In other words, the outside is stormy and the inside is still stable. At present, only the United States, Japan, and France have mastered this technology. Does Su Pinggan really have this technology? If there is such a technology, then this time I need to owe Su Pinggan a favor. According to the expert just now, this technology is not only used on ships, but also on airplanes, aircraft carriers, and satellites. It is a very advanced technology. The boss carefully read the report and tasted it in detail. According to the meaning of Su Pinggan's words, it is clear that he is handing in the technology under the pretext of shipbuilding. This kid is thief enough. The boss smiled when he thought of this. Although this kid is a money grubber, his patriotic thoughts are worthy of recognition. The boss took the report out. This matter must be discussed collectively. It is not a big problem. As long as the technology is real, everything is fine. The national interest is supreme. That afternoon, Wei Dongshuo received a notice. Yes, the shipyard will build a scientific research vessel according to the drawings. After receiving this reply, Wei Dongshuo slowly hung up the phone. The bosses value Su Pinggan very much? Perhaps, his actions can be bigger. Calculating the time, Wei Dongshuo called Su Pinggan, talked for a while and then hung up the phone. He called Chen Qingshan and told him about the matter. Chen Qingshan also looked jealous. Old Chen, the family affairs are left to you. I will take care of this matter. I will come back immediately after the drawings are handed over. Wei Dongshuo looked at Chen Qingshan and said, Don't worry about the family affairs. Nothing will go wrong. Everything is going according to our plan. National affairs are the most important, Chen Qingshan said unambiguously, and Wei Dongshuo nodded. That night, Wei Dongshuo contacted the big guys, and flew directly to Beijing the next day. When he arrived at the relevant department, he called Su Pinggan and turned on the large-scale drawing fax machine. It didn't take long for the drawings to start printing. The big guys were right. Su Pinggan really wanted to improve the country's science and technology. Why are the strategic bombers of the United States advanced? This technology is inside them, which can greatly improve your balance and decompression. There are also planetary probes. Why can the United States launch probes to land on Mars? You know, when the probe lands, there must be some buffering, otherwise it will fall into pieces. This involves the three technologies of balance, buffering and decompression. These three technologies are very important. Balance technology and decompression technology are extremely lacking in China. By filling this gap, the improvement of related technologies can at least speed up the time by 10 years. The big tree of the country will flourish and people can live better. This fax machine is a large-scale drawing fax printer, which is not sold to the outside world at all. Huge drawings are printed out one by one. Several gray-haired old people next to them look at the drawings with shining eyes. They have been notified of what drawings they received today. Dozens of huge drawings were printed, and there were more than 20 instructions at the back. After the drawings came out, several old men began to conduct argumentation and analysis. They completed the confirmation in a few hours, and they all looked happy. They called the boss directly to report. After the call was hung up, a team of people came immediately and were ordered to protect the old men and the drawings. Wei Dongshuo saw that the matter had been confirmed, so he called his superiors and returned to J City. The ship will start construction in a week and is expected to be completed in half a year. Wei Dongshuo only needs to reply this news to Su Pinggan. On the way back, Wei Dongshuo was full of emotion. It is not unreasonable for the bosses to give Su Pinggan the green light. This time the map must have other values, and the value is not low. It can be seen from the dispatch of special people to be responsible for protection. Su Pinggan did this, and the bosses will definitely be more optimistic about Su Pinggan, and this kid will have a better way to go in the future. After sending the drawings to Wei Dongshuo, Su Pinggan also sent more than a dozen drawings to the Italian Weather Weapons Company, top secret documents, and very detailed standards for the materials, technical standards, graphics, etc. used in the manufacture of 6 scientific research submarines. Su Pinggan also called Bannon and told him that production must be carried out strictly according to the data in the drawings, and no mistakes should be allowed. After production is completed, the drawings must be destroyed directly. This must be done, and Bannon agreed immediately. Chen Qilin also received a call from Su Pinggan, recruiting retired naval personnel. Their future work location will be on a scientific research vessel, with 200 personnel. After enough personnel are recruited, training will begin. The training will take place in China for a few months, and then they will go abroad for a few months. The overseas training will mainly focus on gun attack training and wild training. According to Su Pinggan's plan, these people must go to Somalia to see blood. Only in this way can they dare to shoot when encountering something, instead of panicking and not knowing what to do. Buck also received a call from Su Pinggan, and sent 3 teams to the Dresden Institute in Germany. It is almost time to announce a groundbreaking product, and the staff there must be sufficient, and the security level of the institute must be raised by 1 level. 259 has been blocked. I will modify it later. It's a headache. Chapter 261, Across Europe and America. Time passed slowly, and in a blink of an eye, Belson and others had arrived at Xianqiaofz and began to officially take over the project. They completed the formalities of handover with a temporary staff sent by the headquarters and communicated with a financial staff sent by the headquarters. The first expense, 500 million Xianqiao coins and $100 million had been received and could be used at any time. After a comprehensive inspection of the project progress, they immediately began to notify the equipment manufacturers to come and discuss equipment purchases according to the equipment procurement catalog. Large equipment manufacturers at home and abroad began to concentrate on FZ. Xianqi Group's procurement was a big deal. As long as you have good quality, price is not a problem, so they were more active after receiving the notice. Not only that, Belson made a direct decision to buy a piece of land not far from the factory station. The area was not small, with an area of more than 100 acres. He began to build a living area and plan a large living community. In the future, employees can live in the community, which also has kindergarten and primary school facilities, supermarkets, shopping malls, restaurants and other supporting facilities. It is also very comprehensive. Although it will cost a lot, Su Pinggan approved this report and allocated special funds. Jizu Ai of China and Yoko Watanabe of Japan have already started to gather funds secretly. Su Pinggan has allocated another $500 million to Yoko Watanabe of Japan, and Jizu Ai has allocated 10 billion funds. The target this time is the stock market. There are no shortage of photovoltaic companies listed in China, the United States, and Europe. All of them are targets of hunting. Su Pinggan intends to eat the photovoltaic industry alone and not share it with anyone. In addition, people related to the Apocalypse Group in 6 countries, including Iceland, the United Kingdom, Germany, France, Italy, and Austria, have also begun to concentrate funds. This part of the funds will be invested in the Brexit referendum. The Brexit referendum is a big deal. It is impossible to eat alone. A group of people must be won over. If something goes wrong, they will come forward to settle it, especially in France. In addition to Macron, there are also bigwigs from other parties. Su Pinggan used interests as a chain to string together the connections of several countries. These people also understand what is going on. Money is not so easy to get. If you take the money, you have to do things, but you can't say no. Isn't it for these that you work hard to run for elections? Everyone was willing to join the game. After all the information was collected, Su Pinggan smiled as he listened to Darina's report, and soon he burst into laughter. Darina and Liu Wenjin now understood why Su Pinggan laughed. The network of multinational companies was really terrifying. The two of them had only recently come into contact with a network of Apocalypse Group in Europe. So many countries and so many senior executives were involved, which shocked them. Time passed slowly. On this day, the Apocalypse branch in France took the lead in releasing news that the large-scale terminal game of Xianqiaoxi Company in China, Xianji Civilization, Wilderness Xingwu, was officially approved by France and the European Union. 1 month later, the French Apocalypse Game Company will officially operate. And related publicity has been launched. This news surprised many people. Is there anything wrong? Europe actually approved the listing of Xianqi's games. The domestic internet companies in China were also shocked. Xianqi Group was awesome. First, mobile phones were sold in the United States, and now even large-scale terminal games have landed in Europe. How did Su Pinggan play it? Although this matter was not big, the meaning behind it was terrifying. The phrase travel across Europe and America appears in the minds of many bosses, and even many Asian countries are thinking about this question. Why? Why are the products of other companies being challenged in every way? Why are the products of Apocalypse Group not challenged at all? A few days after this incident, Apocalypse Technology Company of France announced that the French version of the intelligent search engine's Hauschen search has passed the review and approval of the French government, and the review of the European Union has also been approved. It is expected to be officially launched in France in a month. Versions in other languages are also being produced and will be launched in other countries one after another. Unlike other search engines, the intelligent search engine of Apocalypse Group is not free, but charged, with a fee of €10 a year. After the announcement of this news, the board of directors of Google laughed. In Google's view, Apocalypse Group miscalculated this time. Don't think that only you Chinese like to use free products. Europeans and Americans like to use free products more. Don't say that you charge €10 a year. Even if you charge €5, no one will pay this money. Google is not the SB search over there. It's all ads and no one cares. Although Google also has ads, the number of ads is very small and does not affect the normal use of users at all. You think you can fool people with a smart gimmick? Dream on. Google did not make any statement, and did not care. You can play whatever you want. If no one uses it in the end, you will stop playing. Google did not take it lightly, but sent someone to watch to see if Hauschen search was charged. If it was really charged, then we could rest easy. We would not intervene and let Apocalypse Technology Company kill itself, so as to avoid being reported by the media that Google was suppressing dissidents for market monopoly. If this was fake news, it would be very simple. We could launch a full-scale attack on Apocalypse Technology Company and place a pop-up window with a virus on the web page. After so many years of deep cultivation in the European and American markets, Google was very confident that it would deal with Hauschen search. At this time, Google would definitely not care about the media reports. It would take action when it was necessary, and would never be soft-hearted. To be a gentleman, I must have an absolute advantage and can easily crush you. If there is a threat, I will directly become a gangster to deal with you. This is nothing to Americans. Su Pinggan also understood that charging directly would reduce user usage, and Coaster was also very clear. The reason for this announcement was to avoid a head-on confrontation with Google for the time being. Google's ecosystem is already very large. It can be said that it has been integrated into all aspects of European and American life. Hauschen search is an outsider. The first step is to gain a firm foothold, rather than confront Google head-on. If there is a real collision, the one who will suffer is definitely Scienky Technology Company. Take it slowly. After a few years, when Scienky Technology Company has gained a firm foothold and has a certain foundation, it will directly make a product that sweeps the world and takes the market in minutes. At that time, even if Google wants to stop Scienky Technology Company, it will no longer have the ability to do so. The reason for doing this is that Su Pinggan is worried about the US government. Google is not scary. What is scary is the country behind Google. It will never watch Google lose the market. This is a national strategy and will definitely strike against Scienky Group. Therefore, it can only be avoided temporarily. Scienky Group does not currently have the strength to fight against national power. It can ignore small countries like Vietnam, but it cannot be careless when facing the world's only superpower. When Hall was about to leave after staying in France for a few days, he came to Su Pinggan's manor. The two drank tea and chatted in the garden. Su, I think you need to settle down now. The popularity of Scienky Group this year is not low. Hall, we can talk about anything. I can listen to different opinions, Su Pinggan said directly, and Hall nodded. Su, there are many international giants, and these companies are very low-key. Why is this? It is to reduce some unnecessary troubles and make money in a low-key manner. Only when it is critical will they hold a press conference to speak out. The reputation of the Apocalypse Group is big enough, and your reputation is big enough. Being low-key will be of great benefit to you in the Apocalypse Group. Your network foundation is not deep enough, and you can't compare with those old multinational giants. Calm down and develop low-key for a few years. I believe that the future belongs to the Apocalypse Group. This is my suggestion. Hall looked at Su Pinggan and said seriously. Hall, I also have this consideration. This year's actions are indeed a bit big. You know, I don't want to do many things, but things force me to have no choice. You know very well that the next new solar panel will push the Apocalypse Group to the forefront again. I really want to be low-key, but things can't let me be low-key. I really have a headache about this matter, Su Pinggan said after taking a sip of tea. Hall smiled. He understood what Su Pinggan said very well. It was really difficult for you to keep a low profile after something happened, especially for the solar panel product, which was a completely epoch-making invention. Thinking of this, Hall could only shake his head helplessly. Su, do charity. Although you occasionally do charity, you have not let the general public form a concept of charity. The label of charity has not yet been nailed to the Apocalypse Group, which you lack very much. Improve the brand reputation of the Apocalypse Group. It will be of great benefit to you. Do charity in some influential countries. When it reaches a certain level, even if these countries want to do something to you, they will have an extra layer of concerns, or do a project that is generally praised by the world, so that everyone thinks that your Apocalypse Group is kind and loving. Only when this idea is rooted in everyone's heart, you will succeed, and the Apocalypse Group will naturally have an extra layer of protection, Hall said directly. Okay, I will gather people to study it immediately. Su Pinggan accepted Hall's persuasion. When the company reaches a certain point, this is inevitable. The two drank tea and exchanged a lot of things. Hall, I really hope you can retire now and come to help me, Su Pinggan said with emotion. Hall also smiled. This is the embodiment of his value. At noon, Hall did not eat at Su Pinggan's place and left directly. There were other things to deal with. Su Pinggan personally sent Hall away, and then returned to the garden to drink tea and began to think. It really needs to settle down. Hall can come to tell me about this matter, which means that someone has been jealous of the Apocalypse Group. A big tree attracts the wind. No wonder those international giants are usually so low-key. Unfortunately, I only understand this truth now. What do you two think about charity? Su Pinggan asked the two assistants. Boss, I think it is better to do a project that is generally accepted by people than to do charity. As long as this project can benefit the public, it can gain a good reputation, Liu Wenjin said on the side. It is best to do both together, so that the influence will be much greater. The rhythm should be controlled and not too intensive, otherwise it will give people a sense of showmanship. Darina also expressed her opinion. What project will be generally well received by people? Su Pinggan continued to ask. This requires the boss to use his brain. Darina shrugged and Su Pinggan smiled bitterly. Chapter 262 I recognize your eyebrows. Pack up, we'll leave for England tomorrow, Su Pinggan said directly. Boss, no, you've already promised St. Laurent's Vice President Summers that you'll attend St. Laurent's new product launch tomorrow, Darina said with a smile, and Liu Wenjin beside her also laughed. After hearing this, Su Pinggan slapped his head. He really forgot about this matter. He met St. Laurent's Vice President Summers at a cocktail party hosted by Macron. They had a good chat. He received the invitation last week, and Su Pinggan agreed directly at that time. What is the punishment for laughing at the boss? Su Pinggan looked at the two people and said directly. Darina and Liu Wenjin were stunned. Is there such a punishment? Isn't it that you will be spanked if you roll your eyes? Come here, Su Pinggan said with a stern face, and the two came over reluctantly. Papa 2 times, it's better to say it's grabbing than beating. After grabbing, Su Pinggan quickly kissed the two people on the face, and walked forward with a laugh. Darina and Liu Wenjin looked at Su Pinggan's back with an angry face, and were fooled by Su Pinggan. The two looked at each other with a wry smile on their faces. There was nothing they could do. They had to accept their fate when they met such a lustful boss. They did not chase Su Pinggan. They whispered to each other and turned back to the villa. In the afternoon, neither of them paid attention to Su Pinggan, which made Su Pinggan a little bored. Until dinner, when Su Pinggan was not prepared, the two twisted Su Pinggan's waist hard from left to right, and Su Pinggan kept rubbing his waist with both hands in pain. A night passed. The next day, after breakfast, Su Pinggan drank tea in the living room and looked at the two assistants. Who wants to go to the new product launch tonight? Su Pinggan asked. I'm not feeling well, so I won't go, Liu Wenjin refused first. I need to video call my family, Darina also refused. Su Pinggan touched his chin and knew in his heart that the two were arguing with him and wanted him to apologize. How could he apologize? He was the boss. Whatever he did was right, just, great, and bright. Okay, I'll go alone. I hope there will be many beauties at today's press conference. Su Pinggan took a sip of tea and looked at Darina and Liu Wenjin with a playful expression. The two turned their heads away and stopped looking at Su Pinggan. Seeing the performance, Su Pinggan smiled and didn't care. He drank some tea and went out for a walk. Playing with the two assistants can relax his mood and help him think about problems. He didn't care about the two fighting with him at all. Life is boring, so you have to find some fun for yourself. In the evening, Su Pinggan left in a car in casual clothes and went to the Louvre Carousel Hall, which is the site of the Saint Laurent new product press conference tonight. There was no conversation along the way. After the car was parked in the parking lot, Su Pinggan got off. Under the escort of the bodyguards, he walked towards the Carousel Hall and showed the invitation letter. The person in charge immediately notified the Saint Laurent executives about the identity of the guests. The invitation letter was marked with a secret mark, and there would be a corresponding person to receive them. The receptionist immediately went through the formalities and issued passes to several bodyguards around Su Pinggan, who could enter and exit the hall freely and observe Su Pinggan from a distance. They were not allowed to enter the core area, which was full of VIPs and could not be harassed. Su Pinggan went upstairs and walked into the hall. Not far away, "Hi, Su," said Somos, the vice president of Saint Laurent, smiling and walking over with 2 glasses of champagne in his hands. Su Pinggan also smiled and took a glass and shook hands with Somos. "Why did you come alone without a beautiful woman to accompany you?" Somos said with a smile. Somos is the vice president of Saint Laurent. He also has another identity and secret, the youngest son of the second largest director of Saint Laurent, but not many people in Saint Laurent know about this identity. Somos's position as vice president is the result of many years of hard work. After meeting Su Pinggan at the cocktail party and hall at the beginning, they met again when Macron held a cocktail party. They got along very well, especially in terms of their views on beautiful women. The two had a lot of common topics and were considered to be like-minded friends. "Today is your home court. I think there must be many beauties. I came here alone to have a beautiful encounter," Su Pinggan said with a smile. Somos laughed directly. People who are familiar with Somos can definitely see that Somos is really happy about this. "Let's talk while walking." "You are absolutely right to think so. I have invited many beauties to come tonight." "It depends on your level," Somos said while walking, and whispered to Su Pinggan who the beauties who came today were. The two of them talked and laughed as they entered the hall. The show has not started yet. The guests are holding a glass of wine and forming small circles to chat. Somos took Su Pinggan to a few circles to chat and laugh for a while and then left. Before leaving, he gave Su Pinggan a meaningful look. Su Pinggan smiled and walked to the place where the food was placed. He planned to eat a little to fill the stomach. He didn't eat dinner and now felt a little empty in his stomach. He picked up a plate and started to choose food. There are dozens of kinds of food here, which is very rich. Su Pinggan ordered 2 small cakes. 2 pieces of this high-calorie food were enough. When he turned around, he saw a beautiful woman beside him also picking up food. She was a short little beauty with delicate features. She put a lot on the plate. Su Pinggan was a little surprised. Aren't women afraid of getting fat if they eat so many high-calorie foods? Seeing Su Pinggan's gaze, the beautiful woman was also stunned for a moment, her face slightly reddened. "Hi," Su Pinggan said. "Hello." "Hi," the beautiful woman replied. Su Pinggan then looked at the beautiful woman. This beautiful woman gave Su Pinggan a familiar feeling. He must have seen her somewhere, but he just couldn't remember it for a while. "Too much sweets is not good for your health," Su Pinggan said with a smile on his face. "I'm a little hungry. I came here in a hurry today and didn't have dinner," the beautiful woman said generously without a trace of pretense. "I have a good suggestion. I'll have more meat and you can have more cake. Let's eat together." "I haven't had dinner either," Su Pinggan took a step forward and said in a low voice. The beautiful woman looked up at Su Pinggan, trying to tell whether what Su Pinggan said was true or false. "I'm embarrassed to take the meat to eat if there are people who know me," Su Pinggan added in a low voice. "Okay, I know a place. It's very secret. You can eat as much as you want." The beauty smiled and looked at Su Pinggan and whispered. Su Pinggan's eyes lit up and nodded. He immediately put the 2 cakes on his plate on the plate of the beauty, and the 2 of them came to the place where meat food was placed, and Su Pinggan immediately started to eat, while asking the beauty which one she wanted to eat. The beauty was not polite, and directly ordered 3 pieces, and Su Pinggan took a few more pieces. The 2 smiled at each other, and according to the instructions of the little beauty, they took the food tray and walked to a secret place, which was a balcony away from the wind. "Help me hold it," the beauty said, and Su Pinggan immediately took the plate from the beauty. The little beauty immediately turned around, took a look, and then quickly closed the two doors, turned around and looked at Su Pinggan and smiled. Now no one can see us eating a lot, with a happy face. Su Pinggan was stunned when he saw the beautiful woman smile, especially the expression of her eyebrows. Su Pinggan recognized who this little beauty was. The little beauty was stunned for a moment when she saw Su Pinggan's expression, and then she shrugged helplessly, knowing that she had been recognized. Emilia Clarke. Those who don't know this name can recall the Dragon Mother in Game of Thrones. She is a goddess when she doesn't smile, and she has a funny picture when she smiles. How could Su Pinggan not recognize such an obvious special one? You recognize me, Clarke said to Su Pinggan, and Su Pinggan nodded. I recognize your eyebrows, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Clarke slapped his forehead. His characteristics were too obvious. He had specially modified them when he came here today. It seems that his makeup skills are still not good enough. Okay, you recognize me, but I haven't recognized you yet. Those who can come to participate in the new products of Saint Laurent today are not ordinary people. Shouldn't you introduce yourself? Clarke said to Su Pinggan. Su Pinggan always gave her a feeling that she had definitely seen him before. Clarke couldn't remember where she had seen him. If it weren't for this feeling, Clarke would not come here to eat with Su Pinggan. I'm just an ordinary person, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Somos is famous for his love of fun, and he knows many people in the entertainment industry. Today's new product launch is in charge of Somos, and he has put in a lot of effort. Those who are not at a high enough level will not receive the invitation, Clarke said while looking at Su Pinggan. The expression on his face was very straightforward. It was impossible to deceive me. I still have this IQ. Su Pinggan smiled, but he couldn't do it without revealing his identity. Let me meet you, Su Pinggan of Apocalypse Group. Su Pinggan introduced himself with a serious face. Clarke was obviously stunned for a moment, and after listening to Su Pinggan's introduction, he remembered that the photo of Su Pinggan reported by the media in his mind overlapped with the person in front of him. Clarke was really a little surprised. The phrase "the luckiest person of this century" appeared in his mind. Let's eat first, I'm really hungry, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Okay, Clarke said with a smile, taking the plate from Su Pinggan's hand, and the two began to eat, chatting while eating, and laughing from time to time. Clarke came from the UK to attend the press conference because he had a contract with Saint Laurent. He would go to the United States after a few days of rest after attending the press conference, and his work schedule was quite tight. I arrived in Paris today, and I didn't have time to have dinner. I went to the press conference after putting on my makeup, thinking that I would have something to eat at the press conference. But I didn't know that I met Su Pinggan. Coincidences are everywhere. They chatted and laughed and finished their food quickly. They were relieved. Su Pinggan took out a tissue from his pocket and handed it to Clarke. The two cleaned up. Do you have a male companion tonight? Su Pinggan asked. Chapter 263, A Romantic Encounter. I came here alone, what's wrong? Clarke asked. I'm alone too, and I've just been laughed at by Somos. How about we go together? Su Pinggan said with a smile. Clarke looked at Su Pinggan's face, with a thoughtful expression on his face. It's very embarrassing to be alone, you don't want to either, Su Pinggan added. Clarke laughed. Your way of picking up girls is really old-fashioned, Clarke said as he looked at Su Pinggan. Su Pinggan was stunned for a moment, and then his face turned black. Your sister, I'm old-fashioned. Then how about this? Su Pinggan said, holding Clarke's hand and spinning around, hugging him gently and saying. Su Pinggan lowered his head and kissed Clarke as he spoke. Clarke struggled for a few times, and slowly cooperated, and the two separated after a while. I'm not old-fashioned now, am I? Su Pinggan said directly. Clarke hit Su Pinggan directly. For Western women, when the feeling comes, everything else is unimportant, and occasionally being romantic will be a picture worth remembering when you are old. The door opened, the two walked out, waved, the waiter came over, the two took a glass of white wine respectively, and went to the side to talk. It wasn't long before the fashion show was about to begin. Clarke took Su Pinggan's arm and walked towards the venue. The seats were arranged by special people and there were people to guide them. Somos came over, shook hands with the two of them, and gave Su Pinggan a very secret thumbs up. Clarke and Somos also knew each other. They had dinner together when the contract was signed and shook hands. Su, this is our designer Bradelle. She will accompany the two of you tonight to explain, Somos introduced with a smile. Thank you for your hard work. Su Pinggan shook hands with Bradelle politely. Bradelle also nodded politely. She knew in her heart that this was a big shot, and the person who could let her be responsible for the introduction must be extraordinary. After a while of courtesy, Sue Pingan, Clark and Bedell entered the venue. The seats were very good. Bedell handed over 2 beautiful picture albums for Sue Pingan and Clark to look through. If there was anything they didn't understand, they could ask directly. Sue Pingan began to look through the books, occasionally communicating with Bedell and Clark. Time passed quickly, and soon, the lights dimmed, and the fashion show began. The first show was a completely fancy show, and the clothes worn by the models were all conceptual products, conveying a concept. Sue Pingan was attracted as he watched. When Sue Pingan was watching intently, he felt a pain in his waist and woke up. He turned around and saw Clark looking at him unhappily. Sue Pingan smiled awkwardly and whispered a few words to Clark, but in return, Clark eyed him twice and twisted him hard. Somos saw it clearly on the other side. The lovely dragon mother was about to fall. Were the two of them flirting? He smiled and shook his head and looked elsewhere. Sue Pingan held Clark's hand and controlled it to avoid being attacked. The tender flesh on his waist was very painful. Sue Pingan didn't see that Clark's face was slightly red when his hand was held, and a strange feeling rose in his heart. Soon, the first fashion show ended, and Saint Laurent's new products began to appear on the stage. Sue Pingan watched carefully, and from time to time he exchanged a few words with Bedell. Bedell had already recorded several products in her notebook. Sometimes Sue Pingan exchanged a few words with Clark, and also asked Bedell to record them. Clark understood that this was a gift from Sue Pingan, and he felt a little different in his heart. He couldn't make up his mind whether to refuse or not. Bedell was quite surprised. Today's display was all fine products, and the price was not cheap. One piece of clothing was equivalent to his monthly salary. The Asian man next to him liked it and directly bought 2 sets. It was very generous. Moreover, there were many women's items, which were obviously given to Clark next to him. It was really generous. Bedell knew Clark, but Clark didn't know her. The two were not from the same world. After all the new products were displayed, there was a performance show. Bedell said hello to Sue Pingan and left. She needed to report the customer's purchase catalog and hand over the bill to the customer after the performance show. Many people in the room were calculating prices. Somos appeared and asked several designers how much they paid. He nodded with satisfaction. These orders were all over 200,000 euros. Tonight's press conference was a success. Battle, how much is your amount? Somos asked. 470,000 euros, both men's and women's products. Battle reported the amount. Somos' smile became even brighter. Sue Pingan was very considerate, but the others were quite surprised. Go ahead, be nice, this is a friend of mine, Somos said with a smile. Battle nodded and left with the order. The others looked at Somos with envy, and Somos enjoyed this look very much. When Sue Pingan was whispering to Clark, Battle came back. Sue Pingan took out a checkbook and wrote a check and handed it to Battle. Pack the men's and women's products separately and send them to my manor. Bedell nodded, politely said hello to the two and left. Clark was thinking, I will give the money to Sue Pingan when I go out. More than 200,000 yuan, it's all for nothing for me to be the endorsement. If I had known that I could be alone, I would never spend so much. Although celebrities are very glamorous, the cost is also very high. I have to support a team, which is a considerable expense every month. Clark is also very frugal and never spends money recklessly, which is not comparable to Sue Pingan. The show ended soon and everyone began to leave. A special person next to the exit delivered a very exquisite bag, which contained souvenirs prepared by Saint Laurent. Sue Pingan took the bag and handed it to Clark, and hugged Somos. There are my collection of condoms in the bag. I wish you a charming night, Somos whispered in Sue Pingan's ear. Sue Pingan patted Somos on the back to indicate that he heard it. After they separated, the two looked at each other meaningfully. Sue Pingan and Clark left. Clark came with his agent and 2 bodyguards. As a result, neither the agent nor the bodyguards appeared until now. It wasn't that the bodyguard didn't want to come, but he was stopped by his agent Cece. Cece had already found out who Sue Pingan was. It was a godsend opportunity, so why would he let the bodyguard go over to ruin the atmosphere? Once the scandal between the two broke out, it would definitely be a big plus for Clark. And there was no need for him to make deliberate arrangements. There were so many reporters at the door, and they would definitely be photographed by the reporters. At that time, Cece started to get excited when she thought about it. Countless large contracts began to fly towards Clark, and her commission would also rise with the tide. Cece was an old hand, and she knew very well what to do. Her calculation was successful. When Clark walked out with Sue Pingan's arm around him, he was photographed by the reporter's flash. Even if the reporters were far away, it was absolutely clear. "I'll take you back," Sue Pingan said to Clark. "No, my agent will go back with me," Clark politely refused. "Clark, if your agent is a smart person, she will choose to disappear and will not disturb a beautiful encounter," Sue Pingan said in Clark's ear, and blew a breath after speaking. Clark was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and wanted to slap his head. He understood Sue Pingan's meaning very well, and even guessed what Cece was thinking, but this was not what Clark wanted. "Let's go." Sue Pingan patted Clark's hand and pulled Clark to his car. Reporters are omnipresent. Many reporters are hiding on the side, all veterans. They know very well who Clark is, and they know even more about who Sue Pingan is. They are all excited, and they are almost climaxing when they see Clark getting into Sue Pingan's car. "I have to call my agent, the hotel room card is still with her," Clark said directly in the car. After saying that, he looked at Sue Pingan with a smile on his face, and he knew Sue Pingan's thoughts very well. "Unfortunately, you didn't consider it comprehensively. I have the final say on whether this encounter is beautiful or not, and you don't count. Blake, go back to the manor directly," Sue Pingan stretched his body forward and said, and Clark was stunned. "Don't worry, I have a lot of guest rooms over there," Sue Pingan said, and looked at Clark meaningfully, and Clark was so angry that he twisted Sue Pingan's waist. Clark had no objection to a romantic encounter, but he was a little unhappy about being so passive. But it was too late to say anything now. He had already been pulled into the car by Sue Pingan. What should Clark do? He began to think. He must not go to Sue Pingan's manor. If he went there, someone would use it as an excuse to attack him and say that he coveted Sue Pingan's money. "I want to see the scenery of the Seine River," Clark said to Sue Pingan. Sue Pingan was stunned for a moment, but soon understood. "I'll arrange it." He took out his mobile phone and showed it to Clark. Clark blushed and nodded as a tacit agreement. Sue Pingan leaned forward and gave the phone to Blacka. Blacka understood, smiled, and began to arrange the itinerary for the convoy. Sue Pingan smiled at Clark. Clark couldn't help but beat Sue Pingan. Sue Pingan also took Clark up and kissed him. A night passed, and in the top-floor suite with the best view of the Seine River, at the Novo del Paris Maisons Panorama Hotel, Sue Pingan and Clark fell asleep hugging each other, covered with a thin silk quilt. Outside, rumors about the two began to break out, and many newspapers gave them the front-page headlines, especially the photos of Clark holding Sue Pingan's arm and Clark getting into Sue Pingan's car. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264, No one can leave work if no plan is proposed today. Clark has not had any scandals so far. This is the first time, and it is Sue Pingan, which is even more attractive. Even the name of Saint Laurent began to appear. The huge headline of Dragon Knight appears, made Somos, who was in a meeting, laugh when he saw the news on his mobile phone. This time, he really made money. Saint Laurent's name appeared on so many front-page headlines. How much advertising fees can be saved? Others looked at Somos, wondering what happened to Somos today and why he was so excited. "Everyone, I'm sorry, I really couldn't help it just now," Somos said with a smile. President Carmelita looked at Somos with an unhappy face and said, "Somos, explain it to me, otherwise, I must punish you." "President, we need to take a look at today's news. You will find that we made a lot of money this time," Somos said directly. Carmelita was stunned and raised her hand to operate on her computer. Others were no exception and started browsing on their computers to see what big news in Paris today made Somers so excited. Soon, except for President Carmelita who looked thoughtful, everyone else was confused. What's so good about Sue Pingan's scandal with Clark? Somers, what are your plans? It's a pity to waste such a good opportunity, Carmelita said directly. President, I haven't thought about this yet. I just think that with so many media reports, our Saint Laurent appears on the front page without paying advertising fees, which makes me very excited. I haven't considered other things yet, Somers said truthfully. Others understood what was going on and began to nod. Indeed, the scandal between the two could not be separated from the three words Saint Laurent. The more media reported, the more Saint Laurent's name spread. This was an unimaginable huge gain. Inform the planning department to come here, gentlemen and ladies, we can't miss such a good opportunity. We must come up with a plan to cooperate with this scandal. This will bring us sales, bring us unexpected sales. No one will leave work today if we don't come up with a plan. Carmelita spoke directly, and everyone nodded seriously. Saint Laurent is an old brand. In the past few years, it has inevitably begun to decline. It also needs exposure. However, sufficient exposure requires a large amount of funds, which is not a small amount for Saint Laurent. Now that we have this opportunity, how can we not follow the trend? Everyone knows that Supingen and Clark scandal will go global, and Saint Laurent's name will be exposed. We must catch this favorable trend, and everyone began to brainstorm. The French media is also quite talented. Supingen is from the Celestial Empire, and the Celestial Empire is the descendant of the dragon. Clark became famous for his role as the Dragon Mother in Game of Thrones. Of course, Clark's acting skills are still worthy of recognition. Dragon Knight appears. This title is very attractive. As for the news media, they will definitely use whatever they can to attract people. They used it directly. There are many media that reported on Supingen and Clark, but none of them are as eye-catching as this one. Cece is an old hand. Seeing the media reports today, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. I knew it would be like this. Ha 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 ha. Cece was extremely happy. At Supingen's manor, Liu Wenjin and Darina had breakfast and asked about it. They found out that Supingen didn't come back last night. The two of them had a bad idea and looked at each other. I feel like we did something stupid yesterday, Liu Wenjin said directly. It was indeed a stupid thing. There must be beauties at the Saint Laurent new product launch. I know the boss's little thoughts very well. He seduced her and must have been seduced away by that woman, Darina said directly with an angry face. I'll check it out. The media will definitely report it. It's not enough for us two young girls to accompany him. He has to go out and mess around. I want to see who is so charming, Darina said unhappily, and Liu Wenjin nodded seriously. In the hotel living room, Clark went to make 2 cups of coffee and brought them over. The two sat on the sofa in front of the large French window and chatted, looking at the scenery outside. Let's leave separately in a while. It must be our news outside. Clark knew the reporters better. What happened yesterday could not be concealed at all. It must have been discovered by the reporters. Is it a big impact on you? If necessary, I can issue a statement to help you. Just tell me. We booked 2 rooms yesterday to rest separately. The hotel surveillance can prove this, Supingen said directly. Supingen's words made Clark feel much better. He dared to take his own responsibilities. This shows that Supingen is not a scumbag. Scumbags will never say this. This kind of people only consider themselves. Clark is still very clear about this. Thank you, I won't be polite if you need me, Clark said with a smile, and Supingen also smiled and nodded. Let me ask you a question. Do you really have no boyfriend? Supingen asked. No, because I am very worried about you men. It's okay to be a good friend, but it's hard for me to be at ease with marriage and starting a family. It's better to be single than to be heard all over, Clark said directly. To be honest, I have a fear of marriage now. I think being single is good. I am free and don't have so many troubles, Supingen said directly. He has seen a lot of marriages and divorces. It's better to be single than to be so troubled. You men must feel that being single is good. You can enjoy yourself freely and don't need to bear the responsibility of the family. We women are different. Sooner or later, we must have a family, so we must choose a qualified man. Clark did not hide his point of view. Supingen nodded and made a gesture of approval. He knew in his heart that he would have to go this way sooner or later, but he didn't know when it would be. The two of them said this and slowly finished their coffee. I have a suggestion. Since it has been exposed, why don't we just have a good time together for a few days, Supingen said directly. Clark was stunned after hearing it. What I mean is that you are going to the United States in a while, and I am going to the United Kingdom in a few days. We both have time during these few days, so how about traveling around? We get along very well, and being long-term friends is a good choice, Supingen explained. I'll think about it. Clark did not give a positive reply, and Supingen made a helpless gesture. Clark smiled and started to make a call directly, while Su Pinggan sat there without moving. For some reason, he did not want to move. Not long after, Clark hung up the phone, looked at Su Pinggan who was sitting there without moving, and stood up. "Are you leaving?" Su Pinggan asked. "Yes. My agent Cece will be waiting for me at the hotel entrance in 20 minutes, Clark said directly. "How can I find you when Yves Saint Laurent sends the products over?" Su Pinggan asked, looking up. "Just call me, and I'll send someone to pick it up then," Clark said directly. Su Pinggan nodded and looked at the phone number that had been saved in his mobile phone yesterday. The two chatted for a while, and Clark left directly, very casually. Su Pinggan shook his head and smiled. Nothing happened between the two of them last night. They had 2 rooms, one for each person. But if this matter was made public, no one would believe it. If necessary, the surveillance video in the hotel could only be made public. After arrest, Su Pinggan also checked out and left. He took a car back to the manor and found that Liu Wenjin and Darina looked at him very strangely. "What do you two mean? Just say it clearly. Is it fun to look at me like this?" Su Pinggan said directly. "Boss, you are very, very popular now," Darina said directly, and Su Pinggan understood it and touched his chin embarrassedly. "You know it," Su Pinggan said embarrassedly. "Not only do we know it, but people all over the world know it. Your story has been all over the screen. The Dragon Knight has appeared, and the click rate of this article has exceeded 100 million, Liu Wenjin said bluntly. "Bring the computer here so I can see it." Su Pinggan was not calm. Liu Wenjin directly opened his laptop and put it on the table. Su Pinggan began to browse. The headlines on the front pages of major media websites were all about the two of them. After reading them, Su Pinggan slapped his head and leaned on the sofa without saying a word. "If I say that nothing happened between us last night, do you believe it?" Su Pinggan looked at Liu Wenjin and Darina and said. The two looked at Su Pinggan with suspicion. "You two can go to the hotel to retrieve the video and take a look. We rested in our respective rooms. The hotel corridors are monitored 24 hours a day, which can fully prove that nothing happened last night," Su Pinggan said truthfully. "I now believe that what you said is true," Darina looked at Su Pinggan and said. Since Su Pinggan dared to say so, it means that nothing really happened. The reports on the news were all the reporter's imagination. "Really, I just get along well with her, just like a pair of old friends," Su Pinggan said directly. "What should we do now? Do we need to clarify it?" Liu Wenjin said directly. "After all, it is not good for both of them to have a scandal. There's no need to clarify. We're all celebrities. The more we clarify, the happier the reporters will be. What's true won't be false, and what's false won't be true. Just let them stir the pot for a while. When we leave France, all the news will stop," Su Pinggan said, rubbing his head. "I'd better practice clarifying it with a newspaper. The boss's image is very important," Darina said directly. "Okay, you arrange for them to retrieve the hotel's surveillance." "It's very clear," Su Pinggan said directly, and Darina nodded. Chapter 265, Only Through Experience Can We Grow. Su Pinggan went to lunch with a depressed expression, and turned his depression into appetite, and began to eat and drink. In fact, Su Pinggan was really hungry. He had fought with Clark several times yesterday, and couldn't help going crazy in the early morning. He really couldn't do without eating a little more to make up for it. After eating and drinking, he went to rest directly without saying anything, which made Liu Wenjin and Darina confused. The two did not ask, and they were embarrassed to ask about such things. Su Pinggan slept until dinner time, and went upstairs to sleep after dinner. However, Su Pinggan called Clark before going to bed. The two chatted for more than 20 minutes, and then hung up the phone and continued to sleep happily. The next day, the people from Saint Laurent arrived at the manor. These people were responsible for measuring Su Pinggan's body. The clothes had to match Su Pinggan's body. The style had been determined. With the data of various parts of the body, they could be modified to become more fit. Clark arrived at Su Pinggan's manor at around 10 o'clock and began to cooperate with a tailor to measure his body. Liu Wenjin and Darina both felt uncomfortable when they saw Clark, but they hid it very well and did not show it on their faces. The other items were delivered. Su Pinggan directly gave the gifts he had selected to Liu Wenjin and Darina. Both of them smiled, thinking that you have a conscience and still think about us two little coolies. The two happily took the gifts to the side to discuss, and Su Pinggan smiled and shook his head. Women are always irresistible to perfumes and jewelry. At noon, Clark ate at Su Pinggan's place. The four of them talked and laughed while eating. Su Pinggan could not get a word in about the topic between the women. He directly focused on eating food and ate 4 pieces of steak to vent his dissatisfaction. The 3 women saw it and felt secretly happy. Clark was also unhappy because Liu Wenjin and Darina, the 2 beautiful assistants, looked at Su Pinggan with a wrong look. This was not the look of a subordinate looking at a superior. Clark felt the resentment in it very clearly. They have an affair with Su Pinggan. There are already 2 beautiful women around him, but they still come to provoke me. Clark is definitely unhappy, and he is also happy to see Su Pinggan unhappy. The more unhappy Su Pinggan is, the happier the 3 women are. After drinking some tea after dinner, Su Pinggan went out with Clark to visit tourist attractions in Paris. Liu Wenjin and Darina also communicated with Clark. Although they were unhappy, they were not so angry. Clark told the 2 that Su Pinggan was not her cup of tea. After playing together for a few days, they left Paris for the United States. It was a beautiful encounter that the 2 could barely accept. As the intimate photos of Su Pinggan and Clark at various scenic spots were exposed, they completely swept the screen. China also forwarded the news about Su Pinggan without exception, and the media began to report it frantically. This is the first time that domestic media has kept a close eye on foreign media. Once new news appears, it will be forwarded to domestic media immediately, and basically simultaneous reporting is achieved, which makes the melon-eating crowd very enjoyable. Mabo also saw the news without exception. He slapped his head and looked bitter. "Brother, you are the boss, please keep a low profile." "What should I do if you are so high profile?" "Song Xiaomin will call me all the way." Mabo really had a headache. He couldn't hide. He didn't know what to do. When he was having a headache, the phone rang. He picked it up and answered it. He looked bitter. What he feared came true. The call was from Song Xiaomin. How could Song Xiaomin not see the overwhelming media reports? Song Xiaomin also saw it. Song Xiaomin was so angry that he smashed his office directly. He was not satisfied and went back to his residence to smash things again. Even if Song Xiaomin was mentally prepared, he couldn't accept it. Song Xiaomin was no exception. After receiving the report from the people assigned to Song Xiaomin, Song Xiaomin's office became a mess again, and many items were smashed and could not be used. What on earth does Su Pinggan, this bastard, want to do? Doesn't he know that he will hurt other people's feelings? Miao Yi has already asked for leave because she is not feeling well. Song Xiaomin knows very well why she is not feeling well. She must be upset after seeing the report. The pillar of the company, his own daughter, 2 heavyweights are in a bad mood. How can Song Xiaomin be in a good mood? Especially his daughter Song Xiaomin, who has not called him until now. It is obvious that she still holds hope for Su Pinggan. Song Xiaomin really regretted it at this moment. He really shouldn't have introduced Su Pinggan to his daughter. He completely pushed his daughter into the fire pit. Miao Yi is easy to deal with. She certainly dare not compete with his daughter, but what about this foreigner? Song Xiaomin covered his chest and was a little breathless. No, this can't go on. My daughter must break up with Su Pinggan, this bastard. If this continues, I don't know how many women will appear in the future. I will definitely not make up my mind to talk to my daughter. Let Mabo come forward to talk to my daughter. This matter must be resolved. If this drags on, his heart will definitely not be able to bear it. He wanted to find a phone, but found that the phone had been broken and could not be used. He took out the phone card and asked the secretary to send another phone. The secretary was stunned when he entered Song Xiaomin's office with a new phone. However, he did not ask anything. He put the new phone down and left. As Song Xiaomin's confidant, the secretary knew very well about Su Pinggan, Song Xiaomin and Miao Yi. Sitting down in his chair, the secretary pouted and shook his head. Mr. Su was really awesome. He had the boss's daughter, Miao Yi, and now he was so ostentatious abroad with Long Ma. I envy him. When will I have such a skill? I envy and hate him. In China, Song Xiaomin and Song Xiaomin smashed the office, and there was another person abroad who also smashed his own nest, Isabella. When the news first appeared, Isabella didn't care much. She was young and beautiful, so why was she afraid of an old lady? As a result, after a few days, there were more and more news about Su Pinggan and Clark. Isabella completely exploded today and started smashing things crazily in the room, scaring the servants. This was the most violent time Isabella had ever been. After smashing the room, Isabella went directly to the gym, wearing a full set of sandbags in front of her and began to hit them crazily. In Isabella's eyes, the sandbag in front of her was Su Pinggan, and she had to teach Su Pinggan a lesson. When Phil and his wife came back, the housekeeper reported everything. Phil shook his head and smiled, not caring much, but Amanda couldn't accept it. Phil, we must teach Su Pinggan a lesson. We must avenge Isabella. Madam, what are you going to do? Su Pinggan doesn't know Isabella's identity, and he doesn't know where she is, Phil said with a smile. But he took Isabella's first time, so he must be responsible, Amanda said unhappily. Amanda found out the day Isabella came back, and she didn't know how to talk to Isabella about it, so she never made it clear. Calm down, Amanda. Isabella's status is not comparable to those actors and stars. What's more, Su Pinggan will not take the initiative in Isabella's matter. You know it very well. This is why we didn't ask Isabella. Isabella's status is very sensitive. Let Isabella decide on this matter. After experiencing this, Isabella will grow a lot. It's better than Isabella having this kind of thing happen in school or other places. I will find a chance to talk to Isabella. If Isabella doesn't give up, I will make arrangements. On the contrary, if Isabella gives up, then just treat it as if it never happened. You can only grow up after experiencing it. I believe that this sad experience will make Isabella's future much easier, Phil said seriously. His family status is different from that of ordinary people. He should be calmer when encountering things. Phil did this very well. He went downstairs to say hello to Liu Wenjin and Darlena, got in the car driven by his agent Cece and left. He didn't see the shadow watching her behind the upstairs window at all. Su Pinggan watched Clark leave, and then fell asleep again. Don't think about anything, just go to sleep. It's enough to have a good memory in the ups and downs of life. This is what Clark said to Su Pinggan. After leaving Su Pinggan's manor, Clark and his party went straight to the airport and took a plane from Paris to the United States. This beautiful encounter came to an end. Su Pinggan rested in the manor for 3 days and left France. He did not go to the UK, but went back to China directly. He was in a bad mood and came back home to recuperate. The J-City headquarters sent a vehicle to the airport in the provincial capital to pick up Su Pinggan before returning. After returning home, Su Pinggan was not relaxed. He was severely interrogated by his father and mother. Who is your girlfriend? Is it Song Zinai or Miao Yi, or the foreigner who appeared this time? Su Hong stared at Su Pinggan's eyes and asked. Dad, don't ask about personal feelings. Just let it go. No matter who it is, she is the one who can accompany me to the end, Su Pinggan said impatiently. Pinggan, don't think we are nagging. If you want to fall in love, talk about it properly. Don't do so many things. You can do whatever you want when you have money. Let me tell you, it's not possible in our family, Su Hong said very impolitely. Su Pinggan lowered his head and said nothing. There was no way to explain this kind of thing to his father, so he just kept silent. Silence is golden anyway. Seeing Su Pinggan lowering his head and not talking, Su Hong became angry, and Qin Kaiksha next to him immediately held Su Hong's hand. Chapter 266 The high cost has no practical significance. Pinggan, although our family was poor before, we were honest and upright. Do you know what people outside are saying about you now? You become bad when you have money and plan to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Those who originally planned to introduce you to a girlfriend are now silent. Look at what the media say about you. If you continue like this, your reputation will be ruined. Do you know that? Qin Kaiksha looked at Su Pinggan and said angrily. Do you think the people they introduced are worthy of me? They are self-aware. I hope they can live a peaceful life. Don't you see what kind of people they are? They are taking advantage of you, Su Pinggan said with an unhappy face. You still think you are right, don't you? Su Hong's anger, which had been suppressed, immediately came up. Dad, let's not argue about this. People don't lie for those nagging people. They gossip about other people all day long. What kind of people are they? Which family around here has not received the kindness of our family? Now they are still saying bad things about me behind my back. They are a bunch of ungrateful bastards. I will make it clear now that they will not come to our house in the future. If I see them, I will kick them out. After Su Pinggan finished speaking, he turned around and left his parents to go to his villa. He was very upset. Su Pinggan was so angry that he didn't even eat dinner. It took him a few days to calm down. He went home and apologized to his parents. It was considered that the atmosphere at home was slowly eased. Su Pinggan then started to work normally. Notify Jiang Xian, Ruan Qin Lang, Xiao Feiming, Ding Haopen, Chen Fansheng and others to come to see me, Su Pinggan said as soon as he entered the office. Liu Wenjin immediately went out to make arrangements. Liu Wenjin was on duty alone today. Dare and his relatives came to see her, so she had to rest for a few days. It didn't take long for several people to arrive at Su Pinggan's office. Tell me, why did it stop operating for half a month? Su Pinggan asked as he looked at several people. The recycling company in J City has stopped working for more than half a month, which is very unusual. The company still pays employees' salaries when it stops working, so the loss is not small. Mr. Su, our garbage sorting has stopped working because there is a problem with the new equipment. One of the key equipment suddenly failed. At present, the equipment party is looking for the cause, so it is not running, Ding Haopeng reported with a stiff face. It's been half a month. Have you found out what the reason is? Su Pinggan asked expressionlessly. The engineer of the equipment party said it was a system problem. Because of the damage caused by improper operation of the system, another equipment must be purchased. The Italian Institute sent people to check and said that there was no problem with this system, but it was a problem with the equipment itself. The equipment party must compensate? Now the two parties have been entangled and prevented us from starting work, Ding Haopeng said truthfully. You go and notify them to come over, and I will listen to what they say in person, Su Pinggan said directly, and Ding Haopeng immediately went to the side to make a phone call. Do you have similar problems in other departments? Su Pinggan continued to ask. There is no problem with the heating system. We are currently strengthening construction to expand the coverage rate, Ruan Qinlang reported, and Su Pinggan nodded. Although the power plant has stopped, we are carrying out maintenance and optimization, optimizing the problems found some time ago. Once the garbage classification can start, we can start at any time. We have also reclaimed the biogas pool, and now we are waiting for the classification to start, Zhang Xian briefly reported the stall he was responsible for. Mr. Su, for the biological fertilizer, our warehouse is now empty, and the original products have all been sold out. Xia Fengming's report was very simple. Su Pinggan nodded slowly and looked at Chen Fansheng and asked, Old Chen, what is the problem with the garbage classification? Do you understand? No. Chen Fansheng's answer was very simple, and Su Pinggan smiled. He picked up the cigarette on the table and took out a cigarette and lit it. In his mind, he asked Xingling to check what the problem was. Soon, Xingling gave a reply that both had problems, which made Su Pinggan a little confused. There are problems with the chip quality, problems inside after long-term operation, and problems with the equipment. The material of the rotating shaft is not genuine. Xingling explained it, and Su Pinggan had an urge to curse. No one can be blamed for this matter, only Su Pinggan. The chip manufacturer was ordered by Su Pinggan, and the equipment manufacturer is the same. There are some things that cannot be refused in personal relationships, but it happened that these two companies had problems. You go back, I will see the engineers and they are talking. Old Chen will stay for a while, Su Pinggan said directly, and everyone else stood up and left. You really don't know what's going on, Su Pinggan said as he looked at Chen Fansheng. Chen Fansheng looked embarrassed. This expression showed that Chen Fansheng knew what was going on. After the incident, Chen Fansheng sent someone to check it out as soon as possible. After the equipment party and the people from the research institute came over, Chen Fansheng sent someone to conduct another inspection. It was very clear what the reason was, but these two production companies were designated by Su Pinggan. Chen Fansheng was not easy to say, so he could only wait for Su Pinggan to deal with it. This matter is my fault. I wanted to support domestic companies. Now it seems that the product quality is really not good. I am the only one who can pay for this matter, Su Pinggan said with a long sigh. Boss Su, don't blame yourself. It's because they are not motivated and not serious about their work. We just need to avoid this situation from happening again, Chen Fansheng said directly, and Su Pinggan nodded. Go meet the technicians and the equipment party later and ask them to leave. I will arrange new equipment and chips here. Tell me about the research institute tomorrow, Su Pinggan said directly. He could only pay for the trouble he caused himself and could not blame anyone. After Chen Fansheng left, Su Pinggan immediately started to make phone calls. He first called the original matchmaker to explain that it was not that he didn't give face, but that the product was really not good. The matchmaker was also embarrassed and exchanged a few words with Su Pinggan before hanging up the phone. Abdi, the owner of an Italian equipment company, received a call from Su Pinggan and was very happy. There are similar product companies. Sue, I will arrange for someone to airlift it to you immediately, and it won't delay things. Thank you, you helped me a lot this time, Su Pinggan said with a smile. The two sides have cooperated many times. The production line of the Italian weapons company is produced by Abdi's company. The two sides cooperate very happily. After a few polite words, Su Pinggan hung up the phone. He immediately called the head of the sales department of Tongtong Company. There was nothing he could do. Only Tongtong Company had such enterprises and control chips in stock. After a while of communication between the two parties, the other party agreed to send an expedited email to Su Pinggan immediately. Su Pinggan didn't want much. There were only more than 90 control chips for the equipment of the entire garbage sorting company. Su Pinggan asked for 200 in one go. He asked for more just in case. After he was done, he notified Ho Minghe and allocated funds to the two companies. It was very neat. In just 4 days, the Italian equipment arrived, and the staff immediately began to install it. The original equipment had been dismantled long ago, and they were waiting for the new equipment. After another day, the chips also arrived, and the chips of the entire garbage sorting company began to be replaced and re-entered. After a day of suspension, the garbage sorting company started working again, and the fluency was improved a lot. Although more money was spent, the efficiency was also improved. After only 3 days of operation, the garbage sorting side stopped working again. Su Pinggan was stunned for a moment after receiving the news. He was relieved after asking for clarification. The researcher had to adjust and optimize again. This was normal adjustment and optimization. The first project in J City was to collect various usage data and adjust and optimize to the best level. On this day, Su Pinggan received a call from Barry. After discussing with Su Pinggan for a while, he hung up the phone. A few days later, the Dresden Apocalypse Institute for Advanced Materials in Germany held a press conference. At the press conference, Dr. Naren published an article on new solar energy materials and showed the latest results. He officially announced the advent of carbon crystal solar panels, which are 7 times more efficient than the current single silicon crystal solar panels. The use of solar energy will open a new chapter. After the news was released, Naren's achievement caused a sensation around the world. Many scientists called it an epic-making progress. Professor Naren opened a new chapter in the use of solar energy. Congratulations on Professor Naren's achievements. All heavyweight scientific magazines used Professor Naren's photo as the cover. Of course, there are also critical voices, believing that Naren's invention is unrealistic. The cost is more than 60 times that of single crystal silicon. It will take at least 30 years to reach the civilian level. The high cost has no practical significance. Professor Naren was very modest in the interview. He first thanked his teacher Dr. Lek for introducing him to Su Pinggan, and thanked Shyanki Group for its investment, which allowed Naren to prove that his conjecture was correct. Naren also admitted that this carbon crystal solar panel was expensive, but what Naren cared about was that it had opened up a new path for solar energy research. He was very confident that this new type of solar panel would be popularized in a few decades. People with a heart would never see it that way, especially some people in China. The cost was more than 60 times the bullshit. If the cost could not be controlled, why would Su Pinggan build a factory in FZ? It was obvious that a complete breakthrough had been made. Su Pinggan, the bastard, was making plans. People with a heart could see it, and the top leaders of China could also see it. FZ had already communicated with Burson that this project was a solar panel project. It was conceivable what kind of impact this would have on the domestic photovoltaic industry. They began to make plans to deal with the impact. It was not an exaggeration to describe the top leaders' feelings as ice and fire. It was not easy for China's photovoltaic industry to rise, and China occupied 5 of the world's top 10 photovoltaic companies. But now, once the new photovoltaic products of Shyanki Group come out, all the existing ones will be eliminated, not only those of China, but also all the solar panels produced by single silicon crystal and polysilicon crystal in the world will be eliminated, without exception. But Shyanki Group is a Chinese enterprise, and it can be expected that Shyanki Solar Energy will definitely become the world's largest photovoltaic enterprise. The advantages brought by technological upgrades will make Shyanki Group unmatched, and Shyanki Solar Energy will dominate the global photovoltaic industry. The hearts of the top management are very complicated, and they don't know how to face Shyanki Group. Such an excellent enterprise is needed by every country, but the impact brought by advanced technology upgrades is also terrifying, especially a high-tech product that subverts the entire industry. Chapter 267 Patent Storm. Su Pinggan was thinking about what Hall had said to him at the moment in his office. He should keep a low profile, but now things were forcing him to be unable to keep a low profile. Slowly, the words of Fitch, the director of the French weapons group, also appeared in Su Pinggan's mind. The number of employees could not be increased immediately, but his influence could be increased. He should increase the external authorization. When his influence reached a certain level, more people would be afraid to act rashly. Once he figured it out, he started immediately and contacted the heads of several major European research institutes. The second-level technology authorization was fully launched. The Shanghai Group divided various technologies into 4 levels. Currently, the external authorization was the first-level technology. The first-level technology was the basic technology, which was more advanced than similar technologies and was dispensable. The second-level technology was a breakthrough technology. After it was adopted, it was decided that your product would be upgraded to a higher level. This time, the second-level technology was opened. Several major research institutes had stored a lot of it, but they had never authorized it to the outside world. Including the Xianchao side, Chenfansheng side, and Qiao Yicheng side, there were also second-level patented technologies stored. Both of them received Su Pinggan's call and started to implement it immediately. Why did Su Pinggan keep investing when the institute was losing money? Because Su Pinggan knew that it was not difficult to make a profit. Apart from other things, Italy could definitely make a profit by licensing hundreds of secondary technologies. According to Su Pinggan, although we licensed the technology on a large scale, the price could not be low. It would be better to license multiple companies. According to Zingling, licensing multiple companies would improve technology in general, which would be good for the future manufacture of aircraft. As time went by, many companies had signed licensing contracts with the institute. These companies were all over the world. They were able to become the heads of the institute and knew that their technology was useful to those companies, so they contacted them directly. Visionary companies received calls and would conduct an evaluation. After passing the evaluation, they would negotiate the price. At present, European and American companies were the most active because they knew the value of these technologies. Companies in China were very slow, and there were many infringements. Su Pinggan was busy, while Liu Wenjin and Darina were busy. After the news of the purchase of the island was released, many countries sent information to Liu Wenjin's email address, introducing the island to be sold, and each country offered a bigger discount than the other, and each country was more willing to give up than the other. All the documents finally stated that if the Apocalypse Group really decided to buy the island, all conditions could be negotiated, and they were asked to send personnel to negotiate. Liu Wenjin looked at these documents and felt that Su Pinggan's plan might really come true. Darina and Liu Wenjin had a deep discussion about this matter. Now those island countries are trying to find ways to immigrate, and they are in great need of funds. Selling islands in exchange for funds is the only way. And it is very likely that the sovereignty of the island will be sold. Su Pinggan contacted Wu Sike, and Wu Sike began to take action. For this reason, Su Pinggan went to Chen Qingshan and Wei Dongshuo to express his meaning. These companies must be sued to force them to upgrade their industries. How many companies have infringed? Wei Dongshuo frowned and asked. There are more than 800 companies currently counted, Su Pinggan said directly. Pinggan, if you sue all these companies and make them stop production and compensate for losses, it will cause large-scale unemployment. Do you know that? Chen Qingshan looked at Su Pinggan and it was really a headache. Who will compensate me for my losses? You all know how much money I spent on research and development. It's not that I won't authorize them, and the licensing price is not high. They know that they are addicted to taking advantage of me, Su Pinggan said unhappily. Senior official, Mayor, my research institute in Europe has begun large-scale authorization. Currently, thousands of companies in dozens of countries have signed authorization agreements. The licensing fee of each company is higher than the domestic authorization price. In the long run, foreign companies will upgrade, and domestic companies can only produce some low-tech products. Sooner or later, they will be eliminated. I can't import all the products I purchase, which will increase my costs. The garbage sorting factory has been shut down for so long. I believe you two know why. If the technology can't keep up, it can't produce qualified products. I spent a lot of money to buy equipment from abroad to solve it. If you don't support me, it is inevitable that I will increase my investment abroad. Personal favors are not acceptable. I must be responsible for my company. Don't say that I don't support domestic products at that time, Su Pinggan said unhappily. Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan looked at each other. This matter was not so easy to handle. According to the law, Su Pinggan had applied for it, and the infringing party must stop producing the infringing products. However, this involved the livelihood of many people, so there must be a way to have the best of both worlds. Let's discuss it and get back to you after a while, Chen Qingshan said directly. This matter must be considered in the long run, and it was not so simple. 2 days, I will sue you directly in 2 days, according to the law. If you try to smooth things over, you will have to compensate for my losses, Su Pinggan said bluntly. Okay, we will get back to you in 2 days, Wei Dongshuo made the decision directly. After getting the reply, Su Pinggan said goodbye. Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan smiled bitterly and shook their heads in the office. When there were no big companies, we hoped for a big company to drive the development of the local area. Now that there are big companies, I know that there are so many troubles in it. I really don't know how those big cities reconcile such contradictions, Chen Qingshan said with emotion. If they were to deal with the problems we have encountered, they would also have a headache. Is the Apocalypse Group the same as those companies? Look at the listed companies now. How many of them rely on subsidies to survive? These people are too greedy, putting money into their own pockets. They don't consider developing the company or developing new technologies. Even if some companies spend money, how much of it is real money invested in research and development? I have seen clearly that companies that are willing to invest real money and make money will not go public. One by one, they make a fortune in silence, and they don't want to shoot. What are the companies that followed Su Pinggan to poach talent like now? Their assets have expanded several times, and some have even expanded more than 10 times. These companies have learned from Su Pinggan. They will not go public, and they will never go public. Lao Pham from Jinshi called me. A well-run company there said that it would not go public at all. The city offered preferential conditions but refused to go public. These people are the real smart people, Wei Dongshuo said with emotion. Let's solve the current problems first. Let's ask for instructions, Chen Qingshan said with a long sigh, and Wei Dongshuo nodded. A day later, Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan were very surprised when they saw the reply from their superior. Act according to the law, just 4 words. After thinking carefully, they understood it. They looked at each other and knew in their hearts that Su Pinggan won. Sometimes I really doubt that Shaanxi Group is a state-owned enterprise. This treatment, haha, Chen Qingshan said with a wry smile. Follow the normal legal procedures. Patent storm, this time Su Pinggan will have a big meal again, Wei Dongshuo said with emotion. That night, Chen Qingshan called Su Pinggan and told him to act according to the law. Su Pinggan laughed directly after hearing it and called Wu Sike directly. Launching a patent storm would belong to the interests of Shaanxi Group. Wu Sike started preparing a long time ago for this day. A few years ago, Su Pinggan allocated an additional 5 million yuan to Tongda law firm every year to collect evidence. So far, a lot of evidence has been collected. Tongda law firm also sent 10 lawyers to help. Wu Sike prepared for a few days. On this day, he submitted 10 indictments to J City in one go, formally suing 10 companies for infringement. The official website of Shaanxi Group directly posted this news, and announced the list of 10 companies, and also issued a statement, asking other companies that are infringing to stop infringing immediately, otherwise, Shaanxi Group will directly sue. Many people are staring at the official website of Shaanxi Group. The media got the news at the first time and began to report the incident. The 10 business owners who received the subpoenas from the J City court were all in a big headache. What should I do? If I don't pay compensation, I will go to jail. Moreover, the J City court and the local court have already sealed their factories. You can't continue production without solving this matter. I started to act immediately and consulted many lawyers. The future is bleak. I used the previous method to drag it out, but Shaanxi Group has money and is not afraid of dragging it out. It is definitely not Shaanxi Group that will be dragged to death in the end. Let's negotiate a solution. I took the lawyer to J City for negotiation. The court is also willing to mediate. According to the size of your company and the severity of the case, you will be compensated for a fee, and then purchase a patent license. The matter will be resolved. Shaanxi Group is not aggressive. Smartly, he immediately paid a fee to completely resolve the matter, obtained the authorization of Apocalypse Group, and produced openly. All problems were solved. For anything that was not agreed upon in the first negotiation, the price would be directly increased by 500,000 in the second negotiation. This was a hard standard set by Su Pinggan, and Wu Sike had to follow it. A week later, the four companies had signed a memorandum with Apocalypse Group and completely resolved the matter. The official website of Apocalypse Group was updated, and the names of the four companies were gone. Then, Wu Sike once again submitted an indictment against 15 companies. After the news was announced, this time it caused a sensation. In just half a month, Apocalypse Group had sued 25 companies and reached an agreement with 4 companies. What shocked them was still to come. A few days later, another 15 companies were sued by Apocalypse Group. The media's front page headline had 4 big words, and the word patent storm was completely screen sweeping. Chapter 268. What a pity, I can't spare any effort. As time went by, more and more companies were sued. On this day, the media reported that the head of a company in F province was arrested and the company was sealed up because it failed to reach an agreement with Shyanki Group on compensation for infringement. After the company was sealed up, it would be auctioned according to law, and the auction proceeds would be used to compensate Shyanki Group. This news completely shocked the market, and companies that did not take it seriously began to pay attention to this matter. A few days later, a company in S province also suffered the same fate, which was scary. Many companies began to worry and began to find connections to solve this matter. Inevitably, they found Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan. There were many calls for intercession. Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan's reply was very simple. This was the meaning of the above. One sentence completely solved the trouble. The number of intercession calls began to decrease significantly. They all began to understand that the country was serious. What should I do? Su Pinggan was very unwilling to give such a sum of money, but he had to give it. Shyanki Group would definitely sue. If the negotiation failed once, the price would be directly increased by 500,000 the next time. No bargaining was allowed. It was said that this was a death order from Su Pinggan. While they were hesitating, 17 companies were closed down and the legal persons were arrested. The news shocked the whole Celestial Empire. Su Pinggan was really ruthless. He waved a patent stick to collect money everywhere and sued directly if he didn't pay. At this time, an online media directly released a video of Su Pinggan's speech in Shanghai. The click rate soared, making the owner of the website laugh from ear to ear. Traffic represents money. It's all money. Su Pinggan's waving the patent stick to stir up trouble in Celestial Empire was also reported by the media of other countries, and it was praised. This made many people feel incredible. Damn you media SB. This robber waved the patent stick to collect money everywhere and you still praise it. Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? People who think so don't consider how much investment is needed to develop these technologies. More than 6 billion euros converted into RMB each year exceeds 50 billion celestial coins. How can there be technological upgrades without such investment? You are used to taking advantage, and suddenly you are not allowed to take advantage, and your heart must be hurt. Looking at the list of infringing companies posted on the official website of Shyanki Group, many people covered their chests. This is all money. On this day, Wu Sike submitted 20 lawsuits on behalf of Shyanki Group again, and filed infringement lawsuits against 27 companies, which even involved 6 state-owned enterprises. State-owned enterprises don't care about Shyanki Group at all. Don't look at your Shyanki Group, which is so powerful all over the world. This is the Celestial Empire, not a place for your private enterprises to be presumptuous. The court issued a subpoena and ignored it. I am a state-owned enterprise, I am afraid of you, so I have such a bad temper. Chen Qingshan and Wei Dongshuo reported this matter directly. Soon, the Beijing court began to take action and took away the legal representatives directly at the headquarters of these companies. 6 state-owned enterprises were not missing. This incident made more people look stupid. Many people woke up from their dreams. The state supported Shyanki Group behind the scenes. This patent storm was allowed by the state. If state-owned enterprises can't bear it, what else can we resist? In just a few days, more than 40 companies signed a memorandum with Shyanki Group. The speed of the court hearing is also much faster, because now the signal is very clear, and violations must be investigated, even if you are a state-owned enterprise. The country is determined to rule the country according to law. Those who were arrested were dismissed from their posts. Although they were fine, they lost their jobs. No one is willing to accept this result. On this day, another big news broke out, which no one expected. Nokia sold the millimeter wave technology patents and team in a package and gave up research on millimeter waves. This news caused quite a stir. Many countries know that the technology companies with the most patents on millimeter waves are Nokia and Apocalypse Group. After the completion of this transaction, the millimeter wave patents were completely monopolized by Apocalypse Group, and Apocalypse Group's voice has increased a lot. At the same time, Bruce announced on behalf of Apocalypse Technology Company at the press conference that the patent licensing fee for millimeter waves would be reduced by 10% so that this technology can benefit the general public. This statement made many countries feel painful. With a statement, it is difficult to sanction Apocalypse Technology Company on the pretext of technological monopoly. Su Pingyan is really too cunning, like a loach, slippery and relentless, so you can't catch the weakness at all. Once the millimeter wave technology is rolled out, the Apocalypse Group suddenly stops authorizing you, and your entire industry will be paralyzed. Although it is difficult to study millimeter wave technology is indispensable in many aspects, especially in military projects, which are more needed. Now it is monopolized by the Apocalypse Group, and we need to be more cautious about the Apocalypse Group in the future. Just like superfish oil, the influence is too great. Su Pingyan, this gangster, will definitely do this kind of thing when necessary. Patent law, many people are beginning to have a headache about this law. Su Pingyan chose a really good time. This year is the year of the US election. The US top leaders are busy fighting for power internally and have no time to care about the expansion of the Apocalypse Group. In addition, the activities of the lobbying company have allowed the Apocalypse Group to take advantage of many loopholes. If this year is not an election year, it will definitely not be so smooth. The United States will definitely intervene in this transaction. The military use of millimeter waves is also very extensive. How could the Apocalypse Group succeed so easily? It's a pity that they can't spare their hands. It doesn't matter if you don't understand what millimeter waves are, but companies and countries that understand millimeter waves are in a big headache, and China is no exception. How did Su Pingyan play it? Tens of thousands of Chinese companies can't play internationally, but Su Pingyan is playing like a fish in water internationally. So many companies have been cheated and lost a lot of money, but Shanghai Group has never encountered it. This opportunity makes people jealous. When the bigwigs mentioned Shanghai Group in the meeting, they were full of emotion. Su Pingyan's luck is really enough to make you envious. Zhang Jianbin was also shocked when watching the news. Zhang Jianbin knew very well what millimeter waves were used for. He learned about it in detail when he went to Beijing to study. This is a strategic technology. How could it be taken by Su Pingyan? Nokia's sale of this technology also went through a detailed internal debate. Millimeter wave technology has been studied until now, and there will be no major breakthroughs in the next few decades. Nokia can't master it all, and Shanghai Group has also mastered a part of it. If the research continues, it will need to invest a huge amount of money. Nokia didn't care about this large amount of money before, but now it must care. The rise of smartphones has caused Nokia to suffer huge losses, and now it relies on patent fees to maintain. If they don't invest in research, Apocalypse Technology will continue to invest in research. Once the product is upgraded, these patents in Nokia's hands will be useless. It is better to sell them directly. The Finnish government also communicated with Nokia in detail. When they heard the amount of money needed for subsequent research and development, they were stunned. In addition, Apocalypse Group paid a high price, and Nokia also needed this money very much. After Nokia's internal public relations, Finland approved it. When the outside world was noisy, Su Pingyan's funds in VP Bank had already completed the order. VP Bank only had Su Pingyan's funds. Other connections were concentrated in France, and they operated with another account. They also completed the order 4 days later. Now we are waiting for the UK to vote in the referendum. This gamble can be called the gamble of the century. The possibility of cheating is extremely low. There are too many funds involved. Global funds have begun to bet on this project. One step to heaven, one step to hell, all in the hands of the British. Su Pingyan and Miao Yidai were walking in the garden, feeling relaxed. Miao Yidai had been here for several days. Originally, Miao Yidai thought Song Zinai would come over, so she didn't come to Su Pingyan the first time. As a result, Song Zinai didn't react at all, so Miao Yidai came directly. Miao Yi will be with Su Pinggan for a day today and will leave tomorrow. The reason is that the crew started filming ahead of schedule. Miao Yi knew very well why it was ahead of schedule. It must be Song Zimin's intention. Miao Yi didn't care at all and didn't explain to Su Pinggan. It just said that the crew had to gather for overall arrangements. This was Miao Yi's cleverness. There was no need to play tricks around Su Pinggan. Su Pinggan was very smart. It was not okay to cheat. It was a blessing to suffer a loss. Miao Yi knew the meaning of this word very well. I'm sorry for wronging you. Su Pinggan patted Miao Yi's hand while walking. There's nothing wrong. Am I not by your side now? Miao Yi said with a smile. Su Pinggan looked at Miao Yi and felt pity for her for the first time. The next day, a car was arranged to send Miao Yi to the airport. Su Pinggan watched Miao Yi leave before returning to the living room. He sat down and sighed. It was annoying to have too many women. However, Song Zimin must know what happened to him in France. It was not her style not to call him. Marbo did not call him either. Why? Was there something wrong? Su Pinggan began to ponder. Forget it, he turned back to the room to pack up and took a car to the company. Not long after arriving at the company, Chen Qingshan came. Su Pinggan personally went to the door to greet him. He came to the room and invited Chen Qingshan to drink tea. After 2 cups of tea, Chen Qingshan told him the purpose of coming. Pinggan, can you still recruit people here? Not too many, just give me 500 people, Chen Qingshan asked. Mayor, all my companies are full. To be honest, I am thinking of laying off people, Su Pinggan told the truth. The staff of each department of J-City Shianki Group is absolutely overstaffed. All recruitment was stopped by Su Pinggan. All companies are not allowed to increase staff, not even temporary workers. Chapter 269. Just think of it as paying for peace. Mayor, why did you ask about this today? What happened? Su Pinggan asked. It was not Chen Qingshan's turn to deal with this matter personally. There are 2 universities in the city, and there are so many graduates. They can't all go to the provincial capital to find jobs. The higher-ups have issued tasks, and local governments must absorb some of them. The indicators for J-City have also been issued. I am under a lot of pressure here, Chen Qingshan said distressedly, raising his hand to drink the tea in the cup. Su Pinggan now understands Chen Qingshan's difficulties, but there is no solution to this problem. Graduation means unemployment. How many people can apply what they have learned, and how many people can have a professional match? The knowledge learned in college is profound, but it is not used in reality. It's difficult for students. The knowledge they learn is not very relevant to reality, Su Pinggan said with emotion. Isn't he a good example? Now all this has nothing to do with the knowledge he has learned. Yes, the current employment situation is that it is difficult for students to find suitable companies, and companies can't recruit suitable students. With such a general environment, what can we do? Chen Qingshan followed with emotion. Why don't you buy the university in the city? Chen Qingshan suddenly said this while looking at Su Pinggan. Su Pinggan smiled. This is the purpose of the mayor's visit today. Am I right? Su Pinggan said with a smile, and Chen Qingshan also smiled. How about training some talents you need here? This is a win-win situation, Chen Qingshan said directly. Mayor, I talked to an employee when I was in Hangzhou. Do you know what he said? Su Pinggan said with a smile. I don't know. Just tell me, Chen Qingshan spoke very directly. He said that he was able to join the Apocalypse Game Company because he participated in 3 months of computer training at his own expense after graduation. If he was given another chance, he would graduate from high school and even attend the training. The practical skills learned in these 3 months of training far exceeded what he learned in 3 years of university. It completely freed his mind and allowed him to pass the company's level certification assessment, Su Pinggan said calmly. You mean the knowledge taught in university is useless? Chen Qingshan said while looking at Su Pinggan. No, the knowledge that universities teach us is useful, and it is very useful. The only problem is that this knowledge is too advanced. You can't use this advanced knowledge to find a job in society. Do you know that there are people who apply for jobs in game companies with a doctorate in biology? I heard Jia Changlin say that, and I was also very shocked at the time. How many years of hard study are needed to get a doctorate? Su Pinggan said with emotion. What about abroad? Is there no such situation abroad? Chen Qingshan asked directly. Yes, there are also quite a few. Many of the researcher assistants recruited in the UK have higher degrees than researchers. I am also very puzzled by this situation. Why don't these people with higher degrees conduct their own project research? Su Pinggan said and took a sip of tea. They have no money. If they have money, they will definitely conduct their own research, Chen Qingshan said directly. This sentence is not right. These assistants have more financial resources than many researchers. Those who have no money can do their own projects. Why don't they do it if they have money? Su Pinggan looked at Chen Qingshan and said, and Chen Qingshan also frowned. There are too many helpless things in this world, Chen Qingshan said with emotion. Yes, many things are so unsolvable that you are powerless, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Let's talk business. Are you willing to buy this university? You can arrange some practical technology for them to learn, Chen Qingshan said directly. It's very troublesome to run a school. At most, I will donate some money. I won't participate in this matter, Su Pinggan clearly refused. Pinggan, at this point, you should think about how to give back to society to enhance the brand's value of your company. Running a school can really increase your popularity, Chen Qingshan persuaded. Come on, I'm well known enough now. I've been thinking about how to keep a low profile. If the news of my running a school is really revealed, you'll see, it will be another storm of public opinion, Su Pinggan said with a wry smile. Pinggan, your Shyanki technology computer level certification is very popular. I heard that only if you get the level certification from you, you can double your salary when you switch to other companies. Don't you want more people to master this knowledge? There is a big gap in this kind of practical scientific and technological talents. Cultivating more will be very helpful for your future employment, Chen Qingshan said meaningfully, looking at Su Pinggan. Boss, I really don't need so many people. What should I do if those people can't find a job after graduation? I will be accused of misleading students. I won't bother with this kind of trouble, Su Pinggan said impatiently. Let's talk about something practical. As long as you take over, the city will subsidize you for 3 years, Chen Qingshan said as he looked at Su Pinggan. He had to come up with something practical. Mayor, tell me the truth. Why do you have to let me acquire the university? I believe there are many people who have the ability to acquire the university, and many people who are willing to do so. Why do you have to find me? Su Pinggan got straight to the point and didn't beat around the bush with Chen Qingshan. Chen Qingshan rubbed his head. Wei Dongshuo was right. Su Pinggan was not easy to fool. In order to let Su Pinggan increase his investment in J-City, Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan discussed a plan, which was to let Su Pinggan acquire the university in the city. After Su Pinggan acquired the university, he would definitely adjust the teaching plan and carry out reforms based on the actual needs of the enterprise. At that time, the school would need to establish a project team, and establishing a project team would require people. If the project breaks through, it would require a factory to be built. It would be done step by step. When Su Pinggan finds something wrong, he will find that J-City can completely establish a technology headquarters. There are sufficient talents for him to use. J-City will become a strong technology city in a few years. To put it bluntly, it is to compete with Hangzhou for projects. If the technology level of J-City improves, Hangzhou will definitely reduce it. After all, the cost of J is much lower than that of Hangzhou. Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan have worked hard for the development of J-City. This purpose must not be told to Su Pinggan. If you tell him, Su Pinggan will not take over. In addition, the universities in the city are not even third-rate in the whole country. They are completely inferior. If they are not qualified, it may be difficult to recruit students. Pinggan, those people are for the money and don't want to do a career at all. You are different. I can say that I have watched your Shyanki group develop and I know you very well. Although you sometimes do things without thinking, you do things seriously. Therefore, I believe you are the most suitable candidate. I really hope that you can take over and do something practical for the society sincerely. Chen Qingshan looked at Su Pinggan seriously and said. Do you really think so? Su Pinggan looked at Chen Qingshan with suspicion. I really think so, Chen Qingshan said with a serious expression. Su Pinggan pondered for a while. I need to think about this matter seriously, and I will reply to you within 3 days, Su Pinggan said directly, and it was difficult to make a decision all of a sudden. Okay, I'll wait for your call. Chen Qingshan raised his hand and drank the tea in the cup, stood up and was about to leave. Mayor, it's this late, let's have a drink at noon, Su Pinggan said directly. I can't compare with you, I have arrangements in the afternoon, let's do it another day. Chen Qingshan refused directly, and Su Pinggan sent him downstairs to the car and left. Back in the office, Su Pinggan called Wu Sike and Ho Minghe, and the two soon came to Su Pinggan's office. Su Pinggan told them what Chen Qingshan said. "What do you think about this matter?" Su Pinggan asked. "Mr. Su, this is a double-edged sword. If you do it well, you will gain fame and fortune. If you don't do it well, you will be criticized by everyone. Nowadays, students go to college for two reasons. The first is to get a degree. Without a degree, you can't move forward. The general environment cannot be changed. The second is to find a high-paying job, or accumulate some connections and start your own business after graduation. No matter what, it all depends on your financial income. Having money is not everything, but having no money is absolutely impossible. In today's society, you really can't move forward without money." Wu Sike expressed his views, and Su Pinggan had to make the final decision on what to do. "Old Ho, what do you think?" Su Pinggan looked at Ho Minghe and asked. "My opinion is very simple, that is, don't acquire it. Our Shyanki group is currently very valuable. If we really acquire the university, it would be ridiculous if the students don't have a good job after graduation. This is not a good thing for President Su and Shyanki group. In addition, I feel that this matter is not that simple. Mayor Chen just asked for a 3-year subsidy. I don't think this money is that easy to get. Besides, even if we want to run a school, we can't do it in J City. Running a school requires a lot of investment in teaching staff, teaching equipment, and project research equipment. We have already established a scientific research headquarters in Hangzhou. We can't build a technology headquarters here in J City again," Ho Minghe said meaningfully, looking at Su Pinggan. "You are right. This money is really not that easy to get. There must be other conditions. Maybe this is a big pit. I'll donate some money to stay away from this matter. Just think of it as spending money to buy peace." Su Pinggan nodded and made a decision. This matter is not simple. The more Su Pinggan thinks about it, the more he feels that he is doing something repetitive. As a university, you definitely need to have your own research and development projects, which is equivalent to adding an alternative technology headquarters in J City. Business can't be played like this. Repeated investment and construction have too many disadvantages. In addition, scientific research costs too much, and it is not cost-effective to add a big stall, so Su Pinggan immediately decided not to participate in this matter. At noon, Su Pinggan, Wu Sike, and Ho Minghe drank a few glasses and rested in the afternoon. Anyway, the three of them had special identities and no one cared. As long as Su Pinggan had no objection, no one would say anything. Chapter 270. It is clear what the red line ahead is. The next day, Su Pinggan called Chen Qingshan directly and expressed his opinion in a tactful way. Chen Qingshan did not say much, but went to Wei Dongshuo's office to discuss the matter. "What if Su Pinggan doesn't fall for us?" Chen Qingshan lowered his chin silently, feeling a little embarrassed. "I'm going to talk to him today. No matter what, we must let him invest in this area. With the investment of Shyanki Group, it will be difficult for our city not to develop in the future. We are not doing it for ourselves. As long as it is beneficial to the people, we will do it no matter how difficult it is," Wei Dongshuo said directly. "Will this give him other ideas? He is much more cautious now, and his work style is very different from before," Chen Qingshan said with a frown. In the past, Su Pinggan made decisions directly without asking anyone's opinions. If there was anything, Chen Qingshan only needed to deal with Su Pinggan. Now it is different. Su Pinggan began to ask for the opinions of a group of senior executives. From a single word to a wide range of opinions, this change is not small. Chen Qingshan and Wei Dongshuo are both clear that the senior executives of Shyanki Group collectively oppose keeping the headquarters in J City, and the opinions expressed are definitely against it. It is not so easy to make Su Pinggan change his decision. "Old Chen, let's show our courage. Everyone in the world is here for profit. Give him an offer that he can't refuse." Su Pinggan has become much smarter, but his love of money has not changed. "You want money, okay? I'll give you money and see if he takes the bait," Wei Dongshuo said with a firm face. He has made the greatest determination to make this happen no matter what. If he really agrees, changing the nature of the university will also be a troublesome thing. It's already June. It's too late to complete the procedures in 2 months and then enroll students. At least this year will be wasted. Another thing is that it's hard to say whether the superiors will approve our plan. Chen Qingshan looked at Wei Dongshuo and said directly, "Old Chen, don't worry about this. Yesterday I called my superiors to inquire about this matter. The superiors have seen our plan and expressed their support. The change of procedures is not a problem. As long as we dare to do it, the leaders will dare to support us, Wei Dongshuo pointed it out directly. Chen Qingshan was relieved when he heard Wei Dongshuo say that. After discussing for a while, the two of them took a car to Shianqi Group. After Su Pingyan was informed in the office, he smiled bitterly and shook his head, and went out to greet them. He boiled water to make tea and asked the two bosses to sit down. After the three of them drank 2 cups of tea, Wei Dongshuo explained his purpose and hoped that Su Pingyan would consider it carefully. Chen Qingshan did not speak and watched from the side. Senior official, Mayor, I have a big business. To be honest, my capital chain is really tight now. The number of staff in the scientific research headquarters in Hangzhou has exceeded 7,000, and it is still increasing. I don't have enough energy to build such a school in J-City. In addition, I can't duplicate investment and construction. There is already a scientific research center, and I can't build another one. Universities must have their own scientific research projects. This part of the investment is not small. It is a complete waste for multiple project teams to repeat the same research. In addition, I don't understand education. If I intervene rashly, I will definitely mislead the students. Other things are easy to say, but I really can't help with this matter. Su Pingyan spoke the truth and clearly expressed his opinion. Pingyan, it costs a lot to maintain a university. I have discussed this matter with the mayor. We plan to subsidize you with 30 million yuan every year for 3 consecutive years. I believe that after 3 years, the school will cultivate a group of talents useful to society. At the same time, you will also get a group of high-quality talents to enrich various companies. There will be no problem for Shianqi Group to move to a higher level. This is a win-win situation, Wei Dongshuo persuaded on the side. Su Pingyan smiled but didn't respond. He couldn't respond because if he did, it would just be another problem for him. He made a gesture of inviting someone to drink tea and took the teapot to get water to continue boiling water for tea. Wei Dongshuo frowned at Su Pingyan's performance and looked at Chen Qingshan. Chen Qingshan smiled bitterly and shook his head. It was obvious now that Su Pingyan didn't want to take over the university and didn't want to bother with it. Senior official, why do you want me to take over the university? I'm very curious about this. After Su Pingyan boiled the water, he wiped his hands and said it directly. Pingyan, do you think there is anyone more suitable than you in J-City? Wei Dongshuo asked directly. Su Pingyan frowned and said nothing. Restructuring the university is not a simple matter. The city can consider recruiting education groups from other places to solve this problem. You have also been a student all the way here, and you know that education groups are pursuing profits. Since they are all pursuing profits, why not give it to you? No matter what, you are a celebrity in our J-City. As a hometown person, I believe you will not let students waste their time. Let students learn some practical knowledge, which can be regarded as making a contribution to society. This is a win-win situation for us, Wei Dongshuo said seriously while looking at Su Pingyan. I believe the city will do better than me. I can donate money to support education, Su Pingyan said while looking at Wei Dongshuo. Wei Dongshuo narrowed his eyes while looking at Su Pingyan. The atmosphere was a little awkward. At this time, Su Pingyan's phone rang. Su Pingyan made an embarrassed gesture and went to the side to answer the phone. Zinayan, what's the matter? Su Pingyan said directly, in a very calm tone. I'm in J-City, at the station, Song Zinayan said unhappily. Su Pingyan was stunned for a moment. I'll send a car to pick you up. Where are you at the station? Su Pingyan said directly. Song Zinayan reported his location. Su Pingyan wrote it down and hung up the phone, turned to the door, opened it and told Darina, then returned. As soon as Miao Yi left, Song Zinayan ran over. Su Pingyan felt a little annoyed. Senior official, I believe that what you just said is not the main reason. Let's be frank, okay? If it's suitable, I will do it. If it's not suitable, I will donate money to support it. How about it? Su Pingyan lost his patience. Okay, in this case, let's talk about it openly, Wei Dongshuo agreed. After telling Su Pingyan about the matter, Su Pingyan immediately frowned and wanted to open his mouth to refuse. Pingyan, the research you are engaged in a technology company in Hangzhou is all internet technology and electronic technology research. In other aspects, chemical engineering is a large field, physics research is also a large field, biopharmaceuticals, etc. These are all your shortcomings. You can use the university to adjust your industrial layout and develop in a diversified way. Wei Dongshuo is serious. Senior official, I'll tell you the truth. Shinki Group has a lot of funds, but I can't get involved in every industry. I already have a lot of enemies, including the internet, biological preparations, chemical paints, scientific electronics, renewable resources, and soon there will be another photovoltaic industry. My business is already big enough. If I continue to expand like this, I will face the pursuit and blockade of the whole world. This is not a good thing for me. I will not participate in this matter. I hope you will forgive me. Su Ping'an made his opinion clear. If you want to get involved in everything, you will not be able to do anything well in the end. Diversified development is not that simple. If everything is yours, others will have nothing to do. No one will agree. They will definitely find a way to kill you. In order to ease the environmental pressure of the Celestial Empire, Aubrey has started to cooperate with DuPont Chemicals, purchasing a small batch of DuPont Chemicals raw materials every month to ease international relations. The same is true for Poseidon Company, with auxiliary material suppliers spread across countries. There must be limits to having a monopoly. Currently, the Apocalypse Group has few obstacles in the international arena, which is inseparable from Su Ping'an's smooth tactics. Although the superfish oil is monopolized, the suppliers of auxiliary materials are in Europe and the United States, which means that some profits have been indirectly divided. Some things cannot be done by force. Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan left and returned to the office. Wei Dongshuo sighed and said, I thought this matter was too simple. One thing leads to another. You can't have a monopoly in this big ecosystem of the world. Su Ping'an has considered it very well. The Apocalypse Group has now spanned multiple industries. If it continues to expand like this, it is estimated that Europe and the United States will not condone it. Everything has a bottom line. If you cross the line, you will have to pay a price. This kid is too smart. He sees through all this and knows very well what the red line is ahead. Chen Qingshan followed up with a sentence, and Wei Dongshuo nodded. Let's take a long-term view on this matter. Su Ping'an pondered for a while in the office before taking a car back home. Song Zinayu had been picked up. He glanced at Su Ping'an without saying anything. Su Ping'an also did not say anything, but sat down to boil water and make tea, with a thoughtful expression on his face. While thinking about something, Song Zinayu put his mobile phone heavily on the table with a pop, waking up Su Ping'an, who was deep in thought. Su Ping'an looked up at Song Zinayu, did not say anything, and began to pour tea and drink tea. What do you mean? Song Zinayu looked at Su Ping'an and said directly. I'm not in the mood to make trouble with you, just take whatever you think it means, Su Ping'an said calmly. Song Zinayu bit her lip. Tears began to roll in her eyes, staring at Su Ping'an, feeling extremely aggrieved. She never dreamed that Su Ping'an would have such an expression, looking at her with impatience. Zinayan, we are not children anymore. You are fighting with me like this. What do you want me to do? You tell me, your small company is so busy. What about me? Don't you know what I was doing just now? You are asking me what I mean now. What do you mean? Su Ping'an looked at Song Zinayan and said unhappily. He didn't plan to spoil Song Zinayan anymore. If he continued to spoil her, both of them would feel uncomfortable. If you can accept it, then accept it. If you don't want to accept it, then go your separate ways and have nothing to do with each other. Su Ping'an really regretted provoking Song Zinayan. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271, It's not that easy to be a matchmaker. Mr. Su, I came to see you. What's your attitude? You look so impatient. What do you think of me? I tell you, Song Zinayan, I'm not easy to bully. Song Zinayan stared at Su Ping'an's eyes and said without giving in. He had thrown Mabo's instructions before departure to the wind. I don't intend to bully you. If I really bully you, do you think you have the ability to resist? I'm really tired. Can we just be quiet for a while? Su Ping'an said, leaning against the sofa. After saying that, he rubbed his head and felt really annoyed. Facing so many calculations every day, so many things need to be sorted out one by one. I really don't have time to mess around with Song Zinayan. He ran over without saying a word, not caring whether you have time or not, as if everything needs to revolve around her. It's a bit unreasonable. Looking at the tired look on Su Ping'an's face, Song Zinayan didn't continue to speak, But thinking of Miao Yi is just leaving, Song Zinayan couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. Looking at Su Pinggan's face and thinking of the reports in the media, Song Zinayan's anger became even greater. Ding ding ding, Su Pinggan's phone suddenly rang, which also startled Song Zinayu. Slowly calming down, Su Pinggan picked up the phone and looked at it, then glanced at Song Zinayu and answered it directly. "Boss, what's the matter?" Su Pinggan said directly. "It was Mabo who called. Zinayu went to your place." "Did she contact you?" Mabo said directly. "She is sitting opposite me." "I just said that Song Zinayu is not easy to bully," Su Pinggan said, very unhappy. Mabo also slapped his head. What he feared came true. His last words were useless. It was really worrying. He really shouldn't have tied a red string. It's not that easy to be a matchmaker. "Pinggan, give me face, don't bother with her. We are men, let her be a little better," Mabo said directly. Su Pinggan shook his head and felt a little bit embarrassed. "I know what I am doing. I won't make it difficult for you," Su Pinggan said directly. He said a few words to Mabo and hung up the phone. Taking a deep breath, looking at Song Zinayu, "You heard everything, are you satisfied?" Su Pinggan said directly. HMPH, Song Zinayu snorted and did not continue talking. Su Pinggan put the phone directly on the table, looking at Song Zinayu, thinking about how to solve this matter. It is not possible to deny it. The only way now is to make Song Zinayu completely change. If soft methods don't work, then use hard methods. He must correct his temper like a young lady. He stood up, walked over and pulled Song Zinayu up, regardless of whether Song Zinayu was willing or not, and pulled Song Zinayu to the bedroom. Su Pinggan turned around and left, locking the bedroom door directly. "Asshole, open the door for me, I'm not done with you." Song Zinayu began to knock on the door frantically, and Su Pinggan turned around and left the room, dealing with it calmly, and talking to Song Zinayu after he was over the madness. Song Zinayu was irrational now, and it was useless to say anything. Su Pinggan went for a walk outside, and after lunch he drank tea in the living room. Liu Wenjin and Darina knew what was going on. The two quarreled so loudly that it was impossible not to hear it. It was better not to participate in this matter. There were 5 guest rooms in the house. Darina and Liu Wenjin each occupied one room, and there were 3 empty rooms. Su Pinggan opened one room and went in to rest. He ignored Song Zinayu all afternoon. From time to time, he could hear the sound of Song Zinayu opening the window and throwing things out. It was not until after dinner that Su Pinggan returned to the room. He opened the bedroom door and found that Song Zinayu had fallen asleep, sitting on the floor against the wall. The room was smashed. Song Zinayu had vented his anger, and he had no strength to eat 2 meals each. Su Pinggan watched the expression on Song Zinayu's face change back and forth several times. Finally, he saw the traces of tears on Song Zinayu's face and sighed deeply. He could only bear the evil he had done himself, and he could not blame others. He walked over, picked up Song Zinayu and put her on the bed, covered her with a quilt, and when he turned to leave, Song Zinayu grabbed his hand. Su Pinggan turned around and looked at her. Song Zinayu looked at Su Pinggan with her eyes open, as if she was about to cry again. "Have a good rest and have a good sleep. We'll talk after we wake up," Su Pinggan said gently. "I'm hungry," Song Zinayu said softly. "I'll get you something to eat," Su Pinggan said, patting Song Zinayu's hand. Song Zinayu let go, and Su Pinggan turned and left. Not long after, Su Pinggan came up with a tray with 2 bowls of millet porridge and 2 side dishes. After arriving in the room, Song Zinayu had already sat up, put the tray on the table, picked up a bowl of porridge and handed it to Song Zinayu. Song Zinayu didn't take it, but stared at Su Pinggan. Su Pinggan looked at her and understood what Song Zinayu meant. He shook his head and sighed, picked up the spoon and began to feed Song Zinayu. After eating 2 mouthfuls, Song Zinayu couldn't help but laughed. "You still have the nerve to smile. I'll settle accounts with you tomorrow." Su Pinggan glared at Song Zinayan, but Song Zinayan didn't care and continued to eat, feeling that today's millet porridge was more delicious than anything he had ever had before. The two of them fed each other, and the scene became warm. It didn't take long for Song Zinayan to finish the 2 bowls of millet porridge. Su Pinggan took out 2 pieces of paper and handed them to Song Zinayan, who wiped his mouth after finishing them. "Take a rest, we'll talk tomorrow," Su Pinggan said, and was about to leave with the tableware. "Let's talk now, I don't want to wait until tomorrow, I've slept enough during the day," Song Zinayan said directly. Su Pinggan thought for a while, put down the tableware, took out a cigarette, lit it, and walked over to open the window. Zinayan, I seem to be very prosperous now, but I'm actually facing a lot of pressure, Su Pingyan slowly explained his plan to Song Zinayan. Song Zinayan lowered his head and said angrily, he didn't expect Su Pingyan to be burdened with so much pressure. Many things seemed unsolvable to Song Zinayan, and even if the problems were solved, he would still suffer a huge loss in the end. Pingyan, I won't make trouble with you anymore, Song Zinayan said directly. Su Pingyan was stunned at first, then nodded. It was the best result that Song Zinayan could think it through. He went over to comfort Song Zinayan for a while, let Song Zinayan fall asleep and then left. The next morning, when Su Pingyan got up early to run, Song Zinayan also got up and accompanied Su Pingyan to run and exercise. Su Pingyan certainly had no objection. The two left the villa together and started running in the yard. Su Pingyan rested for a few days. These days, he concentrated on accompanying Song Zinayan. After using hard means, it was time to be soft. The relationship between the two began to repair and return to the previous state. In the South Pacific, the Prime Minister of Tonga left New Zealand with disappointment. The submarine volcanoes in the South Pacific were abnormally active. Coupled with extreme weather, all island countries had difficulty surviving. Those who had ways to do it had immigrated and left early. Those who had no way to do it looked at the sea helplessly. The Kingdom of Tonga was no exception. In recent years, tsunamis, earthquakes, and hurricanes have reduced the population of Tonga by half. The rest are paupers and have no way to immigrate and leave. The King of Tonga has money and can leave, but what about the remaining citizens? In order to find a way out for the citizens, the Prime Minister was sent to Australia, hoping to allow the people to immigrate to Australia. The conditions were very generous. As long as Australia agreed, the Kingdom of Tonga could be unconditionally incorporated into Australia. This condition was not bad. As a result, Australia refused and said that it could provide Tonga with $5 million Australian dollars in aid, but would not accept immigrants. Australia is not stupid. Tonga's incorporation will not bring any benefits to Australia. Australia will not see the extra space. Besides, in this situation, it is clear that no benefits can be obtained from Tonga's territory. On the contrary, the resettlement of tens of thousands of poor people will cost Australia hundreds of millions of Australian dollars. This business will lose money no matter how you calculate it. There was no result. The Prime Minister of Tonga went directly to New Zealand. As a result, New Zealand had the same attitude. You can get some aid, but you will never accept personnel. During this period, not only Tonga, but also several countries have been active, but no country is willing to accept it. The cost of resettling refugees is too high, and no one is willing to pay this money. I want to talk to the big country in the north, but Australia and New Zealand are totally against it. If you dare to do this, we will join forces with the United States to destroy you. Now the United States is busy with the election and can't take care of it. The two countries said that they will discuss a reasonable way to solve this problem after the U.S. election. The United States is definitely the most powerful in the South Pacific region. You can't bypass the United States to solve the problem here. You can only wait until next year to solve this problem. No one can do anything now. The amount of aid has been increased again to temporarily appease these island countries. This matter also needs to be put on the agenda to be solved. Otherwise, if the giant bear in the north really comes, it will be impossible to drive it away. It will be uncomfortable at that time. Rabifi, the leader of the largest party in Niue, got the news and began to have other ideas in his mind. After several disasters, Niue has only a few hundred people left. They can temporarily live in New Zealand, but they cannot become citizens of New Zealand. If you want to officially become a New Zealand citizen, you must go through the immigration channel. Although the relationship between the two countries is good, you must pay the money you should pay. Otherwise, no one can help you. According to New Zealand law, immigrants must purchase enough industries or investments in New Zealand. Simply put, New Zealand doesn't want poor people, but rich people. If you don't have money, don't come. It's very realistic. Only a few people can do this. Rabifi can definitely do it, but Rabifi has never taken this step. He has a fluke in his heart. What if the volcanic activity weakens? What if the extreme climate decreases? Living under someone else's roof is not as comfortable as living in your own territory. But after more than a year, Rabifi is very disappointed. After combining the information from major scientific research institutions around the world, He sadly found that the extreme climate will only get worse year by year. Chapter 272. This is the biggest capital gambling feast of this century. What to do? Over the past year, Robifi's assets have shrunk a lot because he has only spent his capital and has no income. In addition, due to his position, he helps others when they are in trouble, and his wallet is quickly empty. Robifi is very clear about what the recent countries have come to New Zealand for. He has an idea in his mind. He will hold a public transportation for all and directly sell the sovereignty of Niue in exchange for a sum of money. All problems can be solved. He summoned a few confidants to discuss it. The first choice is New Zealand. If New Zealand is willing to buy, give the people of Niue New Zealand identity, and then give each person a sum of money. This matter is very feasible. Robifi immediately began to discuss this matter with New Zealand. New Zealand is also very troubled. It is said that accepting these hundreds of people is nothing, and 200,000 New Zealand dollars per person is not much, but New Zealand's purchase of Niue is useless. Originally, New Zealand has a good relationship with Niue and New Zealand. What New Zealand values is the fishery resources around Niue. But in the current situation, even if this matter is not resolved, it will not affect the New Zealand Fishing Company's operations. Besides, New Zealand is not having a good time now. Extreme weather has also had a great impact on New Zealand, and the losses are also quite severe. There are also opposition parties. If the ruling party agrees, the opposition party will definitely make trouble. The amount of ordinary investment immigration has risen to 3 million New Zealand dollars. There are hundreds of people, and each person is exempted from 3 million. It is a considerable amount. As for Australia, the two sides have reached an agreement on immigration issues. If they don't pay, they will never make a concession. If they agree to Robifi's request, it will violate the agreement between the two countries. Therefore, Robifi was clearly rejected. Robifi thought of another trick. I will contact the buyer in person. After contacting the buyer, I hope New Zealand can act as a notary to ensure that the agreement between the two parties is implemented. The two sides communicated back and forth several times and reached a general agreement. Robifi can find the buyer himself, but the buyer cannot be the government of another country, state-owned enterprises and state-owned institutions of another country, or the royal family of another country. It can only be an individual. Luo Bafei began to look for suitable customers all over the world. By mistake, Liu Wenjin's notice to buy the island was not sent to Niue, and the two sides missed each other. Luo Bafei was in the United States at the moment, contacting wealthy people everywhere. In China, the patent storm set off by Xianqi Group was slowly coming to an end. In less than a month, the compensation and patent licensing fees collected by Xianqi Group reached more than 600 million. More than 70 companies were closed and auctioned, and more than a dozen people were still in prison. This number was exposed by the media and many people were shocked. Xianqi Group was really cruel. It actually sued so many companies. No one expected that the country could tolerate Xianqi Group's recklessness. This result was not expected by the top management. All the companies that compensated Xianqi Group made changes one by one. Those with laboratories recruited researchers and reinvested funds to restart the dusty experimental equipment. Those without research institutes began to build their own research institutes to study the upgrade of corporate products. After suffering a loss once, they must not suffer a second loss. It is not easy to be strangled by others. It hurts these companies to pay patent fees to Xianqi Group every year. Instead of giving the money to Apocalypse Group, it would be better to do research and development directly by themselves, and then they can also collect patent fees. When the information of this change was conveyed to the top management, the bigwigs all shook their heads. Why bother? They had to be beaten before they knew to change. The bigwigs who originally had opinions about the patent storm launched by Apocalypse Group also nodded after seeing this result. These companies really need to be beaten well, and they all affirmed Su Pinggan's approach. Song Zinayu stayed with Su Pinggan for 10 days, half of which was spent accompanying Su Pinggan's mother. He began to take the upper-level route and dealt with Su Pinggan's parents. Su Pinggan must be obedient. Su Pinggan had a good talk with Song Zinayu, and clearly told Song Zinayu that there would be scandals about him in the future, and he had to get used to it. It was not until Song Zinayu was sent away that Su Pinggan calmed down. He looked at the time. There were 12 days until the British referendum. Su Pinggan's attention was focused on the UK. After thinking about it, he arranged the company's affairs and went abroad directly. Go straight to the UK, to truly feel the atmosphere of the UK, or settle in the Royal Horse Guards Hotel. Let Liu Wenjin and Darina collect media reports every day. Su Pingyan reads every day. According to public opinion reports, the majority of people are inclined to leave the EU, but will the British government really leave the EU? This is not a trivial matter. According to analysis, after Brexit, it is beneficial to the UK in the early stage, but it will do more harm than good to the UK in a later stage. 3 days later, Su Pingyan made a decision and began to use his old capital. He opened an account at Barclays Bank and transferred the deposits of China Construction Bank in China to the UK. As soon as the funds were used, there was a shock on the side of China Construction Bank. Su Pingyan's deposits in China Construction Bank are definitely an astronomical figure, up to 200 billion in Xianchao currency deposits, and more than 10 billion euros in deposits. This is a terrifying figure. The phone call of Dong Jiansh, chairman of China Construction Bank, directly reached Su Pingyan's phone. "Hello, President Dong." Su Pingyan was very polite. "Mr. Su, I just received a notice that Mr. Su is going to mobilize 90% of the funds." "Is it Mr. Su who is doing it?" Dong Jiansh asked. "Yes, I want to carry out a big project in the UK," Su Pingyan said directly. "What project is it?" "President Su, please don't misunderstand. To use such a large amount of funds at one time, our bank must report to the relevant departments," Dong Jiansh explained. "President Dong, I plan to gamble on Brexit. If CCB has this channel, I won't mobilize funds." Su Pingyan understood Dong Jiansh's thoughts very well and told him his purpose truthfully. CCB did not have such a channel, so Su Pingyan could only carry out it abroad. Dong Jiansh understood what was going on as soon as he heard it. International funds bet a lot on Brexit. This is the largest capital gambling feast in this century, and the risks involved are very high. I admire President Su's courage. I wish President Su a successful start, Dong Jiansh said directly. "Thank you for your blessings, President Dong. Please rest assured that after this period of time, the funds will flow back. Our cooperation is very good. In addition, China is my foundation," Su Pingyan said directly. Dong Jiansh was relieved when he heard Su Pingyan say that. He exchanged a few words with Su Pingyan and hung up the phone. He picked up a pen and signed to let it go. A huge amount of money flowed directly into the UK. The British side also knew what was going on. They were also very clear about the recent situation of the international financial market and did not set up any obstacles. China's domestic finance also began to be monitored. State-owned enterprises strictly participated in this kind of financial speculation, including some private enterprises that wanted to go all out. They were also stopped. The risk was too great. Once they lost, they would lose everything. Those companies simply could not withstand such an impact, so they had to be regulated. Xianqi Group was different. Although Su Pingyan invested so much, even if he lost, he could turn around in a few years. Xianqi Group's various branches had huge funds in their hands. Even if Su Pingyan lost everything, it would not affect the normal operation of Xianqi Group. Therefore, they did not block Su Pingyan's funds. After the funds entered Barclays Bank, the order was quickly completed. Su Pingyan bet that the UK would leave the EU. Su Pingyan asked all the British people he knew, and all of them were inclined to leave the EU. In addition to Xingling's analysis, Su Pingyan made this decision. More importantly, Xingling mentioned a word to Su Pingyan, "Tsundeer." The British are so arrogant that it is incomprehensible. After dominating the British for a century, their tsundeer has reached a peak. The more you think that the British will not do this, the more likely it is that the British will do it. It is so weird that you can pull your hair off. Time passed slowly. On this day, June 23, 2016, the British referendum was officially launched. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the statistical agency, wanting to get the results as soon as possible. The next day, the vote will last for 15 hours. The Brexit camp won with a slight advantage of 51.9% to 48.1% of the Remain camp. The babies on the earth were all stunned. The British Navi move also scared the British themselves. After all, Brexit is not a joke. Su Pingyan saw the result in the hotel and laughed out loud. He was happy to the extreme. Darina looked at Su Pingyan, who was laughing non-stop, and she knew very well that the boss really made it this time. The seagull cries and flies, like a black lightning, piercing through the dark clouds like an arrow, its wings sweeping up the foam of the waves. Look, it dances like a spirit, a proud, black spirit of the storm. It laughs, It howls, it laughs at the dark clouds, it howls out of joy. This sensitive spirit, it has long heard fatigue from the rage of the thunder, it firmly believes that the dark clouds cannot cover the sun. Yes, they cannot. The howling wind, the roaring thunder, piles of dark clouds, like blue flames, burn on the bottomless sea. The sea catches the arrows of lightning and extinguishes them in its own abyss. The shadows of these lightning are like fire snakes, winding and swimming in the sea, and disappear in a flash. Storm. The storm is coming. This is the brave petrel, flying proudly above the roaring sea and among the lightning. This is the prophet of victory shouting, "Let the storm come even more violently." Chapter 273, They are totally fleecing the bank. As a beautiful and gifted girl, Darina had no time to fall in love or play during her school years. She put all her energy into getting a degree. The same was true for Liu Wenjin. They all knew very well that having fun during college would lead to pain after graduation. The bank was busy at this moment. The results had come out, so they began to make relevant settlements. A lot of funds were involved. A week later, 60 billion euros of funds returned to Su Pinggan's CCB account in China. Seeing this amount of funds, Dong Jianshi was both happy and sad. The pain was because he had to pay a huge amount of interest every month, and the happiness was because the bank had a large amount of available funds. Looking at Su Pinggan's account, Dong Jianshi was thinking about which domestic company could fight a business war with the Apocalypse Group. After thinking about it, he couldn't think of one. Apart from the others, the deposits in Su Pinggan's personal account alone swept 95% of the domestic companies. Moreover, Su Pinggan's Apocalypse Group was a company with terrifying profits. It was clearly a cash monster that was completely fleecing the bank. Dong Jianshi seemed to understand Su Pinggan's thoughts. The interest rate of bank deposits is very low, which is known to all. However, if the amount of your funds is extremely large, such as Su Pinggan's deposits converted into Xianchao currency according to the exchange rate, it would be terrifying. How much interest would hundreds of billions of funds earn in a month? According to the current interest rate of current deposits, the interest of 100 million deposits is 1.5 million a year, and the interest of hundreds of billions of deposits is 1.5 billion a year. How much money is in Su Pinggan's deposit account? It would be strange if Dong Jianshi didn't feel bad to pay so much interest every year. The account of an investment institution in France was also settled. People in European countries who were tied to the interests of the Apocalypse Group received funds one after another, and they were all excited. Su Pinggan was very generous. He made money openly and honestly, and he must guarantee the interests of the Apocalypse Group. These people are spread across Iceland, Britain, Germany, France, Italy, and Austria. They are all related households of the Apocalypse Group. They are basically politicians who have firmly tied themselves to the chariot of the Apocalypse Group. After the money arrived, John Ash's boss William held a cocktail party. There were no outsiders. They were all heavyweights in William's group. They were all very excited. They all participated in this action. John Ash even mortgaged his house to the bank to raise funds. Everyone has tripled their income. They made so much in about a month. How could they not be happy? Moreover, this kind of income is not afraid of being checked. It is fair and above board and completely legal. When some people are partying, others will jump off the building. This is relative. Many people lost everything. It is said that a certain Hong Kong tycoon also participated in this gamble, betting 300 billion yuan that Britain would not leave the EU. As a result, the loss was very serious. However, this tycoon has the ability to sell a batch of properties in Hong Kong and stabilize it. There are many people like this tycoon in Hong Kong around the world. Only real tycoons can stabilize it. Ordinary people can never withstand this storm. According to rumors, traders from several banks in the United States moved funds without authorization to participate in the bet. They lost everything and dragged down the bank. These traders were also bachelors. They went directly to the top of the skyscraper, drank a bottle of white wine, and jumped down. Not only the United States, but also many countries around the world have similar situations. Banks have been dragged into bankruptcy by traders' unauthorized actions. People have died, and no matter how much debt there is, it will all be wiped out. You can only blame your bank for not strictly supervising it. On this day, Su Pinggan had just finished breakfast and was drinking tea in the living room when Darina came in. "Boss, there is a middle-aged man outside who wants to see you." He said it's related to Isabel, Darina said with a strange look on her face. Su Pinggan frowned. followed by a long sigh. There is no use hiding from some things. What is coming will definitely come. He glanced at Darina, who was embarrassed for a while. She and Liu Wenjin had a lot of responsibility for this matter. Please let him in, Su Pinggan said directly. It's useless to hide. It's time to solve this matter. Not long after, Phil came in. Su Pinggan waved his hand and Darina went out, telling the bodyguards outside not to let anyone disturb Su Pinggan's conversation with others. After the explanation, she left. Phil had no choice but to come here this time. Recently, Isabella's mood was very unstable and silent, which made the originally optimistic Phil start to worry. Originally, Phil thought that this experience would be good for Isabella, and she could see through some things in the world. He did not intend to intervene and let Isabella come out by herself. This was a very unforgettable growth. Until recently, Isabella did not speak for 3 consecutive days and did not go out. Phil and his wife felt something was wrong and wanted to talk to Isabella, but found that Isabella was very irritable. This was not a good phenomenon. The couple discussed and decided that Isabella must come out. At present, no one could communicate with Isabella. The best candidate was Su Pinggan. After arranging someone to check Su Pinggan's whereabouts, Phil set off directly. Su Pinggan shook hands with Phil and asked Phil to sit down. Hello, what's your name? What is your relationship with Isabella? Su Pinggan asked. You can call me Phil. I'm Isabella's father. Phil clearly expressed his identity, and Su Pinggan was stunned. Is he mistaken? Isabella's father? Su Pinggan didn't know what to say for a while. I don't blame you for what happened between Isabella and you. Little girls are always immersed in their own fairy tales. They can only wake up and grow up after experiencing some setbacks. Therefore, I have never interfered with Isabella's affairs. Phil looked at Su Pinggan and said. Thank you, I have arranged people to secretly look for Isabella, but there has been no news. Although I am not a good man, I will not shirk the responsibility I need to bear. Su Pinggan also clearly expressed his opinion. Although Liu Wenjin and Darina are both responsible for this matter, it is also a major factor that they cannot control themselves. It is not Su Pinggan's style to evade responsibility. He should admit it when he should. Phil nodded. Phil was very clear about Su Pinggan's actions. When Phil and his family left Italy, they found that someone was looking for Isabella's photo everywhere. After secretly investigating, they found that it was Su Pinggan's people, so Phil didn't care. Isabella is not Italian, so your search has been fruitless, Phil said directly. Su Pinggan had an obvious look of surprise on his face. Phil was very satisfied with Su Pinggan's expression. He didn't know that Su Pinggan was pretending. If he knew, he would probably shoot Su Pinggan in the heart. Su Pinggan knew Isabella's identity very well, but now he had to pretend to be confused, otherwise, Phil would definitely not agree, and then there would be another big storm. There was nothing he could do about it. Su Pinggan hadn't figured out how to deal with his relationship with Isabella until now. He knew his own problems and recognized Isabella. Once he couldn't control himself, it would definitely be a big storm. Isabella's identity was too sensitive. Did you come here this time because of Isabella? Su Pinggan asked. Phil didn't hide anything. He told Isabella's identity and Isabella's current state. In particular, when he talked about Su Pinggan and Clark's affair in Paris, he looked at Su Pinggan a few more times, which made Su Pinggan a little restless. What do you need me to do? Su Pinggan said directly. Phil came to find him because of Isabella's recent state. What to do depends on your attitude and what you think of Isabella, Phil asked straight to the point. To be honest, my mind is a little confused at the moment. I never dreamed that Isabella would be in this position. For a moment, I don't know what to do. However, as long as she is my woman, I will be responsible to the end. Su Pinggan also clearly expressed his thoughts. Su, I understand your thoughts, but now it's time for you to make a choice. Isabella's identity is sensitive, and it is impossible for her to accept a philandering husband. As a father, I can't accept this either. You must make a choice, Phil said directly. Su Pinggan looked at Phil, picked up the teacup and took a sip. What do you need me to do? Su Pinggan has more or less grasped the purpose of Phil's coming here today. To be honest, I hope Isabella can live happily all her life. That position is a burden. It looks good but it's not very good. There are too many things to consider. A free life is more important than anything else. I believe you have the ability to make Isabella live a happy life. This is one of the reasons why I came to you today. If you are with Isabella, I hope you will break up with other women. I don't want you to have other women to hurt Isabella's heart. In my heart, Isabella's happy life is more important than anything else, Phil looked at Su Pingan and said directly. Phil knew very well who Su Pingan's woman was in the Celestial Empire. If he wanted to find out, he would definitely find out. Phil, I'll tell you the truth. If I abandon other women and be with Isabella, would you be assured? Su Pingan looked at Phil and asked back. Phil frowned and understood the meaning of Su Pingan's words. Today I can abandon other people for Isabella, and tomorrow I can also abandon Isabella for other people. This question is very unsolvable, and Phil feels very embarrassed. Su Pingan is young and rich, and some people who don't respect themselves will rush towards him one after another. What if Su Pingan can't stand it? Everyone will be in pain at that time. After thinking about it seriously, he made a decision in his heart to end this matter completely. Instead of making everyone suffer, it is better to let Isabella wake up completely. Chapter 274 I feel at ease with you here. Su Pingan frowned and glanced at Phil, who was calm. I can't agree to this. They are loyal to me and are my women. I must give them an explanation in the future. Sorry, Su, the law of the Celestial Empire is monogamy. How do you solve this problem? Phil said with a smile. This problem is very realistic. What can you do? There are not many countries in the world that practice polygamy. Su Pingan frowned and had a thoughtful expression on his face. Phil was not in a hurry and drank his tea slowly. It was time to make a choice. Su Pingan did not have the strength to challenge the law now. Let's talk about this issue later. I will solve this matter perfectly. Let's talk about how to help Isabella first. Su Pingan took a deep breath and said. You have made your choice, haven't you? Phil looked at Su Pingan and said, and Su Pingan's expression darkened. Since you have made your choice, I hope you can meet with Isabella and tell her truthfully that you have 2 women in the Celestial Empire. Tell Isabella with accurate words that you will not give up these 2 people. Phil looked at Su Pingan and said directly. Su Pingan was shocked and stared at Phil. Phil's face was still calm. Su Pingan now understood what Phil meant. He wanted to make Isabella sad once, so that Isabella would realize that she was a scumbag and give up on herself completely and get out of the current predicament. Phil was really cruel. Are all the royal family members so rational? Su Pingan looked at Phil deeply. Phil was really a cruel man. He dared to do anything to make his daughter grow up. Okay, I promise you. Su Pingan's face returned to calm after he said that. Phil nodded. Su Pingan was able to calm down so quickly, which showed that Su Pingan's self-control was really strong. Although the royal family was not very powerful, this name was still sought after by people, especially the European royal family, which still had certain advantages in this area. You make arrangements. We will set off tomorrow and someone will pick you up. Phil stood up after he finished speaking. Su Pingan also stood up and sent Phil out. He did not return until Phil entered the elevator. He sat down and sighed for a long time. Su Pingan sat down and began to think. Not long after, Darina and Liu Wenjin came over. They were also close to Isabella. Su Pingan did not hide Phil's identity and Isabella's identity. They were shocked after hearing it. Darina, Wenjin will accompany me tomorrow. You stay. If I have any problems in Denmark, you will be responsible for contacting people in other branches to keep the Apocalypse group running stably. Su Pingan looked at Darina and said directly. Boss, what do you mean? Darina said in shock. Just in case, the Apocalypse group is a big cake, and we must be prepared, Su Pingan said calmly, and Darina and Liu Wenjin nodded seriously. The royal family is also short of money and is also relatively shady. Back then, a batch of gold and deposits of Saddam Hussein in Iraq were shady by the Belgian royal family and the British royal family. In the end, nothing happened. Iraq protested to the United Nations but it was useless. Apocalypse Group is a big cake. Everyone knows that Apocalypse Group has strong funds. If they can really take a bite of Apocalypse Group, it will be enough for the royal family to enjoy themselves for a long time. Whether Phil has this intention or not, they must be on guard. In front of the 2 people, Su Pingan called Barry, and at the same time called the general managers of each branch and the general managers of each research institute. He didn't say anything, but just said that if it was revealed that he was controlled somewhere, he would follow Darina's instructions. Everyone gave a positive recovery. Ho Minghe and Niels and others also agreed. Tomorrow after Su Pingan left, a team of people would come to protect Darina. It was considered some preparation. After Liu Wenjin and Darina left, Su Pingan used a satellite phone to talk to Gavin. That's what happened. You should also be prepared. If necessary, just rescue me and leave, Su Pinggan said directly. Boss, don't worry, there is no problem at all. I know very well what kind of combat power Denmark has. Once I receive the notice, I will do it immediately. At most 72 hours, I am sure I can take the boss away from Denmark, Gavin said very seriously. I feel at ease with you here. How are things going over there? Su Pinggan said with a smile. My life is very comfortable now. Bayam has cooperated with me very well since he came to power. With a subsidy of 100,000 euros a month, we have jointly controlled the channel for selling stolen goods, and we can earn hundreds of thousands of euros every month, Gavin said with a smile. How is the personnel training? Su Pinggan continued to ask. Not bad. We send them out to gain experience when they receive some small tasks. The base is solid as a rock. Even if the opponent uses fighter jets to attack, we can fight back with anti-aircraft rockets that have been deployed. We can still handle a few fighter jets, but not more. As long as the national level forces do not intervene, we are enough to handle all situations in Somalia. By the way, the contracts of the first batch of 50 people will expire in a while. How to arrange them? Gavin said directly. Ask them. If they are willing to come back, arrange for them to come back. If they are unwilling to come back, just stay. They come to take their freedom. There is no need to restrict them, Su Pinggan said directly, and Gavin nodded. The two of them discussed for a while and then hung up the phone. Su Pinggan let out a long breath. Actually, you don't need to worry. As long as I'm here, you can easily get out of Denmark. The voice of Xingling appeared in Su Pinggan's mind. You are my foundation. No matter what, I must reduce the chance of your exposure. Those external things don't matter. You must not get into trouble, Su Pinggan said seriously. Xingling smiled and said nothing more. Su Pinggan's performance became more and more like a qualified host. Although he had no choice to parasitize this time, Su Pinggan was very good. The degree of fusion between the two was deeper. Maybe Su Pinggan might really be able to build a flying vehicle to cross the dimension. The next morning, several cars came to pick up Su Pinggan. Su Pinggan took Liu Wenjin and the bodyguards to the car. Darina stayed in the hotel and met up with the people sent by Buck before going to the Black Fox headquarters base tomorrow. The UK is not far from Denmark. It takes more than an hour to get there by plane. After getting off the plane, a special car took Su Pinggan and others to move forward and came to a manor in the suburbs. This manor is Phil's home. As the third child of the Queen, Phil did not get much property. This manor was purchased by Phil himself. Among the second generation of the royal family, Phil has the highest personal property in a lot of industries, which is inseparable from the struggle of Phil and his wife. The motorcade stopped at the parking lot of the manor, and Phil got out of the car. Isabella is in the garden, the butler will take you there, remember what you need to do, and leave after you are done, Phil said and turned to leave. Although Phil has very strong self-control, it does not mean that Phil has no temper. It is impossible not to be angry. There are 2 women in your country. Can those 2 women compare with my daughter? Phil is very unhappy with Su Pinggan's attitude. You just wait for me here. Su Pinggan turned around and explained to everyone. Everyone nodded and stayed in the parking lot. Su Pinggan turned around and followed the butler to the manor. Today, Amanda knew that Su Pinggan was back, estimated the time, and waited for Isabella to come out to bask in the sun, hoping that the sun could drive away the haze in Isabella's heart. The servant in the distance made a gesture to Amanda, and Amanda knew what to do. She said something to Isabella and left. Isabella sat alone on a chair looking at the sky in the distance, very calm. Every girl has a fairy tale dream and longs for a Prince Charming who loves her. Isabella is no exception. She originally thought that when Su Pinggan found her, she would have a perfect love like a fairy tale. As a result, reality slapped Isabella hard. Looking at the news, there were photos of Su Pinggan and Clark being intimate. Isabella gritted her teeth and even had the idea of punching Su Pinggan. Finally, she calmed down and thought about it, and found that she had done a stupid thing. Everything was her own opinion. Su Pinggan did not treat her as a girlfriend, and it was still unclear whether Su Pinggan could find her in the end. If he really appeared in front of her, what kind of relationship would she have with him? Isabella was a little obsessed with this issue. She had already regretted her actions that day. The wonderful encounter became a tragedy. How should this matter be resolved? This is why I have been silent recently and don't want to talk. The more I think about it, the more I find that there is no solution to this problem. I don't want to communicate with anyone about this matter. I became silent, which scared my parents. The housekeeper took Su Pinggan to a place not far from Isabella and left. He didn't like Su Pinggan very much. The old housekeeper loved Isabella very much and watched Isabella grow up. To be honest, the old housekeeper was not satisfied with the behavior of Phil and his wife. Su Pinggan looked at Isabella in front of him and didn't want to move forward. He couldn't bear to make a little girl sad. He stood there and hesitated for a while, then walked forward and came to Isabella's side. "Hey, can I sit here?" Su Pinggan said, and Isabella immediately turned her head and looked at Su Pinggan, with a surprised expression on her face. You, how did you get here?" Isabella was so surprised that she stuttered, and rubbed her eyes after she finished speaking. "Don't you want me to sit down?" Su Pinggan said with a smile. "Sit down." Isabella pointed to the seat next to her, and Su Pinggan sat down. "How did you find me?" Isabella asked. "It was your father who found me. My people have been looking for you in Italy, but I didn't expect you to be in Denmark." Su Pinggan told the truth, and Isabella smiled embarrassedly. Chapter 275. Dreams are always dreams. What's going on between you and Clark? Is she your girlfriend? Isabella looked at Su Pinggan and asked this question directly. "No, we are good friends. We met by chance and were attracted to each other, so we traveled together for a few days." Su Pinggan did not hide anything and admitted it openly. "Are you with her?" Isabella stopped here. Her meaning was very clear, and she looked at Su Pinggan with her eyes. "Yes," Su Pinggan admitted. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Isabella didn't know what to say for a while. Su Pinggan leaned back in his chair and didn't know how to say this. After thinking about it seriously, he decided to say whatever he wanted to say. Let Isabella choose for herself. "Isabella, do you want to hear about my past?" Su Pinggan said slowly while looking into the distance. "You tell me," Isabella said directly. "I believe you already know how I started. When I suddenly became rich, my mind was in a mess. I didn't know what to do. Sometimes I wanted to enjoy life, and sometimes I wanted to do something big. In short, I have a lot of different ideas. In the past few years, many things happened very suddenly. I was also a young man, so I did a lot of irrational things and was under a lot of pressure, until a forum held in the Magic City. Su Pinggan told me Ian songs and about everything in detail, and also talked about his relationship with him. Finally, he affirmed his affection for Isabella. As for how things will develop in the future, Su Pinggan didn't know. Now it depends on what Isabella chooses, whether to continue to maintain this relationship with Su Pinggan or break it off directly. It's time to choose one of the two. "You are so cruel to give me this choice," Isabella said to Su Pinggan, and Su Pinggan sighed deeply. "Isabella, I don't want to hurt you, but I really can't give you any guarantees now. My previous idea was to find you, but after Phil told me your identity, I realized that I had to make this clear to you. I really want you to choose me, and I am confident that I can give you a home in the future, but I can't do it now. As for when I can do it, I don't know. I need time. Meeting you today to talk about these things is completely beyond my expectations." Su Pinggan turned his head and looked at Isabella and said. Isabella was also stunned. She didn't know how to choose. The atmosphere became awkward. After a while, "Go away," Isabella said. Su Pinggan was stunned for a moment and looked at Isabella. "Go away. If I think I can't forget you, I will go find you. If I forget you, I won't go find you again." Isabella looked at the sky in the distance and no longer looked at Su Pinggan. "Take care, Isabella. I hope you are carefree and happy. If you need me in the future, give me a call and I will help you immediately." Su Pinggan turned to look at Isabella, took out a business card from his body and put it on the chair, then stood up and left. Back to the parking lot, he wanted to get in the car and leave. "Mr. Su, the housekeeper has said that her car will not serve you," the driver said on the side. Su Pinggan smiled, turned around and left. Liu Wenjin and a group of bodyguards followed and left Phil Manor on foot. Phil stood in front of the French window, watching Su Pinggan leave, and said, "It's a bargain for you. If someone else were to change him, he would definitely not see the sun tomorrow." After leaving the manor, Liu Wenjin began to use the computer to contact the hotel and ask the hotel to send a car. It took about an hour for the car to come. Everyone got on the car and left, heading straight for the hotel. Phil Manor Garden. Amanda came to Isabella's side and held Isabella's hand. "Mom, my heart hurts so much," Isabella said and fell into Amanda's arms and began to suffer. Amanda began to comfort Isabella slowly. The fairy tale was broken. The reality was so cruel. After comforting her for a long time, she took Isabella back to the villa and sent Isabella to rest in the room. She returned to the living room and looked at Phil. "Isn't it a bit cruel for us to do this?" Amanda looked at Phil and said. "Dreams are always dreams. There will always be a day to wake up. The earlier you wake up, the less pain you will suffer." Although it is painful now, Isabella still maintains her rationality. If you delay it, Isabella may not think about it. When that time comes, reality will force us to do more cruel things. Isabella's identity does not allow her to do anything recklessly. If she enjoys the glory of the family, she must pay the corresponding price, Phil said helplessly. The royal family pays attention to face. If Isabella really goes to Supingen regardless of everything, she will definitely be deprived of everything. At that time, it will not belong to Phil's family affairs, but a matter of family face. A night passed. The next day, Supingen chartered a plane to leave Denmark and went to Germany. He chartered a plane in Berlin and flew directly to Hangzhou, China. Supingen was in a very bad mood. Supingen had a good rest. Darina flew from France to China to join Supingen. All branches of Shianki Group received the notice and everything returned to normal. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Supingen was fine. After a week of rest in the villa in Hangzhou, my mood slowly recovered. I arranged for someone to accompany my parents on a trip abroad. This is a project that I have to do every year. I will go abroad in July and August every year and play abroad for 1 or 2 months before coming back. On this day, Lin Yide came to Supingen. The IPO of Lin's group has been basically completed. After nearly a year of busyness, all interests have been negotiated. It will be listed soon. Today I came to meet with Supingen to talk about the current progress. By the way, I brought the tea prepared by Mabo. The two brothers met and went outside to drink tea and chat. Is it listed in the Magic City? Supingen asked. Yes, the Magic City economy has developed rapidly in recent years, and financing is more convenient. In addition, I have been doing well in recent years, so it was passed quickly. It is expected to be officially listed on the Magic City Stock Exchange next month, Lin Yide said after taking a sip of tea. How many shares did you retain? Supingen asked after taking a sip of tea. 38%, originally planned to be 40%. In order to balance the several major capitals, I have to pay 2%. With you and the boss here, I still maintain a firm control, and several capital companies are aware of this, Lin Yide said directly, and Supingen nodded. What is the opening price? Supingen knew very well the greed of investment capital, and the opening price would not be low. 25 yuan. I originally wanted 20, but no one agreed. Lin Yide shook his head and said. Wait for you to open the market. Then I will directly sweep a batch and bring the price to 50 yuan, Supingen said with a smile, and Lin Yide also smiled, knowing Supingen's meaning very well. Okay, if you make a move, I won't make a move. You can sell it to me at the original price after 1 year, Lin Yide said directly, and Supingen smiled and gave Lin Yide a fist. This is a good brother, and he will never let his brother suffer. What's going on between you and the boss? Tea industry actually asked me to bring it to you, Lin Yide looked at Supingen and asked. After listening to Supingen, he sighed deeply and told the story of Songs and Ayu truthfully. Only then did Lin Yide understand what was going on. Boss, there's nothing we can do about it. Don't blame him, Lin Yide said. I don't blame him. If I really blamed him, I would just go over and fight him, Supingen said with a wry smile. Lin Yide laughed on the side. However, how are you going to solve the problem of Songs and Ayu and Miao Yi? You can't keep going like this, Lin Yide said, staring at Supingen. If it were just the two of them, it would be easy to solve. Unfortunately, it's not the case, Supingen sighed deeply after speaking. Lin Yide was stunned for a moment, and soon realized that Supingen had other women. Looking at you like this, I now understand why my dad set those rules for me. It helped me avoid a lot of problems, Lin Yide said with emotion. His dad is really very clear-sighted. Those rules are really practical. Yes, your father really sees through the world. Although those rules seem a bit harsh, they can help people avoid too many troubles and worries. This is the foundation of your family. I rose too fast, lacking such a foundation, and understood it too late. Supingen often heard Lin Yide complain that his father set a lot of rules to restrict him. These rules were not understood before, but now they are very understood. Pingen, go travel and relax. You give me a feeling of decadence today. Go to the Northwest and relax alone. When you are alone, it is easier to think through some problems. You are different from us. The Apocalypse group has developed to the point where it is today. You must be cautious in marriage and must not mess around. If you mess up, the entire Apocalypse group will also be messed up. Lin Yi gave Su Pinggan a suggestion. Your suggestion is good. I will try it in a few days. No one will take a car to relax and go straight to the Northwest Desert to experience the scenery of the desert, Su Pinggan said with a smile, and Lin Yi also smiled. The two brothers talked until lunch, but they didn't drink. Lin Yi was going to drive away. Su Pinggan accompanied him to drink 2 glasses of juice, and then drank some tea after lunch. Then Lin Yi left. Su Pinggan thought about Lin Yi's words seriously and found that he was really depressed during this period. He had no interest in anything. Was he still the same as he was a few years ago? He had to change this situation. Maybe going out alone would be a good choice. However, he didn't drive, but rode a motorcycle. He immediately contacted the Suzuki manufacturer and ordered a motorcycle suitable for long-distance raids. Money makes things easier. 3 days later, a concept motorcycle was airlifted to Hangzhou. Su Pinggan picked up the car and went to handle the formalities. Why choose Suzuki? In the motorcycle industry, Suzuki is the second and other manufacturers dare not be the first. Suzuki has tens of thousands of patented technologies on motorcycles. Fuel consumption, balance, comfort, engine, tires, and several aspects firmly occupy the position of the boss. Harley-Davidson motorcycles are internationally famous, but in the United States, when motorcycle gangs modify their motorcycles, they choose to buy a lot of Suzuki accessories, which shows the status of Suzuki in the hearts of motorcycle fans. After instructing the 2 assistants and arranging the company's affairs, Su Pinggan set off on his motorcycle. The 2 assistants had no way to deal with Su Pinggan's willful behavior, and Su Pinggan was away for 2 months. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.